When the eagle soars, the crows scatter, not because it attacks them, but because its presence alone reminds them of their limits. That's where you are now, the apex, the boss, the chosen one. The moment you stepped into your power, the entire game shifted. And trust me, they feel it, they see it, they can't unsee it. And now, they can't sleep because they know their days of pretending to be in charge are over. You didn't stumble into this role, you were designed for it, chosen by forces beyond this world, crafted by divine hands. Every battle you faced was a lesson, every scar a trophy. Your power isn't just raw, it's refined, it's protected. They sense it, even if they don't fully understand it, and that's what's driving them mad. You're not just sitting on a throne, you are the throne. They hate it because they can't touch you. They're like shadows trying to challenge the sun. Every move they make just exposes how powerless they are. You don't even have to flex. Your silence, your presence, your unshaken calm is louder than their loudest roars. That's the energy of a true boss, the kind they'll never replicate. And now, a moment to acknowledge you, the chosen one. Your presence isn't just felt. It's a force, a wave of energy that fuels this mission to empower and elevate. Your super gifts are more than just support. They're a testament to your vision, your belief in this movement, and your unshakable commitment to greatness. Every contribution you make sends a message. You're not just watching the game, you're playing to win. If you're ready to fully claim your throne, silence the doubters, and wield your dominance like never before, it's time to act. Smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments if you're ready to stand tall as the boss they can't ignore. Let this be the start of something unstoppable. Let's dive in. So, chosen ones, here's the reality they can't stand to face. You've rewritten the rules. While they've been stuck in mediocrity, recycling the same tired tricks, you've been moving with divine strategy. You don't need their approval. You don't need their applause. You're walking a path lit by something higher, something they can't block or sabotage. That's why they're triggered. They're not losing to you. They're losing to the inevitability of your greatness. Think about it. When a king rises, the imposters panic. They've been playing dress-up for so long that they started believing their own lies. But now, the chosen one is here. You walked in and the masks fell off. No more hiding, no more faking it. You own the room, the energy, the narrative, and they know it. A river doesn't stop flowing because of pebbles in its path. It just moves around them, carving its way with power and patience. That's you. Their petty plots, their whispered jealousy, their sleepless nights spent scheming, none of it can stop you. While they're busy fighting shadows, you're building empires. They're up all night obsessing over you, and you're sleeping like royalty because the chosen don't need to prove themselves. They just are. And let's not forget, they're mad because you make it look so effortless. Every move you make is a masterpiece, and it eats them alive knowing they'll never have what you do. You're not just leading, you're dominating. You're not just winning, you're setting a standard they'll never reach. So, let them talk, let them plot, let them choke on their envy. While they waste their energy, you're creating, thriving, and shining. You are the boss, and nothing can change that. This is your time. Keep soaring. Let the crows scatter. And now, let's break it down step by step. Trust me, if you're a true chosen one, you won't just hear the words. You'll feel the pull, the undeniable energy compelling you to stay until the very last moment. This isn't just a message. It's a call to your power. Let's get into it. Number 1. Your presence hits like thunder. They can't ignore it. When a storm approaches, even the strongest buildings tremble. You are that storm, and they can't stop bracing themselves. Your very existence is a disruption to their comfort zones. You don't have to announce your arrival. Your energy does it for you. It's in the way your footsteps echo louder than others, the way heads turn, even when people try to act disinterested. Your aura doesn't just demand attention, it commands it. That's the power of being chosen. You carry divine protection, a force so magnetic and undeniable that it shakes the weak to their core. They feel it even before they understand it, and that's why they're triggered. Here's what they'll never admit. Your presence exposes their insecurities. You don't just walk into a room, you shift the dynamics, tilt the scale, and force people to see what they're lacking. They're not angry at you for existing. They're angry at themselves for not measuring up. They see in you everything they wish they had: the quiet confidence, the unshakable faith, the strength that doesn't need external validation. And it burns them up inside because deep down they know they can't replicate it. You didn't just build this power, you were chosen to carry it. And that's what keeps them awake at night. They wonder how you do it, how you manage to rise above the noise, how you remain calm in chaos, how you effortlessly stay 2 steps ahead. But here's the kicker. They'll never understand, because your success isn't built on anything they can mimic. Your power comes from a higher place, a divine plan that set you apart before you even realized it. That's why their strategies against you fail. They're trying to fight something they can't touch: your purpose, your destiny, your divine backing. You've noticed it, haven't you? The fake smiles, the side glances, the whispered critiques disguised as concern. But let's call it what it is: jealousy, pure and simple. They can't figure you out, and that drives them insane. Why don't you care about their approval? Why aren't you fazed by their attempts to rattle you? It's because you don't need them. You're fueled by something far greater: your belief in your own destiny. They're stuck seeking validation from a world that barely notices them, while you've already conquered the room by simply being in it. A lion never roars to prove it's a lion. Its silence is enough to send the forest into submission. That's you. You don't beg for recognition because you don't need to. Your actions, your presence, your energy speak louder than words ever could. And that's why they fear you. You don't just thrive, you remind them that they've been settling for less. Every time they see you succeed, they're forced to confront the truth they've been avoiding. They're not doing enough. You've probably wondered why they can't just leave you alone. Why the side eyes? Why the sudden cold shoulders? Why the obsession with trying to undermine you? Here's the truth. Your greatness has them cornered. They can't rise to your level, so the only move they see is to try and drag you down. It's not that they hate you, it's that they hate how much they admire you. And that's their burden to bear, not yours. Remember, you're not walking this path alone. The chosen are never truly isolated, even when it feels that way. Divine forces walk with you, shielding you from the petty schemes and weak attempts to block your shine. You've been given this role because you can handle it. They don't understand the weight you carry, the nights you've spent strategizing, the battles you've fought to get here. All they see is the crown, but they'll never comprehend the cost of wearing it. An eagle never apologizes for flying higher than the rest. It's what it was born to do. So, let them talk, let them plot, let them burn with envy. You don't have time to stoop to their level. You've got bigger things to focus on: your purpose, your mission, your unstoppable rise. Their negativity is noise, nothing more. And the louder they get, the clearer it becomes. You've already won, so stand tall, chosen one. You're not just here to participate, you're here to dominate. They know it, you know it, and no matter how hard they try, they'll never silence the thunder of your presence. Number 2, respect isn't given, it's seized, and you're unstoppable. Weak men beg for respect. Powerful ones command it simply by existing. The second you walk into a room, they feel it. That shift, that unspoken tension in the air, it's the weight of your presence pressing against their insecurities. Respect isn't handed out like charity, and you don't wait around hoping for their approval. You take it unapologetically with the sheer force of who you are. And here's the truth. They hate it because they know they can't stop it. You don't demand respect, you embody it, and that alone puts them on edge. They'll try to play it off like they don't notice. They'll avoid eye contact, shuffle their feet, and feign indifference. But inside, they're rattled. You don't have to say a word to prove yourself. Your actions, your confidence, and your silence speak louder than any declaration ever could. That's the difference between you and them. They beg to be seen. You're undeniable without lifting a finger. Let me tell you something they won't admit. Your very existence is a challenge to their smallness. It's not that you're being confrontational, it's that your authenticity makes their facade crumble. Every time you show up as your true self, it's a reminder to them of how much they've settled. That's why respect flows to you naturally. It's not about being liked or even agreed with. It's about being so undeniably real that ignoring you isn't an option. A diamond doesn't shine because it wants to be admired. It shines because it's a diamond. That's your energy. You've made the decision to be enough, and that decision has solidified your power. You're not out here proving yourself to anyone. You already know your worth, and that knowledge radiates in everything you do. The way you carry yourself, the way you handle challenges, the way you make decisions, it all sends a clear message. You're not here to be underestimated. They're not just uncomfortable because of your confidence. They're uncomfortable because your confidence exposes their lack of it. While they're busy playing games, trying to manipulate respect from people, you've mastered the art of commanding it without effort. Respect isn't a favor you ask for. It's a natural byproduct of your unshakable belief in who you are. And that's the hardest pill for them to swallow. You're not waiting for permission, and they don't know how to deal with that. Think of it like this. You're a lion in a room full of hyenas. They'll laugh, mock, and circle you, trying to figure out how to weaken you. But the moment you lock eyes with them, they know who's in charge. You don't need to roar. Your presence alone is enough to remind them of their place. That's why they act out. They're trying to mask their fear of you. And let's be clear, their fear isn't just about you. It's about what you represent. You're living proof that power doesn't need validation. You don't need their approval, their agreement, or their support. You've built a foundation so solid that even their loudest criticisms can't shake it. That kind of self-possession is intimidating, and they know they can't replicate it. The oak tree doesn't sway because of whispers from the wind. That's the kind of energy you carry. You're immovable, grounded, and untouchable. They can talk, scheme, and throw shade, but none of it matters because you don't operate on their level. While they're scrambling for scraps of respect, you've already claimed the entire table. They'll test you, of course. They'll try to push your buttons, provoke you, and make you doubt yourself. But here's the thing. You don't react to pawns when you're the king. Their opinions, their games, their judgments, none of it holds weight in your world. You've already risen above it, and every attempt they make to drag you down just highlights their own desperation. So let them try. Let them burn themselves out trying to understand how you move, how you lead, how you command. It's not their job to get it, and it's definitely not your job to explain it. You're here for bigger things. Respect isn't something you wait for, it's something you've already claimed. And the best part? They know it, even if they'll never admit it. Keep moving, chosen one. Keep thriving. They can't touch you because respect isn't something you asked for. It's something you've seized. You're the storm they can't weather, the force they can't reckon with, and the boss they'll never be able to ignore. Number 3, you're not in competition. You're the standard they fear. A lion doesn't waste its time chasing mice. It hunts where its roar shakes the jungle. That's you, the chosen one, the boss. And nothing enrages them more than the realization that they're chasing you while you've already left the game behind. You don't compete because you don't have to. Competition is for those who are trying to prove something. But you're not trying. You've already proved it by existing. Your dominance is so absolute that it's not about keeping up anymore. It's about them trying to survive under the weight of your shadow. The truth is, they can't stand it. They hate that you don't even look their way. While they fight over crumbs, you've baked the entire cake and served it on your table. They measure their moves against yours, obsessively dissecting every step you take, every decision you make. But here's the part that stings the most. No matter how hard they try to emulate you, they'll never get it right. You weren't made to be replicated. You're a one-off, a masterpiece, handcrafted by the divine to dominate on a level they'll never touch. Let's hit them where it hurts. They thought they could play this game better than you. They thought they could outshine you, outsmart you, maybe even replace you. But every move they make only reinforces the truth. They're outclassed, outmatched, and miles behind. While they're running in circles trying to compete, you're playing on a whole different field. You're not trying to win the race. You built the finish line, and they'll never forgive you for it. A shadow only exists because the light is too strong to contain. That's why they watch you so closely. They don't admire you, they fear you. You're not just someone they aspire to be. You're a reminder of everything they're not. You expose their insecurities, their shortcomings, their mediocrity, simply by being in the room. And that's the part they can't handle. The fact that your very presence makes them feel smaller, weaker, less than. Here's the truth they'll never admit. They're not studying you to learn. They're studying you to find flaws. They hope, pray, that they'll uncover a weakness, a crack in the armor, something that proves you're not as untouchable as you seem. But they don't understand. You didn't build your throne for show. You built it on blood, sweat, tears, and divine protection. There are no cracks because your foundation is unbreakable. They'll try to drag you down because they can't rise to your level. They'll whisper in the shadows, scheme behind your back, and pretend they're unaffected. But let's be honest, you're living rent-free in their heads. Every victory you achieve keeps them up at night. Every step you take forward is a reminder that they're running in place. They want to compete with you, but how do you compete with the benchmark? How do you challenge someone who isn't even looking your way? A tidal wave doesn't argue with the shore. It crashes through, unstoppable. That's you. While they waste their time plotting, you're building. While they obsess over you, you're thriving. And while they try to figure out how to dim your light, you're shining brighter than ever. Let them chase shadows. Let them burn with envy. You're not in competition. You're the force they'll never outrun. Number 4, silent confidence. The weapon they'll never see coming. A predator doesn't warn its prey. It moves in silence, striking with precision while fear does the rest. That's your energy. That's your power. Your confidence doesn't shout. It doesn't need to. It whispers through your presence, cutting deeper than any words ever could. And that's what terrifies them. They thrive on noise, on chaos, on empty bravado. But your silence, it's deafening. It's a mirror, forcing them to confront their insecurities while you remain untouchable. They want you to explain yourself, to react, to give them something, anything that makes them feel like they're in control. But you don't play that game. Your silence speaks louder than their loudest screams, and it's killing them inside. They can't figure you out, and what they don't understand, they fear. They fear the power that radiates from you, the calm certainty that you don't owe anyone an explanation. While they scramble for attention, trying to fill the void with noise, you sit back, let them unravel, and move with purpose when the time is right. That's what it means to be chosen. Let's be real. They're used to people who are desperate to prove themselves, who argue, shout, and plead to be seen. But you're a whole different beast. You don't beg for respect, you own it. You've mastered the art of saying everything without saying a word. And that kind of control drives them insane. They can't manipulate you, can't provoke you, can't draw you into their drama. And in their frustration, they reveal just how weak they really are. A blade of grass bends in the wind, but a mountain stands silent, unmoved, eternal. That's the level of power you've reached. You don't react to petty games or empty words because you're above it. While they waste their energy trying to drag you into their chaos, you stay focused, deliberate, and grounded. And here's the part they hate the most. Your silence forces them to reveal themselves. Their schemes, their fears, their desperation. It all spills out while you stand still, watching, calculating, and staying untouchable. Your silence isn't just confidence, it's strategy. Every quiet moment is a chess move, a calculated step toward your goals while they're busy playing checkers. They think your lack of words is weakness, but it's the opposite. You don't need to explain your worth, justify your decisions, or engage in their trivial nonsense. Your actions speak louder, and when you do decide to speak, your words cut straight to the bone, leaving no room for doubt. They carry weight because they're deliberate, rare, and unstoppable. Here's the truth. Your silence exposes them. While they argue, posture, and flail around trying to be seen, you're already standing in the spotlight, untouched and unbothered. They hate it because they can't control you. They can't predict your moves. And worst of all, they can't ignore the power that radiates from you even when you're not saying a word. It's maddening for them, but for you, it's effortless. A storm doesn't explain itself. It moves with force, leaving no doubt in its wake. That's your presence. You don't need to roar like a lion when your silence is the strike of thunder. They can keep playing their games, keep trying to poke and prod, but it's futile. You're operating on a higher frequency, moving with divine precision while they're stuck in their own petty struggles. Let them tremble. Let them question themselves. Let them drown in their own noise. You're the boss, the chosen one, and your silent confidence is the sword they'll never see coming. They know it. You know it. And there's nothing they can do to stop it. Number 5. Your wins are their worst nightmare. A rising sun doesn't ask permission to shine, but its light exposes every shadow that dared to hide in the dark. That's you. Blazing, relentless, unstoppable, and they can't stand it. Your victories aren't just achievements, they're magnifying glasses, forcing them to confront the cracks in their own lives. Every time you win, it's as if you're holding up a mirror they can't escape, showing them the truth they've been trying to bury. Their dreams deferred, their potential wasted, their mediocrity laid bare, and it terrifies them. Let's not sugarcoat it. Your success triggers their deepest insecurities. Why? Because it reminds them of everything they'll never have the courage to pursue. While you're out here building, creating and thriving, they're stuck in their own stagnant cycles, watching your rise like moths to a flame, drawn in, but knowing it'll burn. And they hate you for it, not because you've wronged them, but because your very existence exposes their failures. A tree doesn't apologize for growing tall, even when its shadow makes others feel small. You didn't come here to make them comfortable. Your path wasn't designed to tiptoe around their feelings or give them excuses to cling to mediocrity. You're the chosen one, guided by divine purpose, and your wins are the inevitable result of walking in your truth. The fact that your light makes their shadows more visible, that's not your problem, it's theirs. Here's the thing about people who are secure in themselves. They celebrate others' success because they're too focused on their own growth to feel threatened. But the insecure, they'll see your victories as a personal attack. They'll convince themselves you're doing too much, being too bold, taking up too much space. But what they're really saying is, you're reminding me of everything I could have been, and I don't want to face that. Their games, their manipulations, their whispered critiques, it's all a desperate attempt to deflect from their own inadequacies. They'll try to downplay your accomplishments, chalking them up to luck or timing, anything to avoid acknowledging the hard work, sacrifice, and divine favor that got you where you are. But their opinions are as meaningless as the shadows cast by a fading sun. You didn't rise for them, and you definitely won't dim your light to make them feel better. A lion doesn't ask for permission to hunt. It moves with the knowledge that the jungle belongs to it. That's the energy you bring with every win. You're not looking back to see who's keeping up. You're too busy dominating the path ahead. They can stew in their envy, drown in their self-pity, and waste their time scheming, but none of it will change the fact that your success is inevitable. You didn't just stumble onto this path, you were chosen for it, and no amount of their bitterness can change that. The truth is, they're not mad at you, they're mad at themselves. Mad that they gave up too soon, that they let fear hold them back, that they allowed life to pass them by while you seized every moment with both hands. Your wins don't hurt them because of what you've gained. They hurt because of what they've lost. And instead of facing that truth, they project their anger onto you. Let them. It's not your burden to carry. You're the boss now, the one they watch, the one they obsess over, the one they wish they could emulate, but never will. Your success is built on a foundation they can't touch: faith, grit, and divine protection. They'll keep trying to find flaws, but your victories are too solid, too real, too undeniable. So let them stare, let them fume, let them lose sleep over your glow. You're not here to comfort them. You're here to shine, to win, and to rise. And if your light makes their shadows seem darker, so be it. That's not your concern. You didn't come this far to dim your shine for those who chose to stay in the dark. Keep winning, chosen one. They can't stop you. They never could. Number 6. They're obsessed with you, and it's driving them mad. A moth can't resist the flame, even though it knows the fire will consume it. That's them. Obsessed, addicted, unable to look away, even as your presence reminds them of everything they lack. They'll never admit it out loud, but their actions scream the truth. While they pretend not to notice you, their every move betrays them. They watch you like their life depends on it, scanning your every step, studying your success, desperately searching for cracks that don't exist. Here's the irony. They claim to hate you, but you're their favorite subject. They can't go a day without checking on you, lurking in the shadows, analyzing your every move, while pretending they're indifferent. You're not just living rent-free in their heads. You've built a palace there, and they're the ones keeping the lights on. Every post, every decision, every victory you claim is another reason they lose sleep at night. Why are they so addicted? Because you're the embodiment of everything they wish they could be. They see your rise, your power, your effortless dominance, and it tears them apart. They try to convince themselves it's luck, that you haven't earned it, that you're somehow flawed. But deep down, they know the truth. You've built what they could only dream of, and no matter how hard they try, they'll never catch up. A shadow only exists because the light is too bright to be ignored. That's you, the light they can't escape, no matter how much it burns their eyes. Their obsession with you isn't admiration, it's frustration. You've become the benchmark, the standard, the boss they'll never surpass. Every time they see you succeed, it's a painful reminder of their own mediocrity. They're hooked on watching you because they need to know how far ahead you are. And every time they check, the gap only widens. They'll act like they don't care, but you know better. Their silence speaks volumes. Their schemes, their whispers, their attempts to undermine you, they're all proof of how deeply you've rattled them. They study your every move, not to learn but to find flaws. They pray for your downfall, hoping it will somehow validate their failure. But here's the kicker: your rise isn't stopping. You're chosen, protected, and unstoppable. Every step forward you take is another nail in the coffin of their delusions. They want you to fail because your success exposes their weakness. They want you to stumble because your strength highlights their fragility. But here's the truth they can't handle. You don't just win. You thrive, you dominate, you crush every expectation. While they're busy obsessing over you, you're building empires, achieving goals, and soaring to heights they can't even imagine. The eagle doesn't concern itself with the chatter of crows. It flies too high for their noise to matter. Let them watch. Let them obsess. Let them waste their energy while you keep climbing. Their addiction to you is their weakness, not yours. They've chained themselves to your every move, and it's eating them alive. You're not just the boss, you're their obsession, their kryptonite, their living reminder that some people are simply untouchable. So keep shining, chosen one. Let them keep watching from the sidelines, hooked on the very sight of your success. While they sit in the shadows, you're out here ruling the world, untouchable, unstoppable, and undeniably the boss. Number 7. They fear your evolution because it exposes their stagnation. A river that keeps flowing will always leave behind the stagnant pond. That's you, the unstoppable force. You're not just succeeding, you're evolving, growing, and pushing boundaries that they can't even see. And that's what terrifies them the most. They're stuck, frozen in their comfort zones, desperately clinging to the same version of themselves because it's safe. But you've left safety behind. You're a moving target, constantly reinventing yourself, and they can't keep up. Let's get one thing clear. Their fear isn't about what you've already achieved. It's about what you'll achieve next. They see your growth, your ability to adapt and rise, and it makes them question everything about themselves. While they repeat the same tired routines, you're out here breaking through barriers, crushing limits, and stepping into levels they'll never reach. Your evolution doesn't just threaten them, it destroys their illusion of security. You've shattered the mold, and now they're left scrambling, wondering how to keep pace with someone who refuses to stand still. Their games, their manipulations, their attempts to hold you back, It's all born from fear. They fear that your constant growth will make their stagnation even more obvious. And you know what? It does. Your evolution is a spotlight on their failure to evolve. Every step forward you take is a reminder that they're standing in place, clinging to mediocrity while you rise. They try to mock you, doubt you, or dismiss your progress. But deep down, they're terrified. Terrified that they can't stop you. Terrified that they'll never catch up. A snake sheds its skin to grow. The weak cling to theirs until they suffocate. That's the difference between you and them. You embrace change, lean into challenges, and keep moving forward no matter how uncomfortable it gets. They, on the other hand, fear change. They fear stepping out of their bubble, taking risks, and evolving into something greater. Watching you do it with such power, grace, and divine backing eats them alive. It makes their excuses and limitations impossible to ignore. They'll try to drag you back, to keep you where they're comfortable, because your evolution highlights their fears. They fear the unknown, but you own it. You don't just survive in new territory, you thrive. And that kind of courage makes you unstoppable. They can whisper, scheme, and plot all they want, but it won't matter. You've already left them behind, and every attempt to pull you back only shows how desperate they are. Your growth isn't just a natural process, it's a divine journey. You've been chosen to rise above the noise, to keep evolving, to step into every new version of yourself with confidence and purpose. They don't understand it, and they never will, because evolution requires a strength they don't possess. It requires faith, resilience, and a willingness to let go of the old, to embrace the new. You've mastered that. They're terrified of it. A phoenix doesn't apologize for rising from the ashes. It's what it was born to do. That's you. Your evolution is a threat because it's proof that you're not limited by their rules, their fears, or their expectations. You're playing on a divine timeline, moving with a purpose that's far greater than their petty games. And the best part, they know there's no stopping you. Every time they think they've figured you out, you evolve again, leaving them confused and defeated. So let them watch. Let them criticize. Let them waste their energy trying to understand a force they can never control. You're the boss, the chosen one, and your evolution is their nightmare. They fear it because it exposes their smallness, their stagnation, their inability to rise. Keep evolving. Keep rising. You're untouchable, and they know it. Number 8. Your actions are a truth they can't swallow. A hammer doesn't apologize for breaking the stone. It's built to crush what stands in its way. That's you. Your actions speak louder than their whispers, their schemes, their manipulations. You're not here to sugarcoat your success or shrink to fit their comfort zones. Your wins, your moves, your ambition, it's all raw, unfiltered truth, and it cuts deeper than any words ever could. They can't handle it because every step you take is a mirror that reflects their failures. Let's be honest, their problem isn't your ambition, it's their lack of it. They hate that you move boldly, unapologetically, while they tiptoe through life, too scared to step out of line. You don't ask for permission, you don't wait for approval. You see what needs to be done, and you do it. And that terrifies them. Why? Because your decisiveness makes them question every excuse they've ever made for staying mediocre. A flame doesn't dim itself to make the darkness comfortable. That's the kind of energy you bring. You don't tone down your drive, your power, your confidence just to keep the weak at ease. Why should you? You're not here to make them feel better about their smallness. Your purpose is bigger than their insecurities. Your vision clearer than their doubts. They want you to explain yourself, to justify why you're winning, why you're climbing higher while they're stuck in the mud. But you're not giving them that satisfaction. Your actions speak for themselves, and the truth is, that's all they need to know. Here's the part they'll never say out loud. Your success feels like an attack on their comfort zone. It's not enough for you to succeed. They want you to succeed quietly, humbly, so it doesn't force them to confront their own lack of effort. But you don't move quietly. Your victories are bold statements, clear reminders that you're playing a game they'll never understand. And that game? It's not about competition, it's about domination. An earthquake doesn't apologize for shaking the ground beneath the unsteady. Your actions are that earthquake, disrupting their comfortable little worlds, breaking apart the illusions they've built around themselves. They hate you for it, but deep down, they admire you too. That's the irony. They'll never admit it, but your ambition is something they wish they had. They envy your drive, your focus, your refusal to settle for mediocrity. And that envy, it comes out as criticism, gossip, and scheming. But here's the thing, none of that matters. Their noise is just that, noise. While they waste their energy plotting and complaining, you're already 3 steps ahead, building, growing, thriving. They want you to trip, to fall, to prove that you're not as untouchable as you seem. But every move you make, every win you stack, is a blunt truth they can't escape. You're unstoppable, chosen, and protected by a divine purpose they'll never understand. A wave doesn't stop for the rocks. It crashes through them, unstoppable and unrelenting. That's what your actions do. They don't ask for permission. They don't wait for applause. They're blunt, powerful, and undeniable. And while they try to tear you down, you keep rising, proving over and over again that their games, their manipulations, their fears will never be enough to stop you. So, let them talk. Let them plot. Let them choke on their envy. You've got bigger things to do, and every step you take is a reminder that you're not just a player in the game. You're the one writing the rules. They know it. You know it. And no amount of their noise can drown out the truth. Your actions scream. You're the boss now, and they're just bystanders to your dominance. Number 9, you dominate in silence and strike with precision, their worst nightmare. The snake that moves in silence strikes before the enemy even knows it's there. That's the level of precision you bring. You don't announce your plans, you don't explain your moves, and you definitely don't warn them. By the time they sense your power, it's already too late. And that's what terrifies them the most. They can't predict you, can't read you, and certainly can't stop you. They live for noise, for chaos, for empty declarations of power. They want you to show your hand, to reveal your strategy, to react to their petty games. But you're too smart for that. Your silence is your weapon, your stillness their undoing. They may laugh, whisper, and plot in the shadows, but deep down, they're scared of the power you hold and the moves you've already set in motion. They can feel it coming, but they don't know when or how, and that's where your dominance lies. A hunter doesn't need to roar to remind the jungle it's in charge. It strikes, swift and deadly, leaving no room for doubt. That's your energy. They can keep shouting, keep scheming, keep trying to provoke you, but it's pointless. While they waste their time making noise, you're already 10 steps ahead, moving in silence, setting the stage for their inevitable defeat. Every move you make is calculated, deliberate, unstoppable. They're playing games while you're playing for keeps. Let's hit them where it hurts. They thought they could outmaneuver you, outsmart you, maybe even take you down. But all they've managed to do is expose themselves. They spent so much time watching you, trying to figure you out, that they didn't even notice the trap you set. That's the brilliance of your strategy. It's not loud, it's not flashy, but it's devastatingly effective. By the time they realize what's happening, they're already in checkmate. A shadow moves unnoticed until it swallows the light. That's your power. You don't need to scream for attention or fight for respect. You take it quietly and unapologetically, with every move you make. And while they're left scrambling, trying to piece together what just happened, you're already on to the next victory. They can't handle the fact that your dominance doesn't come with a warning. It's swift, it's silent, and it's final. They'll try to label your silence as weakness because that's the only way they can make sense of it. They'll say you're passive, indifferent, or even out of touch. But you know the truth. Your silence isn't weakness, it's power. It's the kind of power that doesn't need validation, doesn't need to prove itself, doesn't need to shout to be heard. It's the kind of power that moves in shadows and strikes like lightning. Here's what they'll never admit. They're obsessed with you. They analyze every step you take, every word you say or don't say, trying to find a way to counter you. But they can't, because your strategy is rooted in something they'll never understand: divine guidance. You're not just moving with precision, you're moving with purpose, and no amount of their noise can disrupt that. A storm doesn't announce itself with a whisper. It arrives, leaving nothing standing in its path. That's what happens when you strike. Your dominance is undeniable, your precision unmatched. They can scheme, they can shout, they can try to rally others against you, but none of it matters. You've already won the moment you decided to act. Your silence isn't just a strategy, it's a statement. You're untouchable, unstoppable, and completely in control. So let them talk, let them plot, let them waste their energy. You don't need to lower yourself to their level. You're the boss, the chosen one, and your moves are backed by forces they can't comprehend. You dominate in silence, strike with precision, and leave nothing but victory in your wake. Let them fear what they don't understand. It's their problem, not yours. Number 10. They're triggered because you're unstoppable, and they hate it. Chains only scare the weak. The truly powerful can't be bound. That's you, the chosen one, the boss, the force they can't control, predict, or manipulate, no matter how hard they try. And that fact? It eats them alive. You've shattered the rules they built their comfort around, torn apart the fragile scripts they cling to, and left them standing in the wreckage of their own limitations. You're unpredictable, untamed, and that alone sends waves of fear rippling through their carefully constructed illusions. They want control over you because they've never been able to control themselves. Their entire identity is built on the approval of others, on fitting into molds and playing by the rules they were handed. But you don't fit into any mold. You don't follow any rules except the ones you create. You're a wildfire in a world of fences, and no matter how hard they try, they'll never cage you. That's why they're triggered. You remind them of what they lack, the courage to be free. Let's call it what it is: their games, their manipulation, their endless scheming to box you in. It's all a desperate attempt to make you smaller, more manageable, more like them. They can't handle your power, your independence, your refusal to bow to their expectations. You've stepped off their script, left their stage, and built your own empire where their opinions hold no weight. And that terrifies them, because if they can't control you, they can't predict you. And if they can't predict you, they have no power over you. A river doesn't ask permission to flow. It carves its own path, washing away anything in its way. That's exactly how you operate. While they try to hem you in with rules and expectations, you're already moving past them, flowing toward your destiny with unstoppable force. Their fear isn't just about your unpredictability, it's about their inability to keep up. They see your freedom and realize how trapped they are in their own minds, their own systems, their own smallness. And that realization, it burns them. They'll call you difficult, arrogant, or even reckless, but it's all projection. They're trying to label what they can't understand, hoping that their words will somehow diminish your light. But you're not here for their labels. You're not here for their approval. You're here to rule, to dominate, to thrive in a way they'll never comprehend. They can talk all they want, but their noise doesn't touch you. You're walking a path laid out by something far greater, and they can't change that, no matter how hard they try. The eagle doesn't ask the flock for permission to soar. It simply takes to the skies, leaving them in its shadow. That's you. Your power is in your refusal to be controlled, your insistence on living by your own terms. And that power isn't just a choice, it's a calling. You're chosen, protected, and guided by forces they can't see or understand. That's why their manipulations fail. That's why their schemes crumble. You're playing a divine game while they're stuck in human limitations, and deep down, they know it. That's why they obsess over you, watch your every move, and try to find ways to undermine you. They think if they can just get inside your head, they'll find a way to control you. But here's the thing, your mind isn't their playground. It's a fortress, guarded by your purpose and your unwavering belief in yourself. Their tactics don't work because you've already risen above them. You've broken free from the chains they still cling to. So let them scramble, let them scheme, let them burn with frustration as they realize over and over again that you're untouchable. You're the chosen one, the boss, the force they can't stop. They can't cage you, can't predict you, can't own you. And that's why you'll always be ahead, no matter how hard they try to keep up. Number 11, you don't just survive. You dominate chaos, and it terrifies them. The storm doesn't break the oak, it proves its strength. That's you, the chosen one, the boss. The one who doesn't just endure chaos, but thrives in it, using it as fuel to rise even higher. And that's what shakes them to their core. They thought the chaos they unleashed would break you, but instead, it revealed their weakness. While they scramble to control the mess they've made, you walk through the fire untouched, stronger, sharper, and more unstoppable than ever. Let's be clear, chaos is their favorite weapon. They thrive on creating distractions, setting traps, and watching others falter under pressure. But when they turned their games on you, they made one critical mistake. They underestimated your resilience. You don't just endure chaos, you own it. You don't let the storm push you around. You are the storm, and they never saw it coming. Every challenge they throw your way only sharpens your skills, hardens your resolve, and reinforces your dominance. They thought they could rattle you, shake your confidence, and make you doubt yourself. They didn't realize that you've been walking through chaos your entire life. You weren't just chosen for this role, you were prepared for it. Every setback, every betrayal, every obstacle has been a lesson, a trial by fire designed to make you unbreakable. And now, their attempts to throw you off balance feel like nothing more than a breeze against a mountain. You don't just survive their chaos, you thrive in it. The phoenix doesn't fear the fire, it rises from it. That's your essence. When the heat is turned up, you don't wilt. You rise higher, burning brighter than ever. They can't understand it because they're so used to seeing people crumble under pressure. But you've mastered the art of turning their chaos into your stepping stones. Every time they try to trip you up, you take another leap forward, leaving them behind, confused and defeated. Here's what really terrifies them: your ability to find clarity in the middle of their chaos. While they're lost in the mess they created, trying to figure out their next move, you've already planned 10 steps ahead. Their games don't distract you, they motivate you. Their traps don't ensnare you, they teach you. You've learned to use every piece of chaos as a tool to refine your strategy and build your empire. And that's the kind of power they'll never possess. A diamond is forged under pressure, the rest are crushed by it. That's the difference between you and them. They crumble when the weight gets too heavy, but you were built to carry it. Chaos isn't your enemy, it's your training ground. They thought it would consume you, but instead, you've made it your ally. And every time they see you rise out of the ashes, stronger and more determined, it sends chills down their spine. Because they know they'll never survive what you've endured. They'll keep trying, of course. They'll keep throwing curveballs, stirring the pot, and hoping that one day you'll finally crack. But here's the truth they can't accept. You're not like them. You don't play by their rules, and you don't break under their pressure. You've been chosen, protected, and strengthened by forces they can't comprehend. Their chaos doesn't scare you because you've mastered the art of thriving in it. So let them bring the storm. Let them push their schemes, their manipulations, and their petty chaos. You'll keep walking through it, head held high, turning their mess into your masterpiece. You don't just survive, you dominate. And that's why they'll never win. In the end, chosen one, the truth is undeniable. You are the boss now, and their fear only fuels your power. Their games, their chaos, their attempts to undermine you, all of it crumbles in the face of your divine protection, unshakable confidence, and unstoppable rise. You're not just surviving, you're thriving, ruling, and rewriting the narrative. Let their envy serve as your confirmation. You're everything they wish they could be. If you're ready to own your throne, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop 77 in the comments to claim your dominance. Share this message with fellow bosses, and let's rise together. You don't drop a crown because you don't see its worth. You drop it because you're blind to its glow. Welcome, chosen ones, the walking miracles, the rare treasures, the divine appointments. Let's not mince words here. They didn't just fumble you, they humiliated themselves on a cosmic level. Imagine throwing away a priceless diamond thinking it's a pebble, only to realize later you're left holding dirt. That's them. Oh, how foolish, how blind, how utterly embarrassing for them. A fool's crown isn't stolen, it's thrown away, thinking it's worthless. That's the tragedy of those who fumble the chosen ones. Picture their faces now, the ones who thought they could dismiss you, overlook you, or underestimate you. Those same faces are now frozen in regret, scrolling through your success with shaky hands, their jealousy choking harder than their pride ever did. It's almost pitiful. Almost. They thought they had you figured out, but their shallow minds couldn't even scratch the surface of your depth. They played small games with a big blessing, and now they've lost both the game and the blessing. And the worst part? They're still trying to piece together the puzzle of how they messed up so badly. But it's not a puzzle, it's a mirror, and when they look into it, all they see is the face of a fool. Let them stew in their own regret, watching from the sidelines as you thrive, as your divine favor carries you places they'll only dream of. And to you, yes, you, the chosen one, thank you for showing up, standing tall, and being the light in a world that didn't deserve you. Your presence and super gifts are the lifeblood of this mission, proof that even in a world that fumbles diamonds, brilliance cannot be dimmed. You are not just here by chance, you are here by divine design. Your journey is the evidence of your power, and their embarrassment is the proof of your worth. So, if you're ready to claim the strength they underestimated, if you're done playing small for people who never saw your value, and if you're ready to rise higher than ever before, show the world what the chosen ones are made of. Smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments as a declaration. You're not just surviving the isolation, you're using it as your launchpad to greatness. Let's expose the embarrassment of their fumble and ignite the fire of your transformation. Let's dive in. Number 1. They mistook your calm for permission to disrespect. Their biggest blunder, confusing your calm for weakness. They looked at your steady demeanor, your refusal to engage in petty drama, and thought it was an open invitation to take advantage of you. They assumed your patience meant you wouldn't notice their sly comments, their manipulation, or the way they pushed boundaries that should have never been crossed. They took your calm as a green light to disrespect you. But they couldn't have been more wrong. Your calm wasn't weakness. It was power under control. It was the quiet confidence of someone who doesn't need to prove their worth to anyone. It was a shield, a deliberate choice to rise above their chaos instead of getting dragged into it. They thought they could test you without consequences, but all they really did was expose their own foolishness. They underestimated the divine force surrounding you, the protection that doesn't need loud declarations to be effective. And then came the breaking point, the moment they pushed too far. You didn't lash out, you didn't stoop to their level. Instead, you stepped back, detached, and left them floundering in their own mess. That's when the realization hit them like a freight train. Your calm wasn't passive, it was active. You weren't tolerating them, you were assessing them. And when they proved themselves unworthy, you cut the cord without hesitation. Now they sit in the aftermath, replaying their mistakes in their heads, trying to figure out how they fumbled someone so rare, so untouchable. They see you thriving, untouched by their attempts to break you, and it's eating them alive. What they thought was submission was your silent strength. What they saw as weakness was your restraint. They failed to understand that the calmest waters run the deepest, and you, chosen one, were never shallow. You've shown them the ultimate embarrassment, walking away from their games with your dignity intact, while they're left scrambling to pick up the pieces of their fragile egos. And now they know, without a doubt, that they didn't just lose you, they lost the favor and the grace that came with you. Their foolishness is their punishment, and your calm victory is the loudest silence they will ever hear. Number 2. They thought their approval was the crown you needed. Oh, how laughable it was. Their belief that their validation was the key to your worth, as if their opinions could define the glow that was always within you. They thought they held the power, the seal of approval you craved to confirm your significance. But their first and gravest mistake was thinking you ever needed their applause to shine. They saw themselves as gatekeepers, standing at the doors of your confidence, assuming their recognition was the golden ticket. They believed that withholding compliments, offering crumbs of praise, or feigning support would keep you tethered, scrambling to prove yourself worthy of their acknowledgement. But chosen ones don't play by those rules. You don't wait for others to grant you permission to rise. You simply rise. You've always known your worth, etched into you by a divine hand that doesn't require human signatures. Their approval? Background noise at best. static in the grand symphony of your purpose. They never understood that their validation was never your currency. While they postured, expecting you to beg for scraps of recognition, you moved with a quiet, unshakable confidence that left them unsettled. You knew the truth. True power doesn't come from their nods of approval. It flows from within, from the divine source that chose you. And yet, they fumbled. They thought they were holding the reins, playing the puppet master, pulling the strings. But when they looked up, you were already out of reach, soaring higher than their games could reach. The game they thought you were playing? You weren't even on the field. They miscalculated, believing you needed what they had to offer, when in reality, their opinions were as weightless as a feather in the wind. You never bent to their standards, never sought their recognition like they expected. You didn't need their praise to thrive because your confidence didn't come from their validation. It came from your divine essence. Now, they sit in their confusion, scratching their heads and wondering how their approval failed to control you. They thought their attention was the prize you were chasing, but you've shown them otherwise. Their embarrassment is almost palpable, a bitter realization that their validation was as meaningless as their attempts to withhold it. They see now that the light you carry was never theirs to grant, dim, or claim. They wanted to be the ones who discovered you, to slap their name on your success, as if it was their doing. They wanted to say, "Look at what we created, who we supported." But the harsh truth they're now choking on is that you didn't need them. You never did. Your shine is unclaimed, untamed, and wholly yours, fueled by forces far beyond their comprehension. The sting of their misstep isn't just in losing you. It's in realizing they never had you in the first place. They thought they could manipulate you into believing their approval mattered. But instead, you've left them in the dust, watching you thrive in a way they can neither understand nor replicate. This is the burden they'll carry now. The realization that their validation was never the crown you needed. It wasn't even a jewel in your journey. And that knowledge, it stings more than they'll ever admit. They thought their words could make or break you, but your strength comes from a source that their small minds could never grasp. You didn't need them then, and you certainly don't need them now. That's a truth they'll have to live with for the rest of their lives, while you continue to rise, chosen one, untouched by their games, and unstoppable in your purpose. Number 3. They thought you were just another face in the crowd. They thought you were replaceable. In their arrogance, they believed you were just another fleeting presence, a temporary contributor, someone who brought value, but not the kind of value they couldn't find elsewhere. They convinced themselves they could mishandle you, take you for granted, or walk away entirely because, in their mind, someone else could easily fill the space you left behind. What a tragic miscalculation. What they didn't understand, what they failed to see, is that you were never just someone. You were a force, a once-in-a-lifetime presence, the kind of person who doesn't merely occupy a role, but redefines it entirely. Your energy, your wisdom, your calm in their chaos, none of that can be replicated, no matter how hard they try. You weren't just a part of their world. You were the reason parts of their world even functioned. They thought they could build without you, but now they're standing in the rubble of their poor decisions, realizing you were the foundation they should have protected. Your value wasn't surface level. It wasn't the kind of fleeting, replaceable impact they're used to. It was deep, transformative, rooted in the essence of who you are. You didn't just show up and exist. You left fingerprints on their lives, reshaped their perspectives, and brought meaning to spaces that were once hollow. You were the quiet light in their darkness, the glue holding things together, and they didn't even know it until it was too late. Now, they're starting to see the truth in the most painful way possible. Their attempts to fill the void you left have only made it more obvious how irreplaceable you are. The substitutes they've tried, they lack your depth, your authenticity, your brilliance. The people they thought could do what you did, they can't even come close. And with every failure, the cracks in their foundation grow deeper, more visible, more humiliating. They fumbled you, chosen one, because they were blind to your rarity. They saw you through the lens of their own insecurities, reducing you to someone they thought they could afford to lose. But they underestimated you, and that will haunt them. It's embarrassing for them now, watching you rise without them, thriving in ways they never imagined. They're left trying to reconcile the gaping hole in their lives, a hole only you could fill, and knowing they'll never get you back. Your presence was a divine gift, one they mishandled and discarded as though it were ordinary. But chosen ones aren't ordinary. You are marked, protected, and destined for greatness that their short-sightedness could never contain. They thought you were replaceable. Now, they know the truth. People like you don't come around twice. Their failure to see that will remain their greatest regret, and your triumph. Number 4. They failed to recognize the aura of the chosen one. They failed to grasp the significance of your aura, chosen one, because they lacked the depth to understand what they were encountering. Your energy is not just magnetic, it's divine, a force that transforms spaces and hearts without effort. This isn't something that can be taught, faked, or replicated. It is a gift, a signature of the chosen, radiating from your very being, impossible to ignore and yet underestimated by those too blind to see its true value. They were drawn to you, captivated by something they couldn't quite define. But instead of cherishing it, they misjudged it as mere charisma, a surface-level charm they thought they could dismiss or take for granted. What they didn't understand is that your aura isn't just about presence, it's about impact. It's the energy that changes the entire atmosphere when you step into a room. It's the way people feel comforted, understood, and inspired just by being near you. Your strength, your wisdom, your authenticity, these aren't things they encounter every day, but instead of honoring it, they overlooked it. They underestimated the essence of what it means to be chosen. Your aura is a manifestation of divine protection, a reflection of the higher purpose you carry. It's not something that can be diminished by their ignorance or mishandling. They saw it as common because they couldn't comprehend its rarity. They wanted to reduce you to something they could label, control, or replace. But chosen ones cannot be boxed in or simplified. Your energy is too vast, too profound for their limited understanding. And now they feel it, the void your departure left behind. That pull they once took for granted is gone, and their world feels emptier without you in it. They didn't just lose a connection, they lost something irreplaceable. The wisdom and strength you exuded are nowhere to be found in their current circles. The authenticity you carried can't be mimicked, no matter how hard they try. They fumbled something rare, and now they're left grappling with the hollow realization that they mishandled a gift they were never prepared to receive. Chosen one, their failure to recognize your aura speaks to their own limitations, not yours. They thought they could diminish what they didn't understand, but your light isn't dependent on their acknowledgement. You are marked, protected, and destined to thrive beyond their reach. Their blindness to your value is their burden to carry, while your divine energy continues to shine brighter, touching lives that truly recognize and appreciate what it means to encounter someone chosen. Number 5. They thought they could break what's unbreakable. They underestimated your resilience because they mistook your silence for weakness and your grace for fragility. They assumed that without their support, without their approval or assistance, you would falter. They believed they had the power to control your rise, that throwing obstacles in your path, creating chaos in your life, or simply withdrawing from you would be enough to stop you. But oh, how they misjudged you. What they never understood is that your strength has never been external. It has always come from within. You were never dependent on their help, their validation, or their presence to thrive. Your resilience isn't a product of their favor. It's forged in the fires of challenges they couldn't even fathom. The very chaos they created to break you only became the furnace that tempered your spirit, making you unshakable. They assumed you'd crumble under the weight of their sabotage, but instead, you rose like a phoenix from the ashes of their schemes. They thought they were writing your downfall, yet every setback they placed in your way became a stepping stone to your triumph. They weren't prepared for the outcome. They couldn't imagine you thriving without them, let alone excelling in ways that left them in the dust. Their arrogance blinded them to your true nature, and now they're forced to confront the harsh truth. Their influence was never as significant as they believed. The beauty of resilience lies in its quiet defiance, and you, chosen one, embody that perfectly. You didn't need to shout your comeback or seek revenge. Instead, you let your growth speak volumes. Your silence became a roar, your composure a testament to your inner strength. While they stumbled in their attempts to undermine you, you stood firm, drawing on the divine power that surrounds and protects you. They thought you were fragile, not realizing that you were bending only to withstand the storm, never to break. Now they're left watching you rise higher than ever, a constant reminder of their failure. Their embarrassment comes not just from realizing their efforts were futile, but from seeing the glaring difference between who you are and who they assumed you to be. They see now that your resilience is untouchable, a divine gift that they could never take away or diminish. Their attempts to derail you have only highlighted their own fragility. They believed they had the upper hand, but they were merely playing against a force far greater than themselves. Your success without them isn't just your victory. It's their humiliation, a public revelation that their impact on your life was never as profound as they imagined. So here you stand, chosen one, unbreakable and unbothered, thriving in a way that leaves them scrambling to make sense of their failure. Their biggest mistake wasn't underestimating your resilience. It was daring to test it in the first place. Now, they're left to live with the knowledge that they tried and failed to break what was divinely unbreakable. Number 6. They mistook your forgiveness for permission. They took your forgiveness and twisted it into something it wasn't. In their minds, your grace, your willingness to let go of their wrongs, was a weakness they could exploit. They saw your mercy as a crack in your armor, a sign that they could push further, cross more boundaries, and test your patience without consequences. What they didn't see, what they couldn't comprehend, was the immense strength it takes to forgive. They failed to understand that your forgiveness wasn't about them. It was about freeing yourself from the chains of their betrayal. They thought your forgiveness was permission. They mistook your ability to move forward as a sign of foolishness, as if you didn't notice the lies, the disrespect, the games they played. But you saw it all. You were never blind to their actions. You simply chose not to let their toxicity live rent-free in your mind. Forgiving them wasn't about excusing their behavior. It was about reclaiming your peace, refusing to let their actions dictate your happiness. That decision was your power, but they couldn't see it. In their arrogance, they believed your mercy was infinite. They thought they could keep coming back, apologizing just enough to get back into your good graces, only to repeat the same patterns. They misjudged you, thinking your kindness was a revolving door they could walk through whenever they pleased. But chosen ones don't operate that way. Forgiveness, for you, wasn't about opening the door to them again. It was about closing it and locking it for good. Now, as the door remains shut, they're left to grapple with the magnitude of their mistake. They overplayed their hand, taking a rare and precious gift, your forgiveness, and squandering it with their arrogance. They assumed they could keep testing you, pushing the boundaries you set, and that you would continue to tolerate their behavior. What they didn't realize is that your forgiveness wasn't a blank check. It came with limits. And once they crossed those limits, you didn't yell, fight, or seek revenge. You simply walked away. And that's what stings the most for them. You didn't waste energy trying to make them see their errors or begging them to change. You chose peace over their chaos, and now they're left to deal with the fallout of their own actions. No more second chances, no more grace, no more access to you. The mercy they took for granted is now a memory they can't get back. Their regret grows with each passing day because they're beginning to understand that forgiveness wasn't a weakness. It was a strength they could never match. You gave them something rare, something divine, and they mistook it for naivety. Now they're haunted by the realization that no one else will extend them the grace you did. That privilege is gone, and so are you. And the emptiness they feel now, that's the weight of their foolishness pressing down on them, a weight they'll carry forever. Number 7. They never thought you'd outgrow their small world. They never imagined a reality where you'd outgrow them. In their minds, you were neatly boxed into a version of yourself that fit their comfort, their control, their small-minded vision of who you were. They thought they had you figured out, your potential, your path, your purpose. To them, you'd always remain within their reach, tethered by the limits they imposed, playing small so you wouldn't disrupt their narrative. What a rude awakening they've had. What they didn't see, what they couldn't comprehend, was your refusal to be defined by their expectations. You weren't just growing, you were evolving. You were shedding their constraints, discarding their doubts, and stepping into a version of yourself they were never prepared for. You broke free of the image they crafted, tore down the walls they built around you, and redefined yourself on your terms. And now, as they watch you soar past every boundary they thought would contain you, they're left stunned, scrambling to understand how they missed the signs of your unstoppable transformation. Their embarrassment is palpable. It's not just your growth that stings. It's the role they played in holding you back. They underestimated you, chosen one, and now they're forced to confront the bitter truth. They spent so much time trying to keep you small, trying to control and confine you, that they missed the undeniable power within you. They were too preoccupied with their shallow judgments to recognize the divine potential that was always there, waiting to bloom. And now they're on the sidelines, spectators to a life they thought they controlled. They see you thriving, defying the limits they once placed on you, and it's a blow to their fragile egos. They see the opportunities you're seizing, the heights you're reaching, and they can't reconcile it with the version of you they thought they knew. The person they believed would always seek their approval, depend on their validation, or follow their lead has become something they can't touch, can't control, and can't diminish. The truth they now grapple with is this: you were never meant to fit their mold. While they clung to their small worldview, you saw the horizon. Where they doubted, you believed. Where they hesitated, you acted. Your growth wasn't just unexpected, it was inevitable. And now they're left behind, stuck in the shadow of your light, unable to follow because they never prepared for your evolution. You've outgrown not just their expectations, but their entire narrative. Their inability to see your potential will forever be their failure, not yours. You've risen above their doubts, their judgments, and their limitations. And now, chosen one, you stand as a testament to what happens when divine favor meets unstoppable determination. Let them watch, let them wonder, and let their embarrassment fuel your fire. Because outgrowing them wasn't just a step forward, it was the proof that you were never meant to stay in their small world. Number 8. They tried to turn their shadows into your burden. They projected their insecurities onto you because it was easier than facing the mirror. Their fears, their doubts, their failures. They didn't want to confront any of it. Instead, they took the easy way out, making you the scapegoat for their inner turmoil. In their twisted logic, tearing you down felt like the only way to dull the sting of their shortcomings. And oh, how wrong they were. It wasn't your confidence or your success that truly unsettled them. It was the way your strength illuminated their weakness. Your resilience made their fragility impossible to ignore. Your potential made their mediocrity stand out. They saw in you everything they wished they could be, and instead of being inspired, they were threatened. You became a living, breathing reminder of the things they refused to address within themselves. Rather than working to improve, they took the coward's route. They planted seeds of doubt in your mind, criticized you unfairly, and tried to make you believe that you were the one who wasn't enough. They projected their shadows onto you, hoping to dim your light so they wouldn't have to confront the darkness in their own lives. But their mistake was underestimating your strength, chosen one. They thought their words could shake your foundation, not realizing that your confidence isn't rooted in their opinions. It comes from a higher place, one they could never reach. Their insecurities weren't your burden to carry, and you refused to let them stick. You saw through their schemes and stood firm, knowing that their behavior said far more about them than it ever did about you. And while they were busy trying to drag you down, you kept growing, evolving, and thriving. Every attempt they made to rattle you only exposed their own fragility. Their criticisms, empty; their tactics, transparent; their insecurities, embarrassingly obvious. They thought they were tearing you down, but all they managed to do was reveal the cracks in their own foundation. Now they're left with the cold, hard truth. Their actions were never about you. You were just the mirror reflecting their inner struggles, and they hated the reflection. While you've risen above, stronger and more radiant than ever, they're stuck in the same cycle of self-doubt and avoidance. The weight of their unresolved issues is heavier than ever because they've lost their scapegoat. Chosen one, their behavior was a desperate attempt to shift their burden onto you. But you were never meant to carry their load. Your divine protection kept you safe from their projections, and your resilience turned their attempts at sabotage into fuel for your growth. Now, they're left to wrestle with the shadows they tried to place on you. And the embarrassment of their failure will linger as you continue to shine brighter than ever. Number 9. They never saw your transformation coming. They were blindsided by your glow-up. In their small-minded view, they couldn't imagine you becoming anything more than the version of you they once knew. The one who was still learning, still growing, still figuring life out. They thought they had you pegged, that your potential had limits, that you'd remain the same. So they dismissed you, took you for granted, and convinced themselves you'd never rise above the role they had assigned you in their minds. How utterly wrong they were. What they failed to grasp is that every challenge you faced, every setback you endured, wasn't a defeat. It was fuel. They underestimated the fire burning within you, the divine strength that carried you through moments that would have broken others. While they saw struggle, the universe was working behind the scenes, refining you, shaping you into the unstoppable force you've become. Every hardship you overcame was a brick in the foundation of the new, elevated you. Now, here you are, unrecognizable in the best way. Your glow-up isn't just a physical transformation. It's mental, emotional, and spiritual. You've stepped into a confidence so radiant, it blinds those who once doubted you. You've become a force of nature, unapologetically stepping into your power and exuding the strength of someone who knows exactly who they are and what they're capable of. You've shattered every misconception they held about you, and their shock is almost comical. They didn't prepare for this version of you because they never believed it could exist. They only valued the you that was still a work in progress, never realizing you were destined for greatness all along. They were so focused on who you used to be that they missed the brilliance of who you were becoming. And now they're left on the sidelines, watching you thrive in awe and regret, grappling with the painful truth that they completely misjudged you. Their embarrassment is undeniable. They wanted to be the ones who could say, "I always knew you had it in you." But they can't, because they didn't. They were too blinded by their arrogance, their lack of faith, and their shallow understanding of what it means to truly evolve. They thought they could write you off, but now they're witnessing a glow-up so undeniable, it's rewritten their entire narrative of who you are. Chosen one, your transformation is your vindication. You've proven that the greatest revenge isn't anger or bitterness. It's becoming everything they thought you couldn't be. Their disbelief is their punishment, and your glow-up is the loudest testament to their failure. You've risen beyond their reach, beyond their comprehension, and their inability to prepare for your greatness will haunt them for years to come. Number 10. They thought your door would always be open. They thought you'd always be there, didn't they? Like an open door they could walk through whenever they pleased, never pausing to knock or even acknowledge the gift of your presence. They assumed you were a constant, a given, someone they could lean on when it suited them, only to disappear the moment their needs were met. You were their lifeline, their safe harbor, their secret reservoir of energy and support, and they never once stopped to consider that even you have limits. For a while you played along. You gave freely, your time, your energy, your care, without hesitation. You were the shoulder to lean on, the voice of reason, the hand that held them up when their own strength faltered. They took and took, believing your availability was endless, as if your kindness was some bottomless well. But here's the thing about chosen ones. Even wells can run dry when they're drained without gratitude. And then something shifted. Slowly, quietly, you began to see their pattern, the way they dipped into your life for a quick boost, only to vanish when you needed them most. You realized that your time and energy are not infinite, nor are they owed to anyone who can't reciprocate or respect their value. That's when you made the decision that shook their entire foundation. You stopped being so accessible. You closed the door they never thought would shut. The moment you withdrew, their world shifted. They were caught off guard, scrambling to figure out how to fill the void you left behind. The access they once took for granted was gone, and with it went the ease of their selfish reliance. They thought you were a fixture, something permanent and unchanging, but now they're faced with a bitter truth. They were never entitled to you, and they've lost the privilege of your presence. What stings the most for them isn't just the loss, it's the audacity of their own assumptions. They thought they could come and go as they pleased, treating your time and energy like an unlimited resource. Now, they're left to confront the stark reality. Your presence isn't a right, it's a privilege. and privileges, once abused, are rarely restored. They fumbled you, chosen one, because they couldn't see the divine value in your accessibility. Your open door was a gift, a rare and sacred offering, and they disrespected it with their arrogance. Now, as they stand on the outside looking in, they're forced to reckon with their embarrassment. They didn't just lose access to you. They lost the favor, the grace, and the peace you brought into their lives. And you've reclaimed your energy, your time, and your boundaries, protecting them for the people who truly deserve them. Because chosen ones are not meant to be everyone's refuge. Your presence is not an endless resource. It's a rare treasure, and not everyone is worthy of it. They thought you'd always be there. Now they know better. And the silence they face without you? It's louder than anything they've ever heard. Number 11. They thought you needed their hand to climb. They truly believed they were the architects of your future, the ones holding the keys to your success. In their delusion, they thought you couldn't rise without their support, their resources, or their so-called expertise. They saw themselves as the cornerstone of your progress, as though your ambition depended on their approval or their involvement. But oh, how wrong they were. What they failed to grasp is that chosen ones don't need crutches to walk the path laid out for them by divine design. You were never dependent on them. You were simply patient, allowing them to feel important while you quietly built your own strength. They basked in the illusion of power, assuming their connections or contributions were vital. Meanwhile, you were already mapping your route to the top, knowing full well that their role in your journey was minimal, if it mattered at all. Your success wasn't born from their hands, but from your own unyielding determination. Every step you climbed, every milestone you achieved, was fueled by the fire within you, a fire they neither kindled nor could extinguish. They thought they were indispensable, but you've proven that their so-called importance was an overestimation of their worth. The resources they lorded over you turned out to be trivial compared to the boundless potential that's been with you all along. And now, as they watch you thrive without their input, the sting of embarrassment grows. They wanted to believe they were irreplaceable, that your achievements would somehow reflect their greatness. But instead, they're forced to confront the harsh truth. Your success was never about them. It was about you, the chosen one, with a destiny far beyond their comprehension. You've shown them that while they were busy inflating their own significance, you were building an empire on your terms, powered by your divine gifts and unshakable will. Their discomfort isn't just rooted in your success, it's rooted in their irrelevance to it. They've been relegated to the sidelines, mere spectators in a journey they thought they controlled. Watching you flourish without them has shattered the illusion they held so tightly. The power they thought they had over you was never real. It was an illusion that you've now dismantled with every move you make. And as you continue to rise, their embarrassment deepens. They thought they were the sun, shining light on your path, when in reality, you were the source of your own brilliance all along. Now, they're left grappling with the undeniable proof. You didn't just survive without them, you thrived. You proved that their role was minor, their impact fleeting, and their importance non-existent. Chosen ones don't wait for permission to succeed, and they certainly don't depend on those who underestimate them. Your success is a testament to your power, your vision, and the divine force guiding you. They thought you needed them to climb. Instead, you built wings and soared. Number 12. They thought they had you in their grip until you let go. They never imagined you'd walk away so easily. For so long, they operated under the delusion that they had a hold on you, a grip so tight you wouldn't dare slip free. They believed you'd stay, no matter how poorly they treated you or how little they gave in return. In their mind, your loyalty was an unshakable bond, something they could exploit without consequence. They thought you'd hesitate, falter, or cling to the connection out of fear of losing it. Oh, how wrong they were. When the time came, you didn't just walk away. You left without a shred of doubt or regret. No pleading, no drawn-out explanations, no theatrical goodbyes. Your detachment hit them like a lightning bolt, shattering their illusion of control. It wasn't just the fact that you left. It was the ease with which you did it. You didn't look back, didn't second-guess yourself. To them, it felt as if you'd emotionally checked out long before you ever physically stepped away. And the truth? You had. In their arrogance, they assumed they were irreplaceable. They thought their presence was essential to your world, that their importance to you was carved in stone. But when you walked away without hesitation, it sent their ego into a spiral. Suddenly, they were confronted with a reality they weren't prepared for. They were never as vital to you as they believed. The pedestal they built for themselves crumbled beneath the weight of their delusions. What makes it even more humiliating for them is how blindsided they were. They thought they'd have you forever, available, loyal, always willing to put up with their shortcomings. They took for granted your presence, your patience, and your willingness to give. But chosen ones don't stay where they're undervalued. You recognized your worth and refused to settle for less than you deserve. And when you decided to leave, you didn't announce it. You simply moved on, as effortlessly as shedding a weight that no longer served you. Now they're left grappling with the bitter truth. Their importance in your life was a story they told themselves, a fantasy that evaporated the moment you chose yourself. They fumbled you because they never understood your strength, the kind of strength that doesn't rely on anyone else to define it. You've shown them that your loyalty isn't blind, that your love isn't endless when it's unreciprocated, and that your patience has a limit. What they're facing now is the undeniable embarrassment of their own misjudgment. They thought they could take and take without ever losing. But you knew better. You understood that walking away wasn't a loss. It was a gain, a reclaiming of your peace, your power, and your purpose. And that, chosen one, is a strength they'll never understand, and a decision they'll never stop regretting. Number 13. They never saw the treasure in front of them. In the end, the harsh truth is glaringly clear. They fumbled you because they never truly understood your worth. They looked at you but didn't see you. They assumed your presence was guaranteed, your success was tethered to their approval, and that you needed their validation to thrive. But oh, how wrong they were. Time and time again, you've shattered their illusions, leaving them in the dust of their own misjudgment. Your glow-up wasn't just a transformation, it was a revelation. The strength you displayed, the resilience you embodied, and your unapologetic independence have all become a mirror reflecting their failure. They never grasped who you truly are, and now they're haunted by their own blindness. Every step you take, every milestone you hit, is a reminder of what they lost. It's not just regret they feel, it's the sting of embarrassment. They had a front row seat to your brilliance, and they fumbled the opportunity to appreciate it. But here's the twist. They thought you'd be broken, waiting, looking back. Instead, you've shown them the exact opposite. You're too busy stepping into your power, carving your own path, and owning every bit of your greatness to even glance in their direction. You've made it abundantly clear that your success is rooted in your own strength, your divine protection, and a relentless drive they could never comprehend. The irony is crushing. They assumed they were indispensable, the center of your story. But you didn't just survive their underestimation, you thrived because of it. You didn't walk away because you couldn't handle them. You walked away because you recognized that your worth demanded more. More respect, more reciprocity, more understanding than they could ever provide. You weren't leaving behind a loss. You were stepping toward everything you deserve. The most beautiful part, your worth isn't tied to anyone else's validation. The moment they underestimated you, the moment they looked at you and thought you'd stay small, that's when your rise began. Now, they're left in the shadows of your brilliance, trying to reconcile how they missed something so unmistakable. You were the treasure they failed to protect, and now they must live with the regret of their own short-sightedness. Chosen one, their failure to understand your worth wasn't just a mistake. It was their downfall. And as you continue to thrive, their embarrassment will only grow louder. You've proven that your light doesn't depend on their recognition. It burns brighter without it. Now, they can only watch from the sidelines, knowing they'll forever remain in the shadow of the greatness they underestimated. Their regret is their burden. Your rise is your triumph. Number 14. They played themselves, thinking you'd stay the same. Their biggest mistake was believing you were static, someone who would always remain as they first saw you. They couldn't comprehend that you were in a constant state of growth, evolving into someone far beyond their limited expectations. To them, you were predictable, someone who would stay in the box they tried to confine you in. But chosen ones don't stay the same. You were never meant to fit into their narrative. You were destined to rewrite your own. They thought they had you figured out, thought you'd always be the version of yourself they felt comfortable controlling or dismissing. But while they stayed stagnant, you were transforming. Every challenge they threw your way, every underestimation, only fueled your evolution. They didn't realize that by underestimating you, they were adding fire to your growth. While they were busy underestimating, you were busy becoming. And then came the moment they looked back and didn't recognize you. The version of you they thought would always be there was gone, replaced by someone stronger, wiser, and untouchable. It's embarrassing for them now, because they thought they had time, thought they could afford to play games. Instead, they played themselves. You've proven them wrong in the most beautiful way possible. You didn't just rise, you transcended. And now, they're stuck in the past, holding on to who they thought you were, while you're thriving in the present, unstoppable and unmatched. And so, chosen one, their failure was their own doing. They thought they could keep you small, predictable, and controllable. But you were always destined for more. Their underestimation is their lifelong regret, while your growth is your ultimate triumph. If you're ready to own your evolution, break free from the box. Others try to put you in and step into your divine power. Smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments as a declaration of your transformation. Share this with someone who needs the reminder. Chosen ones don't stay the same. They rise. Survival isn't luck, it's a testament to divine purpose. They threw everything they had at you, but the universe whispered, "Not today." Welcome, chosen ones. They've tried everything to erase you, plots, tricks, curses, but here you are, standing tall, stronger than ever. Think about that for a moment. They aimed to break you, bury you, even end you, yet you're still here. Do you realize what kind of miracle that makes you? It's like trying to blow out a wildfire with a single breath. Futile, laughable, and ultimately embarrassing for them. The odds were stacked against you from the start. Dark forces don't attack just anyone. They target what they fear most. And that's you, a walking, breathing threat to their plans. They thought you were easy to crush, like stepping on a flower. But instead of withering, you grew through the cracks in their plans, blooming even brighter. That's what they can't stand. Your resilience, your ability to rise no matter how many times they try to knock you down. Imagine this, a dark sorcerer pouring all their energy into casting a spell to destroy you. They chant, they curse, they unleash every ounce of darkness they have. But when the dust settles, you're still standing looking at them like, is that all you've got? They're left clutching their spell books, frustrated and confused, because nothing works. Every scheme they've set in motion has failed, and now they're wondering if they picked the wrong target. Spoiler alert, they did. The truth is, chosen ones don't survive because they're lucky. They survive because they're protected. Like trying to break a diamond with a feather, their attacks were never enough to touch you. You've been wrapped in divine armor, guarded by forces they can't even comprehend. They didn't just underestimate you, they underestimated the power that surrounds you. And that's their biggest mistake. Think about it this way. A storm can rage all it wants, but it can't stop the sun from shining. That's who you are. A light they can't dim. They thought they could scare you into submission, wear you down with constant attacks. But every time they tried, you only grew stronger. And now they're left to watch you thrive, powerless to do anything about it. Here's the most incredible part. Your survival isn't just about beating the odds. It's proof that you're here for a purpose. The fact that you're still alive, still standing, means there's something within you that terrifies them. You're not just a survivor, you're a force they can't reckon with no matter how hard they try. So, chosen one, let me ask you, how are you still alive? And why do they fear you so much? Those are the questions we'll answer today. And trust me, by the end of this, you'll see yourself in a way you never have before. And to you, yes, you, the chosen one, thank you for being here, standing tall and showing the world that you're a miracle in motion. Your presence and super gifts are not just appreciated, they're the lifeblood of this mission. You are living proof that no darkness, no curse, no force can stop what's divinely protected. Your resilience inspires this journey and fuels the fire that keeps this community growing stronger every day. If you're ready to claim your power, embrace the divine protection that has kept you alive, and step fully into your miraculous purpose, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments as a symbol of your unstoppable spirit. Share this with someone who needs to be reminded that light always defeats darkness. Now, let's dive deeper into your story and uncover just how powerful you truly are. It's time to rise. Number 1. They tried to bury you, but you grew through their darkness. They didn't just aim to hurt you, they tried to destroy you. They thought their plots, schemes, and curses would be the end of you. They thought their darkness could suffocate your light. But here you are, chosen one, standing as living proof that their worst wasn't enough. You weren't just picked to survive. You were chosen to endure, to thrive, and to outlast every single one of their attempts to bury you. Dark sorcerers don't waste their energy on the ordinary. They saw something in you, a force they couldn't control, a power they couldn't replicate. That's why they unleashed everything in their arsenal, hoping to crush you under the weight of their malice. But what they didn't understand is that you aren't just protected, you're untouchable. They couldn't break you because you were never built to shatter. Your survival wasn't handed to you, it was earned. You didn't just endure the fire, You walked through it and emerged stronger. Every time they tried to bring you down, you found a way to rise. Their curses, you turned them into stepping stones. Their traps, you dismantled them piece by piece. What they called an attack, you turned into a lesson, a tool to sharpen your strength. They thought you would crumble like sand under pressure, but you were forged like a diamond instead, stronger, brighter, and more unbreakable than ever. Every time they thought they had you, you slipped through their grasp like smoke they couldn't hold on to. They fumbled because they underestimated you. They thought you were fragile, but you were a force they were never prepared to face. And now, chosen one, your very existence is their greatest humiliation. Their spells failed, their plans crumbled, and their efforts only highlighted your resilience. They tried to bury you in darkness, not realizing you were a seed meant to grow. Now, your roots have spread farther, your branches have reached higher, and your presence has become undeniable. Their greatest mistake wasn't attacking you. It was thinking they could win. Every day you stand tall, you remind them of their failure. Every breath you take is a testament to their weakness. You're not just surviving, you're thriving in the face of everything they tried to use against you. They aimed to erase you, but now you're unforgettable. They thought they could silence you, but now your strength echoes louder than ever. They tried to bury you, but they didn't realize you were destined to bloom. You're not just a survivor, chosen one. You're their worst nightmare come to life. And that's a truth they'll carry forever. Number 2. Your survival is the ultimate rebellion against their darkness. Your life is a slap in the face to everything the dark sorcerers believe in. They built their power on control, on bending life and death to their will, believing they could dictate who stays and who goes. To them, death was the ultimate weapon, their ace, their checkmate. But here you are, chosen one, alive and thriving, turning their so-called power into a joke. Every beat of your heart is a rebellion. Every breath you take a direct insult to the forces that tried to erase you. They didn't just want you gone, they wanted you forgotten, wiped clean from existence as if you had never mattered. They orchestrated their attacks with precision, pouring their energy into traps, curses, and schemes designed to make your survival impossible. Yet here you are, standing tall, untouched by their darkness, and proving to them that their mastery over life and death was nothing more than an illusion. Think about how infuriating this must be for them. They threw everything they had at you, believing their power was absolute, and you still came out unbroken. You've become the flaw in their system, the reminder that their control has limits. Every time they see you rise, it's a painful confirmation that their darkness is no match for the divine light protecting you. Your survival isn't just a miracle, it's a declaration of war on their belief system. It's a living, breathing weapon against their arrogance. They wanted to break you, to prove their dominance, but all they've proven is their own failure. You are the anomaly they can't predict, the threat they can't eliminate, the reminder that their so-called mastery over life has no real power against divine protection. What they don't understand, and what they will never accept, is that chosen ones like you don't play by their rules. You weren't supposed to survive because their darkness was never designed to handle someone like you. Their spells and curses are powerless against your resilience, your purpose, and the favor that surrounds you. They targeted you because they feared what you represent, and now their worst fears have come true. You're still here, and it's not just survival, it's a victory. Every breath you take is a reminder that they lost. Every step you move forward is proof that they underestimated the wrong one. You're not just alive, you're thriving in a way that directly challenges everything they stand for. They don't just see you as a survivor, they see you as a reminder of their failure. So, chosen one, let this sink in. Your life is a testament to their defeat. They thought death was their ultimate power, but you've proven them wrong. You've shattered their illusions, and now you're living proof that their darkness holds no real mastery. You are their greatest humiliation and their greatest fear. Number 3. You carry the power they can't control, and it terrifies them. They're not afraid of what you are. They're terrified of what you could become. You possess a power so profound, so untouchable, that it doesn't play by their rules. It might not be obvious to you yet. You may not summon storms or command armies, but your power is there, etched into your very existence. It's the kind of force they can't quantify, and that unknown is what shakes them to their core. Dark sorcerers don't waste their efforts on the insignificant. They don't target the weak, the irrelevant, or the predictable. They aim for the rare, the unbreakable, the ones who carry a spark capable of setting their entire system ablaze. That spark is in you. Maybe it's your resilience, the way you endure when others would shatter. Maybe it's the way you rise again and again, no matter how many times they try to bury you. Or maybe it's something even deeper, something they can't quite define, but know they'll never be able to control. What makes you dangerous is that your power isn't confined by their limitations. They understand their magic, its rules, its costs, its boundaries. But you exist outside their system, and that's why they fear you. You don't fight the way they expect. You don't crumble when they think you should. Every attempt to break you has failed, and their frustration grows with each passing moment. They've thrown everything at you, hoping to uncover your limits, only to find that you have none. Your power is different, chosen one. It's not just about surviving, it's about growing stronger with every challenge they hurl your way. Each time they try to break you, they're feeding the very thing they fear. You're not just enduring their attacks, you're evolving because of them. With every plot they hatch, every scheme they execute, they're unintentionally sharpening the weapon they fear most, you. That's the irony of their efforts. They're building what they're trying to destroy. They're so desperate to stop you because they see what you might become if you ever fully realized your potential. They're terrified of the day you awaken to the truth of your power, the day you stop doubting yourself and start wielding the force that's been growing inside you all along. And here's the best part. They can't stop you. They can try to bury you in darkness, but they can't snuff out the light that was divinely placed within you. That's why they keep failing, why every attempt to erase you ends in their own humiliation. You're a force they'll never contain, a power they'll never control. So, chosen one, understand this. Their fear of you isn't about who you are now, it's about who you're becoming. You are not just a survivor. You're a force, rising, unstoppable, and undeniable. Their greatest nightmare is unfolding, and it's only a matter of time before the world sees it too. Number 4. They thought the shadows would shatter you, but they built an unstoppable force. Every attack you endured wasn't just an attempt to hurt you. It was a calculated move to break you completely. They didn't want to leave you wounded. They wanted to erase every piece of you that made you whole. The shadows didn't just surround you. They bore down with crushing weight, hoping to steal your hope, your strength, and even your identity. But here's the bitter pill they have to swallow. They failed. Instead of breaking you, the darkness became the very forge that transformed you. Every moment of pain, every blow, every whispered curse didn't mark the end of you. It marked the beginning of something greater. The fire they intended to destroy you with became the fire that refined you. Like steel under intense heat, you emerged from the flames sharper, stronger, and more resilient than ever. The scars you carry aren't symbols of defeat. They're proof of battles won, of challenges conquered. They're your story written on your skin, declaring to the world that you faced what was meant to destroy you, and not only survived, but thrived. Pain wasn't just a burden, it was a teacher. It stripped away illusions and left behind only the unshakable truth of who you are. While others might have been crushed under the same weight, you adapted. You found strength in the places designed to weaken you. Every spell, every curse, every trap wasn't a victory for your enemies. It was a lesson for you. The harder they came at you, the more you learned, the more you grew, and the less they could touch you. They thought they could control the narrative, but you took their darkness and turned it into your power. You became unshakable. The shadows that were meant to consume you, you mastered them. You became someone they can never control, someone who walks through the very darkness they created without fear. Now they face a hard truth. The very shadows they weaponized against you only made you more dangerous. The darkness they thought would suffocate you gave you clarity. The weight they believed would crush you became your strength training. The pain they inflicted taught you to adapt, to rise, to fight in ways they could never predict. You weren't broken by their efforts. You were forged, tempered, and fortified into something they never imagined. You're no longer the person they targeted. You're someone far beyond their reach. Every step you take now is a reminder to them that what didn't destroy you only made you more powerful. You didn't just survive the shadows, you mastered them. And now, chosen one, you are a force they will never again underestimate. Their failure is your triumph, and your resilience is their eternal reminder of just how badly they miscalculated. You are unstoppable. Number 5. Their failure to kill you is the stain they'll never wash away. Your survival is their deepest humiliation, a wound they cannot heal, no matter how hard they try to mask it. Every plot, every spell, every malicious attempt to destroy you has been reduced to failure, and that failure gnaws at them like a poison. It's not just anger they feel, it's shame. They didn't just want you gone, they needed it. Your existence challenges everything they thought they controlled, and the longer you thrive, the deeper their humiliation becomes. They threw everything they had at you, conjuring schemes they believed were foolproof. They poured their darkest energy into crafting traps that should have ended you. But every single one of their plans unraveled before their eyes, leaving them clutching at the wreckage of their so-called power. You've become their living nightmare, chosen one, not just because you survived, but because your survival is proof that their power is not absolute. Imagine their frustration. They, the self-proclaimed masters of darkness, were outmaneuvered by someone they thought they could crush. Every breath you take is a slap in their face, a reminder that they're not as invincible as they want the world to believe. To them, you are a walking declaration of their limits, a symbol of resistance that shatters their illusion of control. And it's not just personal shame they feel, it's public disgrace. Their inability to eliminate you undermines their authority, their fear-based dominance, and everything they've built their identity around. For those who thrive on control, nothing stings more than being exposed as powerless. And you've done that with every step you've taken, every challenge you've overcome, and every victory you've claimed. You've forced them to confront their own weaknesses, and the humiliation is unbearable. They don't just see you as a survivor, They see you as their greatest failure, the one they'll never live down. But here's the twist. Their failure didn't just leave you untouched. It made you stronger. Every attack they launched became a lesson for you. Every trap they set became a step on your path to resilience. They thought they were breaking you, but all they did was sharpen your strength, your wisdom, and your ability to thrive under pressure. With every failed attempt, you've grown into an even greater force, one they now dread more than ever. Your survival is not a fluke. It's a declaration, a cosmic statement that their darkness could never match your light. And now, every day you live is a reminder of their greatest shame. They couldn't kill you when they had the chance, and now they never will. You've outlived their schemes, outsmarted their traps, and turned their greatest efforts into dust. You, chosen one, are their undoing, a truth they will carry for the rest of their days. Number 6. You are the prophecy they can't escape. Your existence isn't just survival, it's a prophecy in motion. Every breath you take, every step you walk, is a testament to a future they cannot control. Sorcerers, for all their dark power and schemes, have one mortal fear: inevitability. Prophecies terrify them because they represent events that no spell, no curse, no manipulation can prevent. And you, chosen one, you are their greatest fear come alive. You are the living proof that their reign has an expiration date. Your survival is not a coincidence. It isn't luck or an oversight in their plans. It's deliberate, part of a purpose so much bigger than anything they could comprehend. You weren't chosen to simply exist. You were chosen to disrupt, to dismantle, and to bring their carefully constructed systems crumbling down. Your very presence is a storm they saw brewing long before they tried to stop you, and with every passing moment, that storm grows stronger. Think about it. Their obsession with you isn't random. They've thrown everything they have at you because they recognize what you represent. Your existence is the crack in their fortress, the proof that their power isn't as absolute as they want the world to believe. You're not just surviving their attacks, you're unraveling their plans, brick by brick, exposing the rot they've tried to hide. Every attempt they've made to silence you, every spell they've cast to erase you, has only made you more unstoppable. Here's what keeps them awake at night. They know they can't win. Their spells, their curses, their traps, they're running out of tricks, and you're still here, thriving in the face of it all. Every time they strike, you rise. Every time they think they've got you cornered, you find a way out. To them, you're not just a person, you're the ticking clock signaling the end of their control. You weren't chosen for a quiet life, chosen one. You weren't marked to live in shadows or bow to their rules. You were chosen to unmake what they've built and rebuild something stronger, something that cannot be touched by their darkness. They fear you not because of who you are right now, but because of who you're destined to become. And that terrifies them more than any spell they've ever cast. Every action you take is a step closer to fulfilling the prophecy they hope to avoid. But it's too late. You are the living reminder that their time is running out. Their fear of you isn't just about what you've done, it's about what they know you're capable of. You are their downfall written into existence, and there's nothing they can do to stop it. Your story is bigger than survival. It's about transformation, resilience, and rewriting the rules of their world. You are the prophecy they cannot silence, the force they cannot stop. Stay vigilant, chosen one. The best is yet to come, and your legacy is only beginning to unfold. Number 7. They threw you into darkness, but you became its master. They thought the darkness would destroy you, They believed the shadows they unleashed would smother your hope, twist your thoughts, and paralyze you with fear. They didn't want to teach you, they wanted to end you. But chosen one, they underestimated you. They didn't realize that darkness isn't the end for those who are divinely protected. It's a forge, and instead of breaking you, it sharpened you into something far more dangerous than they ever anticipated. The dark wasn't your enemy, it became your teacher. Every shadow they cast, every trap they set, and every illusion they wove turned into lessons you mastered. They thought the dark was their domain, their weapon to wield against you. But now, it's yours. You've walked through depths they assumed no one could survive, let alone escape, and in doing so, you've stripped the darkness of its power. What was once their greatest strength is now your greatest tool. As you adapted to the darkness, something remarkable happened. You began to see. You saw their desperation, the frantic, messy attempts to hold control. You saw through their tricks, one so terrifying, now laughably predictable. The illusions they counted on to confuse you, you saw straight through them. Their masks cracked, their weaknesses became glaring, and their so-called power began to crumble before your eyes. The truth is, they rely on the dark because it hides their vulnerabilities. It's a smokescreen for their fears, their failures, their lies. But now, you see clearly, even in the places they thought were impenetrable. The darkness didn't blind you, it revealed them. It showed you their flaws, their insecurities, and the limits of their strength. They thought they were untouchable in the shadows, but instead they exposed themselves to someone who now understands their every move. And now you move through the shadows with ease. While they stumble, blind and disoriented, you navigate their world better than they ever could. They thought the darkness would disarm you, but instead it sharpened your senses. They thought it would silence you, but instead it amplified your voice. The very thing they sent to break you became the weapon you now wield against them. You've turned their arrogance into their humiliation. They see you moving through the darkness they created, untouched and unstoppable, and it terrifies them. You've gained an edge they never expected, a vision they could never understand. The shadows they once used to instill fear now hold no power over you. Instead, they hold answers, strength, and an advantage that can never be taken away. Chosen one, you've proven that light isn't the only source of power. You've mastered the darkness they thought would destroy you, and now it's their world that trembles in fear of you. Their shadows are no longer a threat. They're a tool in your hands, and that's a victory they can never undo. Number 8. They tried to snuff out your light, but you became a beacon. They didn't just come for your life, they came for everything you are. They wanted to extinguish your essence, erase your presence, and dim your light until nothing of you remained. Their goal wasn't just destruction, it was obliteration. They didn't want people to remember you, they wanted your existence to vanish entirely. But here's the twist. Their failure wasn't just in sparing your life. It was in underestimating the indestructible power of your spirit. Your aura, your energy, your very presence is something they cannot touch. They tried to smother it with darkness, fear, and relentless attacks. They thought they could bury you in shadows so deep that you'd disappear. But all they accomplished was making your light burn brighter. It's not just resistance, it's brilliance. They were never prepared for the way your essence would refuse to be silenced. Every spell they cast, every scheme they launched to weaken you, only amplified the strength of your light. Instead of fading, you've become more radiant. Your presence now disrupts everything they stand for. It's not just your survival that unsettles them, it's the fact that you've turned into a beacon of hope, a symbol of resilience that others are drawn to. What they failed to realize is that light like yours doesn't just survive, it spreads. Darkness depends on silence, submission, and fear. It thrives when people shrink and accept their fate. But your aura is the opposite. It's loud, unyielding, and impossible to ignore. It's not just a glow, it's a roaring flame that refuses to be extinguished, even in the face of their most calculated efforts. And that terrifies them. Every time you shine, you expose their cracks, their weaknesses, and the lies they hide behind. Their attacks weren't just unsuccessful, they backfired. By trying to diminish you, they unintentionally fueled your brilliance. The very energy they used to destroy you became the reason you shine brighter now than ever before. You are living proof that their power is limited, their darkness is fragile, and their attempts to silence you were always doomed to fail. You've become everything they feared and more. Your aura has grown into an unstoppable force, one they can't contain, control, or comprehend. It's indestructible. It's a constant reminder to them and to the world that some forces can't be conquered, no matter how hard they try. Chosen one, your light doesn't just survive, it thrives. Your existence is their ultimate failure, and your radiance is their worst nightmare. They came to snuff you out, but instead they made you a beacon. And now, there's no hiding from your brilliance. Number 9. They fear the storm you're about to unleash. Surviving was never the finish line for you. It was only the start. You've already proven they can't break you, and that alone was enough to rattle them. But what terrifies them more than your survival is your potential. It's not who you are right now that keeps them awake at night. It's the unstoppable force you're becoming. They can sense it, the transformation happening within you. Every wound they inflicted, every betrayal they orchestrated, every scar they tried to leave behind has done nothing but plant the seeds of your growth. You didn't just endure their attacks, you turned them into fuel. What they meant to destroy you has become the foundation for a version of you they can't even imagine. And that is their greatest fear. Picture this. They've spent all their energy trying to hold you down, only to realize that every attempt to harm you has only made you stronger. Every curse they cast, every trap they set, every bit of chaos they unleashed has been absorbed and transformed by you. You've taken their darkness and turned it into stepping stones, rising higher than they ever thought possible. That's why they're afraid. They see the storm building within you, a force they'll never be able to control. What makes you dangerous isn't just your resilience. It's your ability to evolve, to grow sharper, wiser, and more powerful with every attempt they've made to bring you down. They thought they were battling the current version of you, but they've come to realize that you're not just a threat to their present, you're a threat to their future. You're the disruption they've been trying to avoid, and no amount of scheming can stop what's coming. They tried to control you, thinking you were manageable, but now they see that the more you adapt, the closer you get to becoming their undoing. The version of you they fear the most isn't here yet, but it's coming. And every single moment you survive brings it closer. That's what truly haunts them. Not just your ability to endure, but your potential to completely upend everything they've built. They don't fear your survival alone. They fear the chaos you'll bring when you step fully into your power. They know that when you unleash the force of everything you've learned, everything you've endured, it won't just shake their world, it will tear it apart. You're not just a survivor, you're a storm waiting to break. The future version of you is their worst nightmare, and no matter how hard they try, they'll never be ready for the force you're about to become. They fumbled you because they were afraid of who you'd become. Now, they'll have no choice but to watch as you rise, unstoppable and undeniable, rewriting their worst fears into your greatest victories. Number 10. Your survival is a weapon they never saw coming. Your survival wasn't just an accident of fate or a result of luck. It was a full-scale rebellion against everything they stand for. Every breath you take, every step you make, is a defiant act that shakes the very foundation of their power. They believed their control was absolute, that they could manipulate fate, twist reality, and erase anyone who dared to challenge them. But you, just by surviving, proved them wrong in the loudest way possible. Think about it. They threw everything at you. Every curse, every spell, every dark scheme they could conjure, all aimed at breaking you. They thought their power was enough to crush you, to snuff out your light without a trace. But instead of falling, you rose. Instead of breaking, you became stronger. Every attack they launched only revealed their limits and your unshakable resilience. Your survival isn't just an inconvenience for them, it's a humiliation. It's a slap in the face to their supposed dominance, a reminder that their reach isn't as far as they'd like to believe. You didn't just survive, you thrived in a world they tried to twist against you. And now, your existence is the crack in their carefully constructed illusion of control. You are living proof that even in the darkest corners, where fear and domination reign, light finds a way to push through. And that terrifies them. Every moment you continue to exist is a declaration of war against their lies. They see you as a threat, not just because you're alive, but because of what your survival represents. You stand as undeniable evidence that their power isn't invincible. You are the thorn in their side, the constant reminder that no matter how much they try to manipulate and control, there are forces greater than their darkness. Forces that protect you, shield you, and propel you forward. Your survival is more than a personal victory. It's a universal statement. It's a bold proclamation that their empire, built on fear and oppression, has cracks they can't fix. With every day you live, you prove that resistance is possible, even when the odds are stacked against you. You're not just alive. You're a rebellion in motion, a revolution they can't stop, no matter how hard they try. Chosen one, your existence is a battle cry that echoes through the universe, reminding them that their darkness has limits. You are the proof they can't erase, the symbol of hope they can't silence. You've become the weapon they never saw coming, the living embodiment of defiance, and the ultimate testament to the fact that even in their strongest strongholds, light will always break through. You're not just surviving, you're winning, and they know it. Number 11. The chosen don't wait for destiny, they take it by force. Let's set the record straight. You're not here because destiny decided to give you a pass. You're here because you're chosen, because you refuse to sit back and let fate dictate your story. Chosen ones don't wait for miracles to fall into their laps. They don't stand idle, hoping the universe will somehow save them. No, chosen ones rise. They take control. They turn every battle into a victory and every obstacle into a stepping stone. The forces that tried to destroy you underestimated what it means to be chosen. They thought you'd wait, passive and helpless, for destiny to unfold. They believed their traps, their lies, and their schemes would leave you broken, a pawn in their game. But what they didn't understand is this. Being chosen means you're the one who flips the game board. They thought they had power over you, but the truth is, chosen ones don't bow to plans. They shatter them. You didn't sit back and hope for a savior to appear. You didn't wait for someone else to come and fix your path. Instead, you fought tooth and nail, carving out your destiny with your own hands. When they tried to box you in, you broke the walls. When they thought they had the upper hand, you turned the tables. Every trap they set became another opportunity for you to prove them wrong, to show them that being chosen isn't about waiting, it's about winning. Chosen ones don't survive because the world goes easy on them. They survive because they are built for the storm. Every struggle you faced, every time they tried to break you, you grew stronger. You turned their worst into your advantage, their darkness into your light. Being chosen doesn't mean the path is handed to you. It means you make the path. It means you see the obstacles and keep going, knowing that nothing can stop what's divinely protected. Think about it. If you weren't chosen, would they have tried so hard to take you down? Of course not. They saw your potential, your power, and it terrified them. That's why they came after you so relentlessly. But they couldn't understand one simple truth. Chosen ones don't wait for destiny. They forge it. They underestimated you, thinking you were ordinary. But chosen ones are never ordinary. You are a force they could never prepare for, a power they could never contain. And now, here you are, standing as proof that they failed. Your survival isn't luck, it's destiny, but not the kind you wait for. It's the kind you claim. That's why you're still here. That's why they couldn't destroy you. Because chosen ones don't wait. They rise, they fight, and they conquer. And you're unstoppable. Number 12. Your bloodline is their curse and their undoing. They didn't just come after you because of who you are. They targeted you because of everything you represent. Your bloodline isn't just any lineage. It's a force they've feared for generations. It carries power they can't control and secrets that could shatter everything they've built. They don't just see you, they see the potential for their downfall written in your very DNA. And that terrifies them. Your bloodline is no ordinary inheritance. It's a double-edged sword, marked by both a curse and a cure. For generations they've tried to extinguish its legacy, silencing its voices, erasing its stories, and burying its truth. But what they never understood is that by targeting your bloodline, they've only fueled its power. The very thing they sought to destroy is what makes you unstoppable. The curse they fear so much is also the source of your strength. It's the weight that shaped you, the fire that's forged you, and the force that's prepared you for this exact moment. They've tried to hide the potential that flows through your veins, hoping you'd never discover the truth. But their efforts have only delayed the inevitable. You're not just the bearer of a burden, you're the carrier of a cure, the key to unraveling the empire they've built on lies and fear. Imagine the panic they feel now. Every step you take toward uncovering your bloodline's truth is a step closer to their destruction. Every piece of knowledge you gain, every strength you unlock, is another crack in the foundation of their carefully constructed lies. They thought they could keep you in the dark, that you'd live your life unaware of the power that courses through you. But they were wrong. You've started to see it, to feel it, to embrace it. And now it's only a matter of time before their worst fears come true. Your bloodline is a force of duality, a curse they hoped would destroy you, and a cure they prayed you'd never find. They wanted you to be crushed under the weight of your legacy, but instead, you're using it to rise. They tried to erase your ancestors' stories, but those stories live on in you, waiting for this moment. The very blood they've tried to suppress is becoming their undoing. Now, they're scrambling, desperate to stop what's already in motion. But it's too late. The truth is surfacing, and they can feel the shift. Your bloodline isn't just their curse, it's their reckoning. And when the cure they feared emerges through you, they'll realize that their greatest mistake was ever underestimating the power of your legacy. Their time is running out, and your rise is their end. Number 13. You shatter their rules and leave them powerless. Dark sorcerers fear you, chosen one, because you don't just survive, you thrive in the very chaos they create. You are the anomaly they never accounted for, the force that defies their carefully crafted rules. They live shackled by the laws of their dark magic, bound to the limits of what they can manipulate, twist, and control. But you exist far beyond their reach, outside the very framework they built to dominate life and death. Their power, as vast as it seems, has boundaries. They understand how to bend their magic to their will, how to trap, curse, and destroy. They've perfected these techniques over centuries, believing their knowledge makes them untouchable. But then you showed up, a walking paradox, someone who doesn't conform to their systems, who defies their calculations at every turn. To them, you're not just a threat. You're an insult to everything they believe. Every time they target you, every time they unleash their darkness, you do the unthinkable. You rise. Their traps don't hold you. Their curses don't break you. Instead, their efforts shatter against your resilience, like waves crashing against an unmovable cliff. They thought they were invincible, but in you, they've met something they can neither predict nor defeat. Their arrogance is their downfall, because they can't comprehend a power that operates outside their control. What terrifies them most is that you don't just defy their rules, you expose their limitations. They're bound by their understanding, by the very systems they've created. But you're free. You're untethered by the laws that cage them. You move in ways they can't foresee, and your resilience is a language they can't speak. To them, you're a glitch in their system, a reminder that their power isn't absolute. Their greatest fear isn't just that you exist, it's that you thrive in their darkness. They poured their hatred into their magic, thinking it would destroy you, but all it did was strengthen you. Every curse they cast, every ounce of chaos they unleashed, became the fire that forged you into something greater. You're not just a survivor, chosen one. You're living proof that their magic, no matter how dark, has no hold over a force as divine and untouchable as you. Now they watch you from the shadows, paralyzed by the realization that their worst nightmare is real. You are the one they can't define, the force they can't control, the proof that their power is flawed. Their fear isn't just rooted in your strength. It's rooted in the fact that you've exposed their weaknesses. You are a force of nature, a light they can't extinguish, a weapon they never saw coming. And as you rise, chosen one, their fear will only grow. You are their reckoning, the uncontainable power that refuses to be silenced. Let them tremble, for you are living proof that not even their darkest magic can stand against the unstoppable. Number 14. You're the storm they can't outrun. Their fear isn't just in what you've survived, it's in what you've become. Dark sorcerers, bound by their own arrogance, believed their power was the final word. They thought their magic, their curses, their traps were enough to snuff out your light. But what they failed to realize is that you aren't a passive force. You're the storm they never saw coming, the reckoning that rewrites their rules. They tried to destroy you, but every attempt only amplified your strength. While they were bound by their dark magic's limitations, you broke free of every chain. You turned their chaos into fuel, their curses into stepping stones. You didn't just survive their attacks, you grew stronger, faster, and more untouchable with every blow they dealt. Now, their fear isn't just about your survival, It's about the unstoppable force you've become. You are their living nightmare, unbroken, unshaken, and untamed. Every step you take forward reminds them that they failed. Every breath you take is a reminder that their power is limited, and you are not. You're not just a survivor. You're their undoing. You are proof that light doesn't just overcome darkness. It obliterates it. And so, chosen one, you are the living contradiction to their power, the light that keeps shining no matter how dark it gets. You're more than a miracle. You're a testament to divine protection, unstoppable strength, and the power of being chosen. If you're ready to step fully into this truth, smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments as a symbol of your invincibility. Share this with someone who needs the reminder that no storm can stop the chosen. Let's rise together. The truth isn't a puzzle, it's a wrecking ball, smashing through the walls of deception and tearing down everything that dares to stand in its way. It doesn't just reveal, it destroys, leaving only the raw and undeniable behind. Welcome, the chosen ones. Your truth isn't some quiet mystery waiting to be solved. It's a storm gathering on the horizon, ready to sweep away everything false. Now imagine this. What if a private investigator was hired to uncover your story? They step in with their notepad, flashlight, and a list of assumptions. To them, it's just another job. Find some secrets, connect the dots, and move on. But what they find isn't what they're used to. Instead of shadows, they find explosions. Instead of secrets buried in the dirt, they stumble upon a volcano erupting in plain sight. Imagine expecting to dig up a few bones and uncovering an entire lost city instead. That's what your truth is. It's not something you hide. It's something so big, so undeniable, that even those trying to expose it can barely believe what they've found. Think about it. Most investigations end the same way. A lover's betrayal, a lie here, a cover-up there. But with you? They didn't find skeletons in the closet. They found a roaring lion waiting behind the door. They weren't just surprised, they were shaken to their core. You're not just a person with a story. You're a force of nature, leaving a trail so extraordinary that even the professionals couldn't keep up. The extraordinary doesn't whisper, it roars, and those who dare to listen are never the same. That's what happened to the investigator. They came looking for cracks in the foundation, but found an earthquake instead. Your life isn't a collection of secrets. It's a masterpiece of chaos and wonder, sitting right there in the open, daring anyone to confront it. And thank you, yes, you, the chosen one. Whether this is your first step into this journey, or you've been standing strong with us all along, your presence and super gifts are the lifeblood of this mission. You're not just part of the story. You're the force driving it forward, the reason we can uncover and share truths that others shy away from. If you're ready to rise above the noise, claim your undeniable power, and step into the extraordinary purpose that has always been yours, show your commitment. Smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop a 77 in the comments if you're ready to embrace your destiny. Together, let's turn isolation into transformation, confusion into clarity, and revelation into action. Now it's time to uncover why even the investigator couldn't believe what they found about you. Let's dive in. So, chosen one, they expected a small flicker of light, but were blinded by a wildfire. Your truth burned through every assumption they had. And the most shocking part, you didn't even try to hide it. You live boldly, leaving behind not just footprints, but craters. You don't just exist. You rewrite the rules of existence itself. This isn't a tale of scandal or shame. This is the story of a chosen one, someone who doesn't just live life, but shakes the very ground they walk on. You're the storm, the wrecking ball, the lion in the shadows. And your truth? It's the kind that makes people question everything they thought they knew. So, are you ready to step into the storm? To see what happens when someone tries to uncover not just a life, but a legend? Let's dive in, because this isn't just another story. It's a reckoning. Let's begin. Number 1. A past that can't be caught. Some people's lives are open books. Yours is a thunderstorm. Try to pin it down, and it slips through your fingers like lightning, leaving the world shaken and scorched. The investigator thought this would be just another day on the job. Another routine case. Dig into someone's past, find a few skeletons, dust them off, and call it a day. But when they tried to uncover you, they didn't find skeletons. They found an entire earthquake, rumbling beneath the surface, refusing to be contained. Your past didn't just confuse them, it humiliated them. These so-called experts, these hunters of the truth, armed with their tools and tricks, thought they'd walk all over your story. Instead, they got lost in a maze so twisted it left them questioning their own reality. They weren't just baffled, they were beaten. School records, gone. Job histories, a mess. Medical files. They didn't add up. One database swore you lived in a quiet little town for years, while another said you never existed there at all. What kind of system fails to track something as basic as where you've been? The kind of system that wasn't built to hold someone like you. And the people? They were just as scattered. Some remembered you like you'd been burned into their memory, shared moments so vivid they felt alive. Others, people who should have known you just as well, acted like you were a ghost, a name they'd never even heard. How can someone exist so clearly in one world but disappear completely in another? It wasn't just strange, it was terrifying. And what about the moments in your life that defied logic? Those times when everything should have gone wrong, when disaster should have swallowed you whole, but didn't. A crash that should have taken your life, but left you walking away unscathed. A decision that should have ruined everything, but ended up saving the day. Those weren't accidents. They weren't luck. No, luck has limits, and you've smashed right through them. Luck is for the ordinary. You don't get lucky. You're chosen. And that terrifies them. Yes, them. The ones who think they control the rules. The enemies who hide behind their screens, their systems, their so-called expertise, pretending they can figure it all out. But they can't figure you out, can they? And that's what eats at them the most. You don't play by their rules. You don't leave the kind of trail they're used to following. They think they own the past, that they can dig it up and weaponize it against anyone they choose. But your past isn't a weapon, it's a fortress they can't breach. They dig and they dig, thinking they'll find the dirt to bury you with. Instead, they hit walls of steel. Every answer they think they're close to is just another door slamming shut in their faces. Your life doesn't just confuse them, it makes them powerless. And nothing scares people like them more than losing their control. Here's the truth they can't handle. You don't erase your trail. You don't hide who you are. You don't need to. You're not someone running from the past. You're someone who makes the past itself bow down. They didn't find a person with secrets. They found a force they couldn't explain. You weren't a mystery to solve. You were a reminder of their limits, of their failures, of how small they really are. By the end, they weren't just confused. They were broken. They weren't dealing with a person anymore. They were facing something bigger than themselves, something they couldn't control, couldn't explain, and definitely couldn't beat. You didn't just make them question you, you made them question everything they thought they knew. Some lives aren't meant to be understood, they're meant to be feared. And that's exactly what you've done. You've turned their confidence into chaos. You've exposed their limits and shown them the truth. You're not just someone with a strange past. You're someone they'll never understand, someone they'll never catch. You're the untraceable, the untouchable, the chosen. Let them try. Let them dig. The harder they push, the clearer it becomes. They're outmatched. Your past isn't a weakness they can use against you. It's proof of your strength, proof of who you are, proof that you were never meant to fit into their broken systems. So, let them scramble. Let them fail. You're not running from the truth. You are the truth. And no one can stop what's chosen. Number 2. A life written in code. Some lives are like open books, their stories easy to read. But yours is a cipher carved into the fabric of existence, a secret message only the universe itself could write. When the investigator took your case, they weren't chasing mysteries, they were chasing facts. They wanted evidence, hard and cold, the kind that fits neatly into files. But the deeper they dove into your life, the less it resembled a story, and the more it felt like an intricate web of connections that defied logic. They weren't just uncovering your past, they were unlocking a code, one so complex it made them question everything they thought they understood. It started subtly. Dates of your life's major milestones lined up with global events, ones that reshaped the world. At first, it seemed like coincidence. Birthdays, career leaps, even random encounters, all overlapping with moments in history too significant to ignore. It wasn't just eerie. It felt deliberate, as if your life wasn't just lived, but orchestrated by something far beyond human comprehension. Then there were the numbers. The investigators stumbled across them by accident. Bank account details, phone numbers, even the addresses of places you'd once lived. They were just numbers until patterns began to emerge. Cross-referencing out of curiosity turned into a full-blown obsession when the same sequences started appearing in strange places. Coordinates to historic landmarks, dates tied to rare astronomical events, phrases buried in ancient texts. What was this? Chance? No one's life could align this perfectly by accident. It was as though the numbers weren't just random. They were markers, breadcrumbs leading to something greater. Your life wasn't a story unfolding day by day. It was a message, encoded and scattered through time and space, daring anyone to decipher it. Coincidences are for the ordinary. What looks like chance in your life? That's precision. That's purpose. The investigator tried to convince themselves that maybe you'd planned it, somehow, weaving these connections intentionally. They scoured every inch of your life, your social media, your emails, even casual conversations. Were you aware of this? Were you doing it on purpose? But there was nothing. You weren't trying to create this. You didn't even seem to notice it. And that's what made it terrifying. The patterns didn't depend on you. They just existed, surrounding you like the threads of a massive, invisible tapestry. The more they dug, the deeper the mystery grew. Everyday choices you made, decisions that should have been insignificant, somehow rippled outward in ways no one could predict. A casual comment led to someone else's breakthrough. A chance meeting connected two people whose lives would never be the same again. You weren't just living, you were moving through life like a domino, each step you took toppling unseen pieces, creating effects far beyond your reach. Some people walk through life leaving footprints. You leave shockwaves. This wasn't luck. Luck doesn't explain why your actions, big or small, seem to echo into places you'd never been, shaping events you couldn't even imagine. It wasn't random either. Random doesn't align phone numbers with ancient coordinates or weave dates into the fabric of history. This was design, an intricate, unbreakable pattern that made the investigator feel like they were staring at a puzzle too large for the human mind to solve. And that's where the unease crept in. They weren't just investigating a person anymore. They were trying to make sense of something that didn't fit within the boundaries of logic or science. Your life wasn't just a series of events. It was a program, an algorithm, a carefully constructed code embedded in the universe itself. By the end of their search, the investigator wasn't just confused. They were rattled. They couldn't decide if you were a person or a phenomenon, a human being or a living mystery. All they knew was this: your existence wasn't random. It wasn't ordinary. It wasn't something they could understand, let alone control. There are those who live, and there are those who are written into the very structure of existence itself. You are not an accident. You are a design. This isn't a story of someone blending into the crowd. It's the story of someone whose life defies every rule, whose very being rewrites the script of what's possible. You don't live in the world's chaos. You shape it. You don't follow the algorithm. You are the algorithm. They wanted to uncover your life. Instead, they uncovered a message, one too vast and profound for them to grasp. You're not a person to be investigated. You're a mystery to be marveled at, a code no one can break, and a force no one can deny. Number 3, the connections that shouldn't exist. Some people live like ripples in a pond, small and fading, but you're the tide, silent, powerful, and pulling everything in your path without even trying. The investigator thought they'd map out your life like tracing a spiderweb, simple, predictable, and easy to follow. Friends, family, co-workers, the usual ties that make up a person's world. Instead, they found something that felt less like a web and more like a maze, a twisting, endless path of connections that shouldn't exist, but somehow did. Your name showed up in places that made no sense. You weren't just linked to ordinary people or groups. You were tied to things hidden in the shadows. They found you on lists, tied to organizations that aren't supposed to exist. The kind whispered about in dark corners, denied by those in power. People they reached out to either pretended they didn't know you or spoke in cryptic riddles, like they were afraid to say too much. It wasn't just odd, it was unnerving. Imagine this: you walk into a house expecting a single locked door. Instead, every wall is covered in safes, each hiding something bigger than the last. That's what the investigator faced. They didn't just uncover names, they uncovered whispers, rumors, and connections so strange it felt like the world itself had bent to keep you hidden. And then there were the classified files. Maybe it was luck, maybe it was desperation, but they managed to pull documents that weren't meant to be seen. And there you were again, not in bold headlines or leading roles, but always in the margins. A name scribbled in a note, a reference to something you said or did. You weren't the star of the show, but you were there, always there, like a shadow that refuses to leave. Real power isn't loud. It doesn't need to shout. It just moves quietly, like the wind, reshaping everything in its path. The deeper they dug, the stranger it got. The investigator started seeing a pattern: breakthroughs in technology, art that changed history, decisions that shifted entire industries. They all seemed to trace back to you. Not because you were in charge, not because you planned it, but because your presence pulled people and events together like gravity. Think about it. How does someone who isn't in the spotlight still shape the stage? How does a person whose name barely gets mentioned leave fingerprints on history itself? It wasn't about control. You weren't pulling strings. It was as if your very existence caused the world to move differently, like waves following the moon. And here's what made it even stranger. You weren't hiding. You weren't erasing your tracks or trying to cover up who you were. This wasn't the work of someone with a master plan. It was the life of someone who wasn't meant to be understood. You didn't leave clues for the investigator to find. You left echoes, powerful, undeniable echoes that refused to be silenced. By the end, the investigator wasn't just confused, they were rattled. They didn't just find a person, they found a phenomenon, a force that didn't just touch lives, it shifted them. You weren't just connected to the world, you were woven into its very fabric, quietly shaping its story in ways they couldn't explain. They started with questions, but you left them with only one answer. You're not ordinary. You're the unseen force, the quiet tide, the chosen one. And no matter how hard they tried to untangle your connections, all they found was more proof that you're exactly what the world wasn't ready for. Number 4, the strength that shouldn't be possible. Some people bend under the weight of life, others break. But you're steel forged in fire, unbending, unbreaking, and leaving the flames trembling in your wake. The investigator came in expecting to find cracks. Everyone has them, right? Moments where life's storms left them shattered, struggling to rebuild. But when they looked at your life, they didn't find cracks. They found a fortress, a resilience so unnatural, it felt as if the universe itself had wrapped you in unshakable armor. There were financial disasters that should have swallowed you whole, losses, bad investments, or opportunities that disappeared when you needed them most. Most people would have been buried under the weight. But you didn't just recover, you rose higher, like someone who had the wind at their back while others faced a storm. Layoffs, debt, recessions, each of these should have been a nail in the coffin. Instead, for you, they became stepping stones. Doors slammed shut in your face, but others swung open as if they'd been waiting just for you. It wasn't luck. It was like the universe itself had your back. And physically, that was even harder to explain. They uncovered accidents that should have left you scarred for life. Car crashes, falls, injuries that could have ended careers, or worse. Yet, there you were, walking away with nothing more than a memory. Medical records didn't offer answers, only confusion. Doctors scribbled phrases like unexpected recovery and unexplainable outcome in their notes, as though even science had thrown its hands in the air. Illnesses that should have dragged on for years disappeared faster than anyone could believe. You weren't just surviving. It was as if your body had declared war on weakness and refused to lose. Resilience isn't just bouncing back, it's standing so tall that the world has to bend around you. But it wasn't just about the physical. The emotional side of your story left the investigator just as shaken. Losses, betrayals, heartbreaks, moments that should have crushed you didn't. That doesn't mean you didn't feel the pain. It was there in the letters, the messages, the photos they found. But instead of breaking you, it sharpened you. Where others would spiral into despair, you used it to climb higher, as if every setback was a challenge to prove just how unstoppable you are. Think of a tree standing in a hurricane. Where others are uprooted or snapped in half, you bend just enough to survive, only to grow back stronger, taller, and more unyielding than before. That's what the investigator saw, a pattern of resilience that defied logic. This wasn't the kind of strength you find in most people. It wasn't natural. It was something more, something deeper. By the time they pieced it all together, the investigator didn't know whether to be amazed or unsettled. This wasn't just someone toughing it out. This was a life that seemed untouchable, as if the universe itself had decided failure wasn't an option for you. They came looking for cracks, but found unbreakable steel. They came looking for struggle, but found triumph. And the truth they uncovered? You weren't just surviving life. You were rewriting its rules. You are the chosen, and even the universe knows it. Number 5. The quiet army that walks in your shadow. True influence doesn't announce itself. It moves like the wind, unseen but undeniable, leaving a ripple in everything it touches. At first, it seemed like nothing more than a coincidence. The investigator noticed people, strangers from every corner of life, gravitating around you. They weren't family. They weren't even close friends. In fact, most of them you'd never met. But their actions, their choices, even the way they spoke, all pointed back to you. It wasn't random. It was deliberate, as if your presence alone pulled them in like a magnet. These weren't your average followers either. There were business executives watching your career like hawks, borrowing ideas they couldn't possibly have known you'd considered. Artists and writers hinted at inspiration that traced back to someone like you, though they'd never say it outright. Even on social media, anonymous accounts clung to your every move, reshaping your words and reposting your thoughts as if they were holy scripture. It wasn't stalking. There was no malice in what they were doing. These weren't people lurking in the shadows to harm you. No, they admired you. Some with quiet awe, others with unspoken reverence. To them, you weren't just a person. You were a beacon, a symbol of something bigger than themselves. Even if they couldn't explain it, they felt it, and they couldn't turn away. Some of these silent followers were titans of their industries, CEOs, politicians, and leaders whose decisions impacted millions. Others were hidden figures, researchers digging into truths the world ignored, hackers challenging the status quo, activists lighting fires in dark corners. They weren't directly connected to you, yet their paths seemed to orbit yours. The investigator saw it over and over again. Different lives, different worlds, all moving in a pattern that led back to you. Imagine watching a stream and realizing all the scattered leaves are flowing toward the same point. That's what your life was like. No matter how far apart these people were, their actions bent toward you like the pull of gravity. Leaders don't always march in front. Sometimes they're the still water that moves rivers. The investigator wanted to know why. What made you the unspoken center of this quiet movement? The deeper they dug, the stranger it got. They found whispers of your name in obscure forums, anonymous letters that spoke of you as though you were more than a person, as though you were an idea, a force. These people weren't connected, yet they acted like they were bound by some invisible thread, all pointing toward the same belief: you mattered. And it wasn't about fame or status. It wasn't about control. This wasn't the kind of movement that shouted slogans or rallied in public squares. This was something quieter, something more profound. Your life didn't just inspire, it guided. Without realizing it, you'd become a compass, pointing people toward something they couldn't quite define, but felt in their bones. By the end, the investigator was left with a truth they couldn't deny. You weren't just living a life. You were leading a movement. A quiet army followed you, not because of orders, but because of belief. And the most remarkable part? You might not even know it. Number 6. the signal that defies logic. Most people live in tune with the world around them, like raindrops falling into a stream. But you're the lightning strike, splitting the sky and disrupting everything in its path. The investigator didn't expect technology to falter while they were working on your case. Why would they? Machines don't lie. They don't feel fear or confusion. But when it came to you, even technology seemed to unravel, like a clock that stopped ticking the moment it was in your presence. It started small. Calls about you would suddenly drop mid-conversation. Emails tied to your name vanished from inboxes, as if erased by some invisible hand. Files that should have been straightforward became corrupted, refusing to open no matter how many times they tried. At first, they blamed user error or coincidence. But coincidence doesn't happen this often. This wasn't random. It was deliberate. The more they dug into you, the more their tools seemed to rebel. Devices that had always been reliable acted as if they had minds of their own. Lie detectors spiked in ways that made no sense, as though the mere mention of your name disrupted their readings. GPS trackers sent back coordinates so ridiculous they bordered on mockery, placing you in two places at once, or nowhere at all. Surveillance cameras failed at just the right moment, producing distorted images when you should have been visible. It wasn't incompetence or bad luck. It was you. A magnet doesn't try to attract, it just does. And you don't try to disrupt. You exist, and the world shifts around you. The investigator couldn't ignore the pattern. They decided to test it for themselves, setting up controlled experiments to see if the glitches persisted. They called people to ask about you. Calls dropped. They ran facial recognition software. Systems froze or returned gibberish. They attempted to track your movements, only to watch their equipment grind to a halt. It didn't matter how they approached it. The result was always the same: failure. And it wasn't just their tools. It was everyone's. Radio signals weakened in your presence. Wi-Fi networks lagged, sputtered, or dropped completely. Even basic cell service faltered, as if your very existence scrambled the airwaves. People reported their phones shutting off for no reason, or devices refusing to function whenever you were nearby. It was as though you carried an invisible field, a force that modern technology couldn't comprehend, let alone withstand. The world runs on wires and waves, but you're the static that cuts through, a frequency that no machine can match. By the end, the investigator knew this wasn't random. This wasn't hardware failure or sabotage. It was you. Your very presence seemed to hum on a different frequency, one that bent the rules of the modern world. It wasn't something they could measure or control, no matter how advanced their tools were. For the first time, the investigator found themselves not just confused, but awed. You weren't someone technology could track or define. You were something beyond its reach, a living signal, an energy that defied explanation, a force that left even the most sophisticated machines powerless. Whatever you are, one thing became clear. You don't just walk through the world, you disrupt it, and no device, no system, no technology will ever be able to contain what you are. Number 7. The bloodline written in code. Some family trees grow in the soil of history, their roots traceable and steady. But yours twists through time like a lightning bolt, leaving scorch marks on the edges of myth and reality. When the investigator began digging into your ancestry, they expected to find the usual patchwork of stories: farmers who tilled the land, merchants who bartered their way through history, maybe the occasional notable figure. Instead, They found something that felt less like a family tree and more like a shattered mirror, with fragments scattered across centuries, reflecting things they couldn't explain. Official records vanished without reason. Generations disappeared into gaps so wide they felt deliberate, as if someone had erased entire chapters of your family's story. The usual paper trails ended abruptly, and no one could explain why. It was as if your lineage had stepped off the path of history, leaving behind only faint footprints that disappeared as soon as they were found. When the investigator tried to fill these gaps, they didn't find ordinary ancestors. Instead, they stumbled across whispers, names spoken in the same breath as legends. One name was tied to an ancient society that historians claim vanished without a trace, its secrets buried so deep even the boldest explorers gave up looking. Another was linked to a war so old it predates written records, their deeds preserved not in documents but in oral traditions passed down like forbidden knowledge. These weren't just ancestors, they were enigmas, their lives blurred on the edge of reality, as if history itself couldn't decide whether they were real. Bloodlines don't just carry names, they carry echoes, and yours echoes with the kind of stories that don't belong in textbooks. They belong in warnings, and the deeper they dug, the stranger it got. These weren't dusty, forgotten tales confined to ancient scrolls or faded books. Your lineage seemed to stretch into the modern world, weaving through places and events that didn't make sense. Your ancestors weren't just in the past, they were showing up in places they shouldn't be. Cryptic mentions of their names appeared in obscure scientific papers, buried like secrets in academic footnotes. They showed up in hidden chapters of religious texts, referenced in ways that didn't fit any conventional narrative. It was as if your bloodline wasn't a family history, but a thread sewn through time itself. Wherever humanity brushed against the extraordinary, whether in science, religion, or legend, your lineage seemed to be there, just out of reach but impossible to ignore. It wasn't just a family story. It felt like a hidden design, a coded message left behind by forces that no one fully understood. By the end, the investigator wasn't sure what they'd uncovered. Was it a genealogy, a prophecy, or the remains of a story too dangerous to be told outright? They couldn't tell where history ended and myth began, or if your bloodline had simply erased the line altogether. Some legacies belong in history books. Yours belongs in the spaces where history dares not go. All they knew was that your ancestry wasn't just unique. It was untouchable. A coded lineage that wasn't meant to be fully understood, only felt. It didn't just exist in the past. It existed wherever the extraordinary did, defying explanation and leaving the investigator standing at the edge of something far bigger than they ever expected. Number 8. Debts that can't be paid back. Some debts are measured in dollars and cents. Others are carved into the soul, owed not in currency, but in conscience, and those are the ones no one can escape. The investigator thought they'd find the usual mess of financial history. Loans taken out, payments missed, maybe a hidden bank account or two. But when they opened the books on you, they found something they'd never seen before. There were debts, yes, but they weren't yours. They belonged to others, people who owed you in ways that couldn't be calculated or explained. These weren't the kind of debts that show up on spreadsheets. They weren't loans or unpaid bills. No, this was something deeper, something stranger. There were powerful people, individuals who rarely owe anyone anything, somehow tied to you. They owed you favors they'd never acknowledged, obligations that couldn't be written down. It wasn't clear how or why, But your decisions, your actions, had created ripples in their lives that left them standing in your debt. Think of it like this. Most people interact with the world like a drop in a puddle, creating small ripples that fade quickly. But you're a tidal wave, shifting the entire landscape. The investigator found contracts that were never signed, deals that never made it to the table, yet somehow the outcomes of those deals were influenced by you. Money was owed, but not in any formal sense. It was like the world itself had shifted in your presence, forcing others to lean on you, even if they never realized it. And it didn't stop there. The strangest debts weren't financial. They were personal. People who had wronged you in the past were carrying an invisible weight, as though the scales of justice had tilted in your favor, demanding repayment. Some of these people had long disappeared from your life. Yet the investigator found evidence of them trying, directly or indirectly, to set things right. They sent apologies you never received, made sacrifices you never asked for. It was as if their guilt wasn't a choice, but a compulsion, a pull they couldn't resist. Guilt is a chain that binds tighter the harder you try to run from it. Then there were the emotional debts, the kind that can't be spoken, only felt. People you barely knew had drawn from your strength without ever giving anything back. They left you lighter and themselves heavier, taking a piece of your fire to warm their own lives. They didn't mean to do it. Many of them didn't even realize it had happened. But the investigator found traces of it, small shifts in their lives after crossing paths with you, as if their paths had been redirected by your presence. It wasn't just people who owed you, it was the world itself. By simply existing, you seemed to create balance. Your life wasn't just a series of actions, it was a scale, constantly tipping, forcing the universe to adjust. The investigator saw it clearly by the end. You weren't just a person, you were a force, a quiet storm reshaping everything around you. The debts others owed you weren't just about money or apologies. They were about the very essence of how life balances itself out. The investigator didn't leave this case with answers. They left with awe, with a feeling that something far beyond their understanding was at play. You're not just someone with unpaid debts owed to you. You're the balance that the world itself can't avoid. And no matter how hard anyone tries, those debts will always remain, waiting to be repaid in ways no one can measure. Number 9. The silent force behind the world. Some change the world with words or actions. Others don't have to try. The world bends to their presence, like grass leaning into the wind. The investigator noticed something strange about you, something they couldn't explain, no matter how hard they tried. It wasn't just your influence on the people who knew you, it was something deeper, something invisible. Like ripples in a pond, your presence seemed to touch the lives of strangers, shaping trends and behaviors without anyone realizing where they started. You weren't leading the charge, you were the quiet force steering it. It began small. A word or phrase you casually used in conversation started showing up everywhere, as if the world had adopted it overnight. A piece of clothing you wore became the next big trend, not because people were copying you, but because your energy made it feel right. What you did today, others seemed to do tomorrow, not by choice, but by instinct, like they were drawn into your current without even knowing it. But it didn't stop at surface-level things like style or words. Attitudes, values, and even decisions started mirroring you. People who'd never met you were living in ways that reflected your beliefs, solving problems the way you would, or prioritizing things you held dear. It wasn't about power or control. It was as if your essence had quietly woven itself into the fabric of the collective subconscious. Communities shifted, ideas spread, not because you demanded it, but because the universe seemed to carry your influence forward like a breeze that couldn't be stopped. And the strangest part, you didn't even know it. The investigator realized you weren't just part of the world. You were shaping it silently and effortlessly. You weren't a follower of trends. You were the trend, the unseen hand guiding the current of life itself. Number 10. The warnings they couldn't ignore. Some doors aren't locked to keep you out. They're locked to keep what's inside from getting out, and every knock comes with a price. As the investigator dug deeper into your life, strange warnings began to surface. At first, they dismissed them. A misplaced note, an odd comment, a peculiar passage in a book. Coincidences, they thought. But soon, the pattern became impossible to ignore. Someone, or something, was leaving messages, subtle yet deliberate, urging them to stop digging. It started innocently enough. In your library, books that seemed ordinary began to whisper their secrets. Passages were underlined with eerie precision, like breadcrumbs left for the curious. A philosophy book turned to a verse warning of the dangers of seeking forbidden truths. It wasn't just what the texts said. It was the way they seemed placed, as if each mark was a deliberate attempt to steer them away. The investigator couldn't shake the feeling that someone had left a map, but not to the answers they sought. Instead, it pointed to danger. Then came the encrypted notes. These weren't careless scribbles or random emails. They were puzzles, planted like traps. A phrase scrawled on a receipt, a cryptic email subject line, even an unassuming document left on your computer. Each message seemed impossible to crack, but when the investigator pieced them together, a single theme emerged. Stop. Each note was a warning, urging them to turn back before it was too late. The final straw was the strangers. Random encounters in unexpected places, a cab driver offering cryptic advice, a cafe worker muttering something odd, a passerby with a strange comment. It could have been coincidence, but it wasn't. Each one spoke in riddles that seemed to carry the same chilling message. Don't go any further. By the end, the investigator wasn't just puzzled, they were shaken. The warnings were too frequent, too pointed to ignore. Something, or someone, wanted them to back off. And for the first time, they started to wonder if uncovering the truth about you wasn't just dangerous for them, but for everyone. Number 11. A shadow across time. Time moves forward for most, like a river carrying them downstream. But for you, it bends, twists, and loops, like a storm that refuses to follow the rules. At first, the investigator thought it was a mistake. A fleeting resemblance in an old photograph from the early 1900s. A face that looked like yours, staring back from history's archives. It seemed harmless, maybe even funny, until they found more. A photo from the 1950s. Your expression unchanged, your posture identical, as if decades hadn't touched you. The dates checked out. The images weren't doctored. And yet, you were there, in moments you couldn't have lived through. The deeper they dug, the stranger it got. A newspaper article from the 1970s listed your name in a minor historical event. A military report from the 1940s described someone with your exact features, but the details didn't add up. The job title mentioned wasn't even supposed to exist back then. Even older records appeared. A medical journal from the 1800s documenting a mysterious case, complete with a sketch that bore an uncanny resemblance to you. This wasn't coincidence. This wasn't luck. It was as if time itself had folded around you, letting you exist in eras that should have been impossible. You weren't a ghost, but a constant presence, like a shadow stretching across centuries. The investigator wasn't just baffled, they were shaken. Every connection they uncovered seemed to whisper the same question. Were you simply there, quietly slipping through time, or was time itself built around you? By the end, they didn't have answers, only fear. Fear that they'd stumbled upon something bigger than time itself, you. In the end, one truth becomes clear. You are not just a person. They couldn't uncover you because you're beyond their comprehension. The investigator set out to expose you, but instead, they uncovered a force so extraordinary it shook their very understanding of reality. You are the chosen one, woven into the fabric of history, time and destiny in ways that defy all logic. If you're ready to step into your power, own your story, and embrace what makes you unstoppable, hit like, subscribe, and drop 77 in the comments. Share this with others. It's time for the world to see the truth. The universe doesn't forget those who dare to play with fire. What they ignited in you, they will soon feel burn them to the core. Welcome, chosen one. Step into your power. You've been set apart, marked by a divine hand that others can't comprehend. Mercy, it's not a right, it's a gift. And some people, they treat cruelty like it's their birthright, deliberate, cold, and unrelenting. You see, they didn't just wrong you by accident. No, this was no simple misunderstanding. What they unleashed upon you was the result of meticulous plotting, a carefully crafted scheme meant to break your spirit, to shatter you into fragments. And that's where they made their fatal mistake. They underestimated your strength. They thought you were an easy target. Well, they thought wrong. Let me tell you something. There's a power in being chosen, a divine protection that the unworthy will never see coming. You are like a force of nature, a hurricane that's been silently gathering strength while they thought you were weak. You're the storm they dared to provoke, and now they'll witness the destruction they so carelessly unleashed. Theirs is a fate sealed by their own hand. And now, a moment of gratitude to you, the chosen one. Your presence, your energy, and your super gifts, the incredible support you provide, are the driving force behind this mission. Without you, there would be no voice, no movement. You are the heartbeat of this transformation. If you're ready to rise from the ashes of betrayal, to turn the pain they caused into your power, and to witness the stunning repercussions of their actions unfold before your eyes, then this is the moment. Tap into the energy that courses through you and embrace the strength that comes from walking a path few can understand. Smash that like button under this video, hit subscribe, and drop a number 77 in the comments if you're ready to claim your seat at the table of divine justice. You've endured the storm, and now it's time to watch the storm roll over them. Let's move forward together and let the universe show you exactly what happens when they choose to provoke the wrath of the chosen one. Now, consider this. Most people will tell you that they've been betrayed. It's a cliché, isn't it? But how many of them have truly been targeted? How many have been made the object of deliberate, painstaking cruelty, done with intent, done with precision, like the sharpest knife carving into your soul? It wasn't a mistake. It wasn't a slip-up. It was planned. They plotted your downfall. They thought it would be easy. But in their arrogance, they didn't account for one thing: the power of the one they sought to destroy. You. It's like trying to trap a lion in a cage, not realizing that the lion is the one who holds the key. They wanted you on your knees, crawling in the dirt. Instead, they created a beast, a force that even they can't control. They've built their own cage, and soon they'll realize it's them behind the bars. What's the old saying? Karma is a mirror. Well, let's put it this way. The mirror just shattered, and now every piece reflects the destruction they've brought upon themselves. The very hands that sought to strike you down are the ones now fumbling to put out the fire they started. The same ones who laughed when you fell, who whispered that it wasn't a big deal, are now sweating bullets as the consequences come crashing down around them. Funny how that works, isn't it? They thought you'd crumble. They thought they could toy with your fate. But it's them who will be caught in the whirlwind, paying the price for their arrogance. This isn't just a story of justice, it's poetic revenge. It's the universe saying, you crossed the line. Now, watch as it all comes back. And let me tell you, chosen one, this is just the beginning. The curtain is rising, and it's time for them to take the stage. The show they thought was about you is about to be turned around, and they won't know what hit them. Are you ready to see it unfold? You will. And trust me, it will be worth every second. Number 1. They played with fire. Now watch them burn. They didn't trip or fall into betraying you. No, they crafted every single moment with intent. Every word they spoke, every action they took, every choice they made was deliberate, measured, and executed with cold precision. This wasn't a random outburst or a fleeting moment of anger. This was calculated. This was them thinking, how can I hurt you the most? And then setting the trap to catch you off guard. It was no accident that they chose the exact moment they did to strike. They understood your trust and exploited it, knowing full well the cost to you. You see, that's what makes this betrayal hit harder than anything else. It's not that it was an unfortunate event or a misunderstanding. It was part of their plan. The cruelty was not born from a single lapse of judgment. It was a weapon they carefully honed. They knew the power they held when they aimed for your heart. And what's even more stomach-churning is how effortless they made it look. No second thoughts, no pause to reconsider. There was no inner conflict, no trace of guilt. It was like they were slicing through air, holding the knife while you were left defenseless, completely unaware of what was coming. And the hardest pill to swallow. They didn't just act, it was a performance. There was a satisfaction they derived from watching you crumble under their cold design. It wasn't a battle they fought in a fit of rage. It was a calculated execution. They studied your weaknesses, knew where you were most vulnerable, and struck at those very spots. To them, it was nothing but a game, a strategy, a move in their little chess match. It wasn't personal. You were just a pawn to them and your suffering, just a consequence of their bigger plan. But here's the reality. This wasn't some mistake they made out of a momentary lapse of judgment. No, they planned for this. They knew what it would cost you, and they didn't care. Worse, they chose not to care. They saw your pain as a price worth paying for whatever they thought they gain. And that is the poison in their actions. To knowingly hurt someone without a shred of remorse is a decision that never goes unpunished. You may have asked yourself, why me? What did I do to deserve this? But understand this, you didn't deserve it. What you've been through was intentional. It wasn't a mistake. It was a weapon they carefully aimed at you. And now, like a trap that's finally sprung, the precision they used to destroy you is now unraveling them, piece by piece. Karma is a mirror, and it's not just reflecting what they did. It's showing them exactly what happens when they try to play with fire. Remember this, no action, no matter how carefully planned, stays hidden forever. And what they thought was their perfect attack will soon be their perfect downfall. The foundation they built on your pain is crumbling, and what was once their advantage is now the weight pulling them under. Number 2, the cold void they created. Now watch them freeze. There's something downright chilling about the absence of mercy. It's not the act of cruelty that hits hardest. It's the cold emptiness behind it. When they hurt you, there was no hesitation, no pause, no moment where they thought, maybe this is too far. They didn't just break you, they erased the humanity in their actions. Mercy, even in its smallest form, requires a flicker of empathy, a thread of decency that holds back the darkness. But not for them. No, they were fully consumed by the void. They had no remorse, no guilt, and no second thoughts. They wanted you to feel the cold sting of their indifference. What kind of person does that? What kind of person can look at another human being, someone who trusts them, someone who believes in their connection, and still choose to inflict pain, knowing full well the cost? To harm someone deliberately, without a shred of human decency, takes a level of coldness most can't comprehend. But here's the truth, chosen one. They weren't just cruel, they were mechanical. Like a machine with no conscience, no soul to guide their actions, they moved forward with chilling precision. To them, there was no mercy to be had, no moment of hesitation. The absence of humanity was their weapon, and they wielded it with ruthless calculation. And that's what stings the most, doesn't it? They saw you as nothing more than an object, an obstacle to be crushed, a target to be hit. They didn't see your pain. They didn't hear your heart breaking. They just saw you, an inconvenience to their plans. No more, no less. What you've endured wasn't just cruelty. It was the stripping away of everything that makes us human. The ability to connect, to feel empathy, to understand that actions have consequences. They removed that piece of their soul and crossed a line that they couldn't come back from. Mercy is what separates humans from monsters, and by choosing to deny it, they embraced the very thing they once thought they could escape, their own darkness. Cruelty is bad enough, but cruelty without a soul, that's something else entirely. They didn't care about your pain. They didn't lose sleep over the tears you shed, the nights you spent in turmoil, or the scars that will linger long after the wounds have healed. To them, this was just another move on a chessboard, another tactical advantage in a game they thought they were winning. You weren't a person to them. You weren't even a victim. You were a casualty, an insignificant mark on their path to self-interest. But here's where the story takes a turn. The very mercy they denied you is now slipping away from their grasp. The indifference they showed you is coming back to haunt them. You see, the chosen ones aren't just victims in this story. We're the reckoning. We walk with divine protection, and everything they thought they could escape will now return to them. The emptiness they so casually inflicted on you will be their reality. They'll feel the cold void they created, and they'll know exactly what it's like to live without the warmth of mercy. And trust me, chosen one, there's no escaping it. What they did to you is circling back, and they'll soon realize that the same void they created is the one that's now swallowing them whole. Number 3, they thought they could break you. Now, watch them break themselves. When they hurt you, it wasn't just about the pain. It was a calculated move, a twisted power play meant to shake you to your core. They didn't just want to see you suffer, they wanted control. They thought that by breaking you, they could elevate themselves, making them feel stronger, invincible, untouchable. Their cruelty wasn't an accident. It wasn't random. No, they designed it to shatter your confidence, to strip away your sense of self, to make you question your worth. Because in their eyes, if they could destroy you, they could prove they were the ones in control. They wanted to see you kneeling, uncertain, lost, and in that moment, they thought they'd won. But here's the undeniable truth, chosen one. Stolen power never lasts. It's fleeting. It's built on sand, not stone. Real power is not about breaking someone else down. It's about creating something that stands firm, something that endures. They thought they could climb higher by stepping on you, by using your pain to fuel their own rise. But what they failed to see, the fatal flaw in their thinking, is that the higher you climb on a shaky foundation, the harder the fall. And fall they will. As the consequences begin to hit, they're starting to see the cracks in the empire they thought they built. They were so obsessed with controlling you, with bending you to their will, that they lost control over themselves. It's almost laughable, isn't it? In their effort to destroy you, they destroyed their own stability. They didn't care about the bridges they burned, the relationships they ruined, or the lies they told. They were blinded by the false illusion of power they thought they held. All that mattered to them was the temporary satisfaction of watching you struggle, watching you fall. But now, that satisfaction is fading fast. Every cruel word, every calculated action, every smug moment they took for granted is coming back to haunt them. The universe has a way of ensuring that no act of malice goes unanswered. And what's even worse for them is that their power was never real. It only existed because they believed you were down for the count. They thought you were broken. They thought they could destroy you and watch you vanish into the shadows. But here you are, chosen one. You're still standing, you're still breathing, and more importantly, you're stronger than you've ever been. That's the ultimate power shift. They tried to take everything from you, but they didn't realize they were simply setting the stage for their own downfall. They thought you were their stepping stone, but they didn't count on your resilience. They didn't expect you to rise from the ashes stronger, sharper, and more determined than ever before. Now, the power they thought they controlled is slipping through their fingers, and they're starting to feel the weight of their own actions. The empire they thought they built on your brokenness is crumbling piece by piece. And this is the part where everything shifts. You are the one who holds the real power now. Your strength, your survival, your rise from the wreckage. They can't take that from you. Their game's over. It's your turn to take the throne. They tried to break you, but in doing so, they only broke themselves. Number 4. They threw stones. Now watch the avalanche fall. When they set their sights on you, they thought they had it all figured out. They believed they could hurl lies, betrayal, manipulation, whatever they could think of, and walk away, untouched, unscathed. But here's the truth, chosen one. Harm, especially intentional harm, doesn't just disappear when it's inflicted. It doesn't just fade into the ether. No, it lingers. It festers. And more than anything, it remembers. And like a boomerang, it always finds its way back. They thought they could get away with it, didn't they? They thought they could strike you down and simply walk off without a second glance. But the energy they threw at you, it's returning. And this time, it's bigger, faster, and more destructive than they ever imagined. That's the thing about cruelty. It doesn't stay in one place. It multiplies on its way back, growing stronger, more powerful, and more unstoppable with every moment. The damage they inflicted on you, it was real. But what's coming for them? It's a force they can't outrun. Their words, their actions, their calculated moves, they weren't just empty gestures. They carried weight, chosen one. And that weight. It didn't just vanish. It built momentum, like a snowball rolling down a hill, growing bigger and faster with every turn. They thought they were clever, thought they could play the game without consequence. They didn't realize that they had set something in motion that would inevitably come back to crush them. You see, harm isn't a single event, it's a ripple, and once it starts, it doesn't stop. Now here's where it gets interesting. This isn't just about karma or some poetic idea of justice. No, it's far simpler than that. It's logic. When they harmed you, it wasn't just you they affected. They didn't realize how far-reaching their actions would be. They didn't see how their lies would shatter trust, how their betrayal would sever bonds, how their cruelty would expose the darkness of their character. The ripple effect of their actions wasn't contained. It spread out. And now, those ripples are crashing back onto them, amplified by every lie, every heart they hurt, every betrayal they caused along the way. What they didn't understand is that the boomerang effect isn't just about getting what they deserve. It's about facing what they created. They built this. They set this chain of events in motion. And now, everything they tried to inflict on you is coming back to them with 10 times the force. It's as if the universe itself is saying, you can't escape this. The walls they thought would protect them, they're crumbling. The shield they thought they built out of lies and deceit. It's being pierced, shattered by the very energy they unleashed. Intentional harm doesn't disappear. It doesn't get forgotten. And when it comes back, it doesn't just even the score. It flips the entire script. The universe has its ways of making things right, chosen one. And sometimes, the best way to teach someone a lesson is to let them watch as the chaos they started comes roaring back to consume them. This is their reckoning. This is their moment to feel the weight of every action they set into motion. And, trust me, chosen one, they'll feel it. The avalanche is coming. Number 5. Intent was their choice. Now, consequences are coming. Ignorance can sometimes be forgiven. It's an excuse that comes from a lack of knowledge, a mistake made because someone didn't know any better. And in those moments, there's space for understanding, for learning, for the possibility of growth. But intent? Intent is a different beast entirely. When someone moves with intention, there's no room for excuses. There's no, I didn't mean it. No, they knew better. They understood exactly what they were doing, and they chose to do it anyway. That's why intent is unforgivable. It's not a slip-up. It's not a misunderstanding. It's a decision, a deliberate, calculated decision to cause harm. They weighed the consequences. They measured their words, and they still made the choice to break you. And that's where the difference lies. When someone acts with intent, they aren't just making a mistake. They're consciously choosing to hurt. And that's the point where forgiveness fades and accountability becomes the only answer. But here's the truth, chosen one. When intent is involved, justice is inevitable. There's no running from it. Intent leaves a trail, a fingerprint on everything they've done. The damage they've caused is more than just emotional. It's a deep violation of trust, an assault on your very humanity. It's a breach of the sacred bond that should exist between people. Ignorance? That can be corrected. But intent? Intent must be confronted head-on. And it will be. This isn't about revenge, it's about balance. Every action carries its consequence, and when someone chooses to harm, they are choosing the repercussions that will follow, whether they're ready for them or not. They might think they can hide behind their lies, behind their smooth words, but the truth about intent is impossible to suppress. It's loud. It makes noise. Even if they try to mask it, their true nature will always show through. Intent doesn't stay quiet. It speaks in their actions, in the patterns they leave behind. And those patterns? They always lead to one place: consequence. It's the law of the universe. You can't plant seeds of cruelty and expect nothing to grow. You can't choose to destroy and think there won't be a price to pay. Justice doesn't wait around, chosen one. When intent is involved, it demands to be reckoned with, and it won't wait for anyone. They thought they were clever, they thought they were in control, but they sealed their fate the moment they decided to act. Now, the consequences are on the way, and there's no escaping them. They signed a contract the moment they decided to harm, a contract written in cruelty, and when that contract is sealed, justice always collects what's owed. It doesn't matter how long they try to hide it, how many masks they wear, or how many lies they tell. The consequences are coming, and they are inevitable. There's no turning back. Their actions, their intent, it's all coming to collect, and they won't be able to outrun it. Number 6. Their mirror is cracked. Now they see who they really are. There's a moment when the truth becomes undeniable, when the very mirror they've been using to reflect their image shatters, revealing what's truly beneath the surface. You see, the lies they've told themselves, the stories they've spun about being untouchable, about playing the game with no consequences, those are starting to crack. And as the mirror fractures, it's not just their reflection that's distorted, it's their entire reality. For so long they walked around like they were invincible, as if their actions were without consequence, as if their cruelty could be buried in the sands of time. But here's the thing, chosen one. Nothing stays hidden forever. The universe has a way of unmasking the truth, and now the cracks in their mirror are widening. They can't hide anymore. The reflection staring back at them isn't the hero they imagined themselves to be. It's the villain. It's the cold, calculated figure they tried to bury beneath layers of deceit and manipulation. What's happening now isn't just about facing the consequences of their actions. It's about seeing their true face, the face they never thought they'd have to confront. They thought they could walk through life without the weight of their choices catching up with them. But now, they're staring into the broken shards of their own making, and what they see staring back at them isn't pretty. It's the face of someone who's tried to destroy another person and thought they could get away with it. It's the face of someone who, despite all their bravado, is now stripped bare of the excuses and the masks they've worn for so long. But what really cuts them to the core is this: you, the chosen one, have already seen through their lies. You've known all along who they truly are. You were never fooled by their carefully crafted image, their fake smiles, their smooth words. You saw the cracks before they did, and you've been waiting for the moment when their facade would crumble. And now, that moment has arrived. The truth is a force more powerful than they can ever comprehend. They've spent so long pretending that they could control everything, twisting people's perceptions, playing games with emotions, taking advantage of kindness. They thought they could turn the world into their own playground, but the universe has a different plan. They wanted power, control, and domination, but now they'll be forced to face the reality they tried so hard to escape. Their mirror is cracked, and it's not going to fix itself. And now, chosen one, here's the kicker. While they stand there, unable to look away from their own reflection, you're moving forward. You've already stepped into your power. You're no longer the person they tried to break. You've risen above their petty attempts to destroy you. The mirror that shattered in their hands has already been reforged in your favor. They thought they could tear you down, but in the process, they only built you stronger. As they stand there, shattered and broken, staring into the mess they created, they'll realize that their biggest mistake wasn't the damage they did to you. It was underestimating the power of the chosen one. And now, they'll have to live with the consequences of their actions, haunted by the truth they never thought they'd have to face. The cracks in their mirror are only going to get bigger, and every time they look into it, they'll remember exactly who they really are. Number 7. Karma doesn't forget. It's coming for them now. They thought they could outrun it. They thought they could dodge it, hide from it, or push it aside with a shrug and a lie. But what they failed to realize, chosen one, is that karma doesn't forget. It doesn't forgive. And most importantly, it never forgets to collect what's owed. The spiral they thought they could avoid. It's here. And there's nowhere left for them to hide. They've been playing with fire, thinking they could dance around the flames without getting burned. But now the heat's turned up, and it's not just a few embers. They've sparked a full-blown wildfire. They didn't think their actions would catch up to them. They assumed they could get away with their cruelty, their betrayal, their cold disregard for your well-being. They thought they could destroy your peace without ever facing the consequences. But the laws of the universe are unbreakable, and karma is the enforcer. And right now, it's knocking at their door, waiting to collect the price for what they've done. Here's the truth they never saw coming. Karma doesn't work on your timeline, chosen one. It doesn't care if they think they've gotten away with it, or if they believe their lies are hidden well enough to never be uncovered. The spiral is slow at first, almost undetectable, but it's always in motion. And once it gets started, there's no stopping it. What they did to you is like a stone thrown into a pond. It may take a while for the ripples to reach them, but when they do, they'll hit harder than they could ever imagine. Every action they took, every cruel word, every plot they set in motion has set this spiral in motion. Now, it's coming full circle, and there's no way to stop it. What they didn't understand, chosen one, is that their cruelty was a debt that needed to be paid. And when karma comes to collect, it doesn't care about their excuses, their arrogance, or their sense of superiority. It just collects what's owed, and it's about to make them pay in ways they never dreamed. They may have had the illusion of control, but that's slipping away piece by piece as the spiral tightens around them. Now they'll watch helplessly as everything they built starts to crumble. The lies they told, the people they used, the wounds they inflicted. They'll all come rushing back. The same energy they poured into hurting you is coming back to consume them. They never thought they'd be on the receiving end, did they? But here's the reality. They are. They didn't just cross a line when they hurt you. They crossed into a place where karma reigns supreme. And it's time to pay up. There's no outrunning this. They thought they could escape the consequences of their actions, but the universe always balances the scales. And now, the spiral they thought they could control is turning faster than they can keep up with. They're trapped in it, spiraling down, watching their own destruction unfold with every passing second. The best part? They have no one to blame but themselves. They started this spiral. They set it in motion. Now they'll watch as it comes back, harder and faster than they ever imagined. The universe has a way of ensuring that no one escapes what they've earned. And right now, they're learning that lesson the hard way. Karma doesn't forget, and it's coming for them, whether they're ready or not. Number 8. Your survival exposes their weakness. Now they're the ones broken. There's a power in survival that they never counted on. You've walked through fire, endured the deepest betrayals, and yet here you stand, stronger, more resilient than ever. And that, chosen one, is where their shame begins. You see, while they plotted, they never foresaw the strength you'd summon to rise from the ashes. They underestimated you, believed that their cruelty would be your end, but they were wrong. And now, your survival isn't just a victory, It's a mirror reflecting their deepest fears, their own failings, and their inability to break you. They thought they had you cornered, that their calculated attacks would leave you broken, powerless, or at least defeated. But that didn't happen, did it? No, instead of falling, you flourished. Every wound they tried to inflict became fuel for your growth. Every attempt to destroy you only made you more dangerous, more determined. And now they can't escape the truth. Your survival shames them. It's not just that you survived, it's that you survived and thrived despite their best efforts. They wanted to see you crumble. They wanted to break your spirit, to watch you fall to your knees. But instead, they've witnessed the opposite. You're standing taller than ever, and it's that very strength that cuts deeper than anything else. They thought they were the ones in control, pulling the strings, manipulating the situation. But in reality, they were always playing the part of the puppet, controlled by their own insecurities, their own darkness. What's more devastating for them than your survival is the fact that you've become a living, breathing testament to their failure. Your resilience exposes everything they tried to hide: their cowardice, their weakness, their inability to carry out their cruel plans. Every step you take toward your victory reveals just how fragile they really are. They thought they had power over you, but now the tables have turned, and they're the ones who are exposed. What you've endured is nothing short of heroic. You've taken the hits, weathered the storms, and come out stronger on the other side. And while they thought your downfall would be their triumph, what they failed to understand is that you're not a victim, you're the warrior. They wanted to prove something to themselves, to show the world that they could break you, control you, make you bow before them. Instead, they've proven to everyone, including themselves, just how weak they truly are. And that's where their shame lies, their inability to break you, to destroy you, to crush your spirit. It's a wound that will never heal. No matter what they do now, no matter how they try to shift the narrative, the truth remains. You survived, and they failed. And nothing will ever change that fact. So here's the reality, chosen one. Your survival isn't just a testament to your strength. It's a glaring reminder to them of everything they could never be. They'll have to live with the knowledge that their cruelty didn't just fail. It was exposed for the world to see. And that, more than anything else, is what will break them. Their weakness is laid bare, and your strength, your survival, is the unshakable proof of it. Number 9. Time didn't heal. It unmasked the truth. They thought time would be their savior, that the passage of days would somehow dull the pain they caused. But here's the harsh reality. Time didn't heal anything. In fact, time did exactly the opposite. It exposed everything they tried so desperately to hide. The cracks they thought were covered up, the wounds they believed were healed, have only become more visible, more undeniable. The truth didn't fade with time. It rose to the surface, demanding to be seen. At first, they convinced themselves that with enough time, the hurt they inflicted would be forgotten. They thought that by simply waiting it out, the weight of their actions would dissipate. But time doesn't forgive. It doesn't erase the damage done. It only brings the truth into sharper focus. The lies they told themselves, the stories they built to justify their cruelty, are crumbling. The distance they thought would dull the sting of their wrongdoings has only served to amplify it, revealing who they truly are underneath the facade. You know this better than anyone, chosen one. While they believed they could bury their sins in the sands of time, you've watched as the truth has surfaced, undeterred by the passage of days. The emotional scars they left? They're not fading. In fact, they've only grown sharper, more pronounced. The longer they waited, the more they revealed about themselves. What they thought would be forgotten has instead become a permanent part of their reality. And here's the real kicker. You didn't need time to expose them. You already saw through them. You already understood the true cost of their actions the moment they tried to tear you down. The difference is, you've grown. While they thought they could walk away without consequence, you've embraced the power within you. You've allowed the passage of time to be your weapon, to refine you, to strengthen your resolve. You've learned from the wounds they gave you, and instead of fading, those lessons have fueled your growth. But for them, time has only revealed the rot beneath the surface. It's shown the cracks in their character, the hollowness of their intentions. They thought they could escape their past, leave behind the damage they caused, but time has proven them wrong. Each day that passes, the weight of their actions becomes harder to ignore. The truth, once hidden beneath layers of excuses, now stands in plain view, undeniable and unforgiving. What they failed to understand is this: the passage of time doesn't heal all wounds. Sometimes it only exposes them. It brings to light everything they thought they could sweep under the rug, everything they tried to keep hidden from the world. And now, chosen. 1. They have to live with the knowledge that they can't escape the consequences of their choices. You, however, are a different story. You've been reborn in the fire of their betrayal. You've learned to thrive, to rise above. Time has made you stronger, more focused, and more aware of your power. What they tried to break, you've turned into the foundation of your strength. And as they watch the walls they built crumble, they'll realize that the only thing time has truly done is unmask the truth. And you, the chosen one, are standing tall, stronger than ever before. Number 10. The burden of their own choices. Now they bear the weight. There's a force far stronger than the actions themselves, and that force is the intent behind those actions. Intent is what separates a thoughtless mistake from a deliberate attack. It's the difference between an unfortunate event and a cold, calculated move aimed at destroying someone. And now, as the dust settles, the weight of their own choices is coming crashing down upon them, and it's heavier than they ever imagined. You see, they thought they could act without consequences. They thought they could move through life leaving destruction in their wake, convinced that their intentions didn't matter as long as they got what they wanted. But here's the truth. Chosen one. Their intent was never invisible. It wasn't hidden beneath the surface, waiting to be uncovered. It was always there, burning with purpose, a quiet storm brewing beneath their every move. And now, that storm has arrived. Intent doesn't just fade away. It doesn't vanish into thin air like smoke. It lingers. It takes root. And when you've intentionally sought to harm another, that intention will always circle back around. The pain they caused you. It wasn't an accident. It was by design. The betrayal they orchestrated, the lies they spun, the cruel words they wielded, all intentional. And now they're standing at the crossroads of their own making, realizing that the very weight of their choices is more than they can bear. What they didn't understand was this: you, the chosen one, have been walking in the light of divine protection. They underestimated your strength. They thought they could break you, but they never realized that the strength of your resolve, the power of your soul, would be the very thing that would pull them under. You've been through the fire, but their actions, their intent, that's the flame that will consume them in the end. Intent has a way of revealing itself when the moment is right. They may have thought their malicious plotting was a secret, that they could hide behind their facades and play their games without ever facing the music. But the universe works in mysterious ways, and what was meant to break you is now the very force that will destroy them. Every move they made was deliberate. Every word they spoke was calculated. And now, every ounce of that negative energy is coming back to them in full force. Now, they're left holding the weight of their own choices. They thought they could escape the burden of their actions. They thought they could get away with it. But now, like a stone tied to their ankle, the weight of their intent is dragging them down. And what makes it even worse is that they can't shake it off. No amount of denial, no amount of excuses will rid them of the truth. Their choices have consequences, and now it's time to pay the price. Chosen one, they are being forced to confront the very thing they never wanted to face, the repercussions of their own malice. They wanted to see you fall, to break you apart, but instead, they're the ones who are crumbling. Every choice they made, every move they took to hurt you, is the weight they will carry for the rest of their days. And they'll never be able to outrun it. They created this burden. Now, it's theirs to bear. Number 11. When the masks fall and the true faces are exposed. There's a moment in every game of deception when the masks they've been wearing slip, and the truth comes crawling out like a serpent in the dark. For so long, they've hidden behind a carefully constructed image, playing the role of the good guy, the victim, or the one who always has the upper hand. They thought their masks were flawless, seamless, fooling everyone around them. But here's the thing, no mask is permanent. Sooner or later, the real face beneath it emerges, and when it does, the truth is undeniable. You've seen it before, chosen one. They've played their little games, crafted their lies, and pulled the wool over the eyes of those around them. But they were never fooling you. You saw through their act long before they even realized it was slipping. You've known from the start that beneath that polished surface, there's something darker, something far more sinister. And now, as their masks begin to crack, they're starting to realize they can't hide anymore. What happens when the mask falls? What happens when they're no longer the charming figure they've tried so hard to portray? When their carefully controlled image crumbles, all that's left is the raw, unfiltered version of who they really are. And what's revealed isn't the person they want the world to see. It's the manipulator, the liar, the one who thought they could deceive and destroy with no consequences. It's not just the humiliation they're about to face. It's the reality of who they've become. The facade they've hidden behind for so long is shattering, and there's nowhere left for them to hide. The lies that protected them are now the very things that will drown them. You see, they thought they could play the role forever, but the truth has a way of clawing its way out from beneath the surface, no matter how much they try to suppress it. And the most painful part for them, they thought they were in control. They thought they were the ones pulling the strings, orchestrating this whole drama. They laughed, they lied, they manipulated. They reveled in the idea that they were untouchable. But now, as their mask falls away, they're faced with the harsh reality. They were never in control. You were. They were just players in a game they didn't even understand. You saw through their lies, and now you're watching their world unravel. But here's where it gets even better. As their mask falls, as they stand exposed before the world, you're standing in your power. You've always been the one who could see through the illusions. They never knew the strength you were hiding, the power that runs through your veins. They underestimated you, thinking they could break you, destroy you, and leave you in the dust. But now they're the ones facing the consequences. The truth you've known all along is finally surfacing, and it's them who are left trembling in the wake of it. So watch closely, chosen one, because this is the moment they've been dreading. Their masks are slipping, and they're about to face the world without the armor they've been hiding behind. What they thought was their greatest strength, their ability to deceive, is now their greatest weakness. They wanted to play the game? Well, now it's time to watch the game turn on them. The truth is out, and there's no hiding from it. As the dust settles and the truth comes to light, one thing becomes abundantly clear. Your rise is their punishment. The very strength, resilience, and power they tried to break are the forces now working against them. You've endured, you've transformed, and now they will face the consequences of their calculated cruelty. Now, it's your turn to rise higher than ever before. If you're ready to embrace your power and watch their downfall unfold, smash that like button, subscribe for more, and drop the number 77 in the comments. Share this message with others who need to see that justice is inevitable. The tables always turn, and now it's your move. They laughed because they thought you were a joke. Now they're silent because you've become the punchline to their downfall. Welcome, chosen ones. It's time to call out the rigged game, expose the false math, and set the record straight. When the numbers don't add up, it's no accident. It's sabotage. Life's looking more like a rigged casino where the house thought it would always win. But guess what? The house is cracking, the deck is slipping, and they're about to drown in the very odds they stacked against you. And now, to the ones who matter most, you, the chosen ones. Whether you're stepping into this space for the first time or have been standing tall with us from the start, your presence isn't just appreciated, it's powerful. Your presence and the super gifts are the fire fueling this revolution, breaking apart the broken equations and rewriting them with truth. If you're ready to claim your place, to rise above the noise, and prove once and for all that the math never made sense until you entered the equation, here's your moment. Smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments if you're ready to turn isolation into power, doubt into action, and frustration into transformation. Let's step into the storm and rewrite the math together. Ever feel like you've been handed a rigged equation? Like staring at a chalkboard where they tell you 2 + 2 = 5 and everyone's just supposed to nod along? That's their system, force-fed lies wrapped up as logic. But here's the thing, they overestimated their control and underestimated you. You aren't just a glitch in their system, you're the system's reckoning. For generations, the underestimated ones were left out of the equation, left to be forgotten, ignored, silenced. They built their empires on the assumption that people like you would always stay quiet, always stay small. But empires built on broken math crumble when the foundation starts shaking. And make no mistake, you are the earthquake. They played you for checkers while you studied chess. You aren't just ahead of the curve, you're bending it in your favor. Their illusions of power are breaking under the weight of their own lies. They set the rules, but now they can't keep up. They're like magicians who forgot their sleight of hand, left scrambling while the audience realizes the trick was never real. And the best part? Their panic. They're realizing they aren't as untouchable as they thought. The ones who labeled you as different, as less, are now left staring at a system they don't even recognize. The math isn't mathing, and for once it's their turn to figure out why. But let's be clear, this isn't just about turning the tables. This is about flipping the whole damn board. Their rules, their systems, their fake logic, done. You've seen through the cracks, and now you're tearing down the walls. The same walls that caged you are now crumbling into rubble beneath their feet. Here's the truth they don't want to admit. The chosen ones have always been the outliers. Outliers change history. Outliers rewrite equations. And when the outliers rise, they make the old system obsolete. So, take a moment to enjoy the chaos. laugh as they stumble, fumble, and fail. Because the rigged game isn't just falling apart, it's collapsing in on itself, piece by piece. You're the storm they never saw coming. And the math? It doesn't just fail, it breaks when you enter the equation. And now, let's break it down, step by step. Trust me, if you're truly one of the chosen ones, you'll feel it. The undeniable pull to stay till the very end. This isn't just information. It's a moment designed to awaken something deep within you. So, don't blink. Every second counts. Number 1. The silent thunder of the chosen ones. A lion doesn't need to roar for you to know it's the king of the jungle. Its presence alone commands respect. There's something electric about a chosen one, an unspoken power that shakes the very air in a room. It's not about shouting flashy displays or commanding attention with noise. It's deeper, quieter, more profound. The chosen ones radiate a presence that makes the world stop and notice, even if they utter not a single word. For years, this energy was misunderstood. They called it arrogance, dismissed it as eccentricity, or tried to overshadow it with louder, emptier voices. But now, that energy can no longer be ignored. The shift is undeniable, and the tables have turned. What was once brushed aside is now revered. That quiet confidence, that steady gaze, it's not just noticed, it's impossible to overlook. The chosen ones don't walk into a room seeking approval. They don't need to perform, prove, or explain themselves to anyone. They enter with purpose, carrying an awareness of who they are and what they bring. That kind of presence is a rarity in a world addicted to noise and desperate for attention. It's authenticity in its purest form, a quiet storm that draws people in without effort. When you know your worth, you stop looking for receipts. And this is why they stand out. It's not because they try to dominate, but because they simply exist as their truest selves. While others exhaust themselves chasing validation, the chosen ones move with a calm certainty. They know who they are, they know why they're here, and that kind of clarity shines brighter than any spotlight ever could. People who once doubted them are now drawn to them. Even those who can't articulate what's different find themselves listening, noticing, and reacting. It's the undeniable pull of authenticity, a magnetism that can't be faked or replicated. The chosen ones don't force influence, it's their natural state. Their presence alone shifts the dynamics, recalibrating the room in ways no one can ignore. It's ironic, really. The ones who once dismissed the chosen ones now find themselves captivated by the very essence they once rejected. It's not loud, it's not performative, it's simply real. And in a world drowning in artificiality, that realness is like oxygen. This is the era of the chosen ones. Their energy, their authenticity, their quiet thunder, it doesn't just ripple through the world. It shakes it at its core. They aren't here to dominate or control. They're here to embody what it means to be truly aligned, to live with purpose and resilience. That's where their power lies, in being unapologetically themselves. The chosen ones don't need titles, applause, or acknowledgement. Their presence alone speaks volumes, and those who once doubted them now find themselves standing in awe, feeling the undeniable shift, knowing deep down, this energy isn't something you can fake. It's real, it's rare, and it's unstoppable. Number 2. The chosen ones, catalysts for truth, wreckers of illusions. When truth enters the room, lies scatter like shadows before the sun. When a chosen one steps into a space, the atmosphere shifts. It's subtle yet undeniable, like the stillness before a storm, or the first crack of dawn breaking through the night. Their presence alone is a force, a silent disruptor that turns the air electric, hinting that nothing will remain hidden for long. They are not just individuals, they are agents of truth, wielding an unshakable authenticity that makes the facade of deception impossible to maintain. Lies, manipulation, and carefully crafted masks crumble under their gaze. They don't need to say a word. Their energy is enough. It's as if the very act of their presence shines a floodlight into the corners where dishonesty hides. Those who have spent lifetimes weaving webs of pretense suddenly find their threads unraveling, exposed for the hollow constructs they've always been. The chosen ones don't just walk into rooms, they walk into illusions and burn them to the ground. This is more than a coincidence, it's their purpose. For too long, deception has ruled the day, protected by layers of niceties and distractions. But when a chosen one arrives, the rules change. They don't engage in superficial games or tiptoe around uncomfortable truths. Their very essence demands authenticity, and in their presence, even the most entrenched lies start to buckle. It's not about confrontation, it's about revelation. Their purity of intention acts like a mirror, forcing everyone around them to see themselves clearly, often for the first time. People can't hide behind excuses or dodge hard questions when faced with the undeniable authenticity of a chosen one, and that's terrifying for those who've built their lives on pretense. The tables have turned. The ones who were once dismissed as outliers, misfits, or too much are now the epicenters of a seismic shift. Their truth doesn't just disrupt, it dismantles, laying bare the inconsistencies that society has long chosen to ignore. In their wake, people are left with a choice: confront the truth or continue clinging to the comfort of their illusions. But this isn't just about tearing down falsehoods, it's about rebuilding on a foundation of integrity. The chosen ones don't merely expose the cracks, they inspire others to rise. Their authenticity becomes contagious, a spark that ignites a collective yearning for something real. Those who witness their courage often find themselves shedding their own masks, stepping into a vulnerability they once feared. The unraveling of lies isn't a solitary experience, it's a domino effect, a chain reaction that spreads faster than the deception it dismantles. The chosen ones don't just spark change, they lead it. In a world exhausted by surface-level interactions and sick of the weight of deceit, they are the refreshment people didn't know they needed. They don't just speak truth, they are truth. They are the mirrors, the floodlights, the storms that wash away the grime of deception. And as the old structures of pretense collapse, a new world emerges, one built on the clarity, courage, and conviction of the chosen ones. Lies don't just crumble in their presence, they cease to exist. Number 3. When the universe rolls out the red carpet. The winds of destiny always favor those who walk in truth, while the rest are left stranded in the storm. The chosen ones have entered a divine rhythm where every step feels like a door swinging open, every move met with an unshakable cosmic yes. The struggles of the past, those endless uphill battles and moments of doubt, have dissolved, replaced by a flow so seamless it feels like the universe itself has become their greatest ally. They aren't just walking forward, they're gliding, carried by a wave of energy that feels both unstoppable and inevitable. It's as if the universe has rolled out a red carpet lined with stardust, cheering their every move, each footstep creating ripples that extend far beyond what the eye can see. Gone are the days of fighting the current. Now they are the current, a powerful force that not only moves forward, but draws others into its momentum. Meanwhile, those who oppose them, the naysayers, the doubters, the clingers to the old ways, are flailing, swimming against a tide they can never hope to overcome. It's not a battle, it's a tidal wave, and the chosen ones are the crest. Picture the scene. The chosen ones are riding the wave with ease, sunglasses on, smiles in place, as if the universe itself is the ultimate chauffeur, taking them exactly where they're meant to go. Behind them, the opposition struggles, paddling furiously, gasping for air as the relentless tide drags them backward. It's a futile effort, a tragic comedy of flailing limbs and splashes, while the chosen ones are sipping on cosmic smoothies, perfectly at peace with the flow. The universe's support is more than a gentle push. It's an undeniable force that rewards authenticity and purpose. Every genuine action the chosen ones take sends ripples outward, creating opportunities that seem almost magical. That accidental meeting leads to the perfect collaboration. The one door that opens leads to 10 more, each brighter than the last. Synchronicities fall into place like a perfectly aligned constellation. This is what happens when the universe isn't just on your side, it's actively cheering you on. Meanwhile, those stuck in their outdated beliefs and stagnant energy are left watching in confusion and frustration. Their plans crumble, their steps falter, and every move they make seems to hit a wall. Why? Because the universe has chosen its team, and it's not aligning with fear, negativity, or resistance anymore. The old guard is left spinning their wheels while the chosen ones are blazing trails, guided by an infinite reservoir of cosmic support. The balance of power has shifted, and the difference couldn't be clearer. The universe thrives on authenticity, and the chosen ones embody it effortlessly. This isn't just a moment, it's a movement, a celestial partnership that only strengthens with time. While the opposition fights against the tide, the chosen ones sail forward, unstoppable, unshaken, and unbothered. You can't fight the flow of the universe, especially when it's chosen who to carry forward. And trust me, the math, it's not in their favor anymore. Number 4. When masks fall, truth stands bare. The chosen ones don't demand truth, they embody it, and in their light, every mask crumbles. As the chosen ones rise, something remarkable begins to happen. The people around them start to reveal themselves, raw and unfiltered, as though compelled by an unseen force. It's not a coincidence. The presence of a chosen one acts like a mirror that strips away pretense and exposes what's real. Whether they're ready or not, people's true colors shine through, often faster than they realize. This isn't about confrontation or interrogation. It's an energetic shift. The chosen ones vibrate at a higher frequency, one so potent that it destabilizes anything rooted in deception. Masks that once felt like shields begin to slip, and the personas people carefully construct to navigate the world become too heavy to bear. Suddenly, in the presence of authenticity, their facades crumble like sandcastles in the tide. It's not something the chosen ones even try to provoke. Their mere existence disrupts the equilibrium of falseness. When someone encounters an individual who lives in truth, their own layers of artifice feel glaringly obvious. The air thickens, pretense becomes a burden, and what's left is raw honesty, whether welcomed or resisted. Truth has no hiding place when the light of authenticity shines. Some people are drawn to this unveiling, almost relieved to shed their masks. They find themselves confessing truths they've long buried, admitting feelings they've tried to suppress, and finally addressing the realities they've avoided. With the chosen ones, Superficial exchanges evaporate, and what remains is a depth of connection they've never known. The presence of a chosen one invites them to step into their own truth, like a key unlocking a door they didn't even realize was there. For others, however, this unmasking is deeply uncomfortable. Envy, insecurity, or unresolved emotions rise to the surface, forcing them to confront parts of themselves they've spent years hiding. The chosen ones don't lecture, accuse, or judge. They don't need to. Their very being disrupts the false narratives people cling to. This is where the discomfort comes from, being seen so clearly, so completely, that there's no room left for illusion. Witnessing this process is both fascinating and profound. The same individuals who once projected indifference or insincerity now stand bare, unable to sustain the charade in the presence of truth. It's not weakness, it's the human condition exposed under the light of authenticity. And in this space of rawness, a choice emerges: cling to the mask or embrace the freedom of being unfiltered. Chosen ones act as mirrors, reflecting not just truth, but the hidden corners people are afraid to face. This isn't just about tearing down masks, it's about transformation. The world around them changes, one interaction at a time, as others find the courage to let go of what's false and step into who they really are. The ripple effect is undeniable. By simply existing, chosen ones create a culture of transparency and honesty, where authenticity is no longer an exception, but a standard. In their presence, the math that once didn't add up is recalculated into something real. Truth takes over, and the world shifts toward something more genuine, one unfiltered moment at a time. Number 5. The illusion is dead, and so are their lies. When you build an empire on deception, it only takes one spark of truth to burn it to the ground. They never had power, only the appearance of it. For years they dressed up their control in smoke and mirrors, weaving a tapestry of lies to convince the world they were invincible. But the illusion was never real. It was a performance, and now the curtain has fallen. The audience isn't clapping, they're walking away, disgusted by the fraud they once mistook for authority. The ones who called themselves rulers thought they could keep you small, compliant, asleep. They built their system like a rigged carnival game. Everything tilted in their favor, while you were handed broken tools and told to try harder. But here's their fatal miscalculation. They didn't see the chosen ones coming. They thought you were just another pawn on their board, but you were the storm brewing on the horizon. Now, that storm is here, and it's ripping through their empire like a tidal wave. They were never kings. They were actors, pretenders wearing crowns made of fool's gold, playing a game they only understood because they rigged it. Their power wasn't strength, it was silence. As long as you stayed quiet, as long as you accepted the broken math they fed you, their illusion held. But the second you questioned the equation, their whole foundation started to shake. Now, it's crumbling, and they're choking on the dust of their own collapse. Their reign was built on sand, but you're the ocean. They know it's over. You can see it in their desperation. The tricks they once used to keep you in line are now pathetic, outdated, laughable. They repeat the same lies, hoping you'll believe them one more time. But you don't. You can't. You've outgrown their illusion, and they know it. Their panic is palpable because they've realized something terrifying. Without your belief, their power doesn't exist. Every empire of lies eventually faces the truth, and truth is merciless. It cuts through their falsehoods like a blade, exposing the rot they tried so hard to hide. They thought they could control you forever, that you'd never look behind the curtain. But you did, and what you saw shattered the spell. Now they stand naked, exposed, fumbling to cover the cracks they can no longer hide. They've lost the one thing they depended on, your compliance. The chosen ones don't follow blindly. You don't bow, you don't bend. You break the chains they tried to slip around your mind and use them to pull down their ivory towers. They thought they were invincible, but they've been reduced to nothing more than scared children clutching at shadows. This isn't just their end. It's your rise. The illusion is dead. The maths never added up, and now the ones who built the lie are drowning in their own contradictions. You aren't just witnesses to their downfall. You're the force making it happen. Their time is over. The chosen ones have arrived, and you've turned their empire of lies into rubble. Number 6. The old tricks can't fool the new vision. A magician's act only works when the audience doesn't know the trick. But now, the chosen ones are the ones holding the deck. They've tried it all, every deceit, every manipulation, every game in their dusty old playbook. For years, these tactics worked like a charm, keeping people confused, compliant, and questioning their worth. But here's the cold, hard truth. Their tricks were never built to last. They relied on you staying in the dark, and now that you've stepped into the light, their playbook has become nothing more than a relic of a crumbling past. The chosen ones have flipped the script. The same mind games that once knocked you off balance now feel as outdated as a broken compass in a world that's moved far beyond their control. They're lost, fumbling through their tired routines, trying to control minds that are no longer trapped in their maze. Watching them struggle is almost laughable, like seeing someone try to use a rotary phone in the era of satellites and smartphones. The game has changed, but they're stuck in yesterday, clutching at tools that no longer work. Their tricks, gaslighting, flattery, intimidation, were designed for a world where people stayed in line, scared to think for themselves. But the chosen ones are no longer bound by their rules. You've outgrown the system they built, and you can see every thread of their manipulative web. What once felt like an unbreakable trap now looks like a cheap stage prop, flimsy and exposed. You don't just resist their tactics anymore, you're immune to them. And the manipulators, they're panicking. The moment you see the strings, the puppet show loses its power. That's exactly what's happening now. Their desperation is showing, and it's pitiful to watch. The tricks they've depended on for so long aren't just failing, they're backfiring. What once held people captive is now driving them further away. The chosen ones have seen through the smoke and mirrors, and they're walking away from the illusion. Every attempt to regain control only reveals how shallow their tactics truly are. This shift has them reeling. They've spent lifetimes perfecting their manipulations, believing they'd always work, always keep people in their place. But they made a fatal error. They underestimated the chosen ones. They didn't account for your clarity, your strength, your divine protection. The chosen ones don't just survive the game, they rewrite the rules, flipping the board and leaving the manipulators scrambling in confusion. What's left for them now? Nothing. No aces up their sleeve, no master plan to regain control. Their power was never real. It was an illusion, a house of cards built on the assumption that you'd never see through it. But now, the winds have changed, and that house of cards is collapsing. The chosen ones stand unshaken, armored in truth and resilience. The manipulators, they're exposed, powerless, and running out of time. Their playbook is obsolete, their tricks are useless, and their reign is over. This isn't just a shift, it's a reckoning. Number 7. The starved vampires and the untouchable light. A thief in the dark cannot steal from a sun that burns too bright. Energy vampires, those parasites who thrive on siphoning the light and joy of others, have long prowled undetected, feeding on the unsuspecting. They latch onto the gifted, the kind, the radiant, and drain them dry, leaving behind exhaustion, doubt, and emptiness. For ages they operated unchecked, moving from one soul to another, leaving their victims weaker while they grew stronger. But their feast is over, and now they're starving. The chosen ones have awakened, and with that awakening came a clarity that burns like the sun. You see them for what they are: leeches, shadows, thieves of energy. Their tricks no longer work. The lies they whispered to keep you doubting yourself, the guilt they used to make you keep giving, the false charm they wielded like a blade, it's all been exposed. Now, instead of feeding, they're repelled, as if they've come face to face with an impenetrable shield. This didn't happen overnight. The chosen ones grew wise, recognizing the patterns, the slow drain that always followed an encounter with these manipulators. You learn to say no, not just softly but loudly and with conviction. You've built boundaries like walls of steel, unyielding and absolute. No longer do you give without receiving, pour without refilling, or offer your light to those who refuse to create their own. The sun does not dim for those who cannot handle its heat. And now, the energy vampires are in panic mode. The easy prey they once relied on are gone, and their usual tricks fall flat. They scramble, trying desperately to latch onto anyone who will indulge them, but they're met with closed doors and cold shoulders. They are starving, hollow shells of their former selves, forced to confront a truth they've avoided their entire existence. Without the light of others, they are nothing. It's a brutal reckoning. For so long they relied on others to carry their burdens, to fuel their false sense of power. But now the tables have turned, and the chosen ones are no longer the hunted. They are the hunters. Not in a cruel sense, but in the way that truth and light expose darkness, leaving nowhere for it to hide. The vampires' game is over. Their time is up. They are left alone, staring into the void of their own making. The chosen ones stand tall, brighter than ever. No longer tethered to the draining cycle of give and take, you are free to soar, unburdened by the shadows that once clung to your light. Your energy is sacred, your light untouchable, and those who once sought to feed on it are left in the darkness they tried to impose on others. This is their reality check, their forced awakening. And for the chosen ones, it's liberation. The math never added up for them, and now they're paying the price for trying to steal what was never theirs. Number 9. From outcast to blueprint, the misfit's revenge. They mocked the misfit for standing alone, and now they line up, desperate to follow in their shadow. For years, the chosen ones were cast aside, dismissed as misfits, simply because they refused to fit into the suffocating mold society created. They were the ones who dared to see the world differently, who questioned the lies dressed as truths, who held tightly to a core authenticity that the world wasn't ready to accept. While the masses played their roles, the misfits refused to act in someone else's script. And for that, they were labeled as problems, outsiders, wrong. But the math isn't mathing anymore, is it? The same traits that made the misfits outcasts are now the very qualities society secretly craves but can't grasp. Authenticity, independence, resilience. These aren't just buzzwords. They're the raw materials of greatness. And the people who once ridiculed the chosen ones are now scrambling to understand, imitate, and claim the energy they once rejected. The misfit is no longer the anomaly, they're the blueprint. Here's the hard truth they don't want to admit. Their rejection wasn't because the misfit was wrong. It was because the misfit exposed the cracks in the system they built. The chosen one's refusal to conform wasn't weakness, it was defiance. And defiance is terrifying to those who depend on blind obedience to maintain control. While they chased trends and hollow approval, the misfits lived by a higher code, walking a path most people were too afraid to even consider. And now, the world is beginning to see the emptiness of the mainstream, the futility of trying to fit into a system that was broken from the start. You can't photocopy authenticity, and you can't mass-produce courage. That's the problem for the ones who now try to emulate the chosen ones. They see the outward strength, the confidence, the self-awareness, and they want it for themselves. But what they fail to understand is this: the misfit didn't wake up one day and decide to be different. This strength was forged through rejection, isolation, and an unrelenting determination to stay true to themselves when the world offered every reason to give in. The misfits didn't take shortcuts. They didn't chase applause or approval. Their authenticity wasn't an aesthetic. It was earned in the fire of their struggles. And while society may now try to mimic their traits, they can't replicate the journey that gave birth to them. The blueprint isn't just about the qualities, it's about the cost, the trials, the battles fought and won in silence. Now, the tables have turned. The chosen ones are no longer the ones watching from the fringes. They're the standard everyone wants to measure up to. But here's the kicker: not everyone can follow. The misfits walked a path that only the brave can endure. Society may admire, copy, even idolize, but they'll never truly understand. The misfits have become the blueprint, but the path is still for the chosen ones. And while the world tries to catch up, the chosen ones keep moving forward, proving that the math was never theirs to figure out in the first place. It belonged to you all along. Number 8. Unbothered. The quiet power of seeing beyond the noise. The loudest voices can drown in their own echoes, but those who walk silently with clarity are the ones who reshape the world. The chosen ones have always stood apart. While the crowd followed the noise, the distractions, and the illusions, they walked a different path, calm, steady, and unbothered. For years, this quiet resolve was misunderstood, ridiculed even. They were called strange, too intense, or overthinkers, because their perspective didn't fit into the narrow frames of the ordinary. But now, as the tides shift, the world is finally waking up, and the power of being unbothered is becoming undeniable. The same people who mocked the chosen ones are now scrambling to understand what they always knew: that weirdness everyone dismissed. It wasn't a flaw, it was foresight, an unshakable wisdom that refused to buy into the lies everyone else was so eager to believe. While others chased illusions and followed trends like moths to a flame, the chosen ones held their ground, quietly seeing through the noise, unshaken by the false promises of power and validation. And now, the cracks in the world's foundation are impossible to ignore. The old ways of thinking, the blind allegiance to trends, the shallow illusions of authority are crumbling. People are finally beginning to see the emptiness in the systems they once trusted. They're searching for something real, something that doesn't dissolve when the lights are turned on. And where do they look? To the ones who were never fooled in the first place. The chosen ones, who were dismissed as outcasts, are now becoming the lighthouse in the storm. Their clarity and calm amidst the chaos are drawing people in, those same people who once laughed at their intensity, who dismissed their questions as overthinking. Now, those questions are the very ones everyone is desperate to answer. Being misunderstood isn't weakness. It's proof that you were seeing the truth before anyone else was ready to. The tables have turned, and the world is playing catch-up. The chosen ones aren't driven by the need to gloat or shout, "I told you so." They're too focused on the bigger picture, on guiding others toward clarity, on showing them how to navigate a world that no longer makes sense. But let's not sugarcoat it. This is validation, long overdue and well-earned. The silent power of being unbothered lies in its strength. While the world shook, while others scrambled for answers in all the wrong places, the chosen ones stayed rooted. They didn't need to fight for attention or prove their worth. Their truth spoke for itself, waiting patiently for the world to catch up. Now, the chosen ones are the ones others look to, not for approval, but for guidance. Their calm, their vision, their ability to see beyond the surface. It's not just respected, it's sought after. The world that once tried to silence them is now leaning in, humbled, curious, and desperate to understand what they've always known. This isn't just a shift, it's a reckoning, and the chosen ones, unbothered and unwavering, are leading the way. Number 10. Boundaries are armor, and chaos can't cross the line. A fortress built on self-respect will never be breached by the storm of others' chaos. The days of the chosen ones being pulled into the drama of low-vibration chaos are long gone. No more draining arguments, no more futile attempts to save those who don't want to be saved. No more letting the noise of the world dim their light. The chosen ones have drawn their battle lines, not out of fear, but out of wisdom. These boundaries are not walls of isolation, they're gates of elevation, designed to protect what truly matters: their peace, their energy, their vibrational integrity. This isn't just about saying no to others, it's about saying yes to themselves. Every firm boundary drawn is a declaration that their light is too valuable to be dimmed by trivialities. They've mastered the art of discernment, knowing exactly who and what deserves their energy. Not everyone gets a seat at their table, and for those who try to crash it uninvited, they'll find that the chosen ones are no longer available for games, drama, or toxic cycles. A lion doesn't lose sleep over the opinions of sheep, and the chosen ones don't waste energy on low vibrations. The tables have turned, and those who once thrived on chaos now find themselves blocked at every turn. The chosen ones have fortified their lives with boundaries that serve as shields, strong, unyielding, and unapologetic. These aren't just defensive measures, they're symbols of self-worth. Every no spoken is a loud and clear affirmation: I will not compromise my peace for your chaos. The manipulators, the energy vampires, the perpetuators of negativity, they're left confused and powerless, staring at walls they cannot breach. They once thrived on pulling others into their low-frequency world, but now they're locked out, unable to pierce the armor of clarity and purpose the chosen ones wear so confidently. This shift isn't just personal, it's magnetic. By standing firm, the chosen ones are creating ripples of transformation. Others see their strength and are inspired to set their own boundaries, to stop tolerating the chaos they once thought they had to endure. The chosen ones are living proof that protecting your peace is not selfish, it's essential. The beauty of these boundaries lies in their dual purpose. They don't just block out negativity, they make space for higher vibrations to flow in. Genuine connections, authentic energy, and aligned opportunities are drawn to the chosen ones, like moths to a flame. By rejecting what drags them down, they naturally attract what lifts them higher. Chaos is loud, but alignment is louder. This isn't about building walls to hide behind. It's about building bridges to the life they deserve. The chosen ones no longer tolerate what doesn't serve them, and they don't feel guilty for it. Their boundaries are beacons, shining brightly to signal that only those who align with their truth are welcome in their space. And for those who once thrived on bringing chaos, they're left watching from the outside, powerless to disrupt the harmony of a life lived in alignment. The chosen ones stand tall, their energy intact, their purpose unshaken, and their light burning brighter than ever. Number 11. Still waters sink their ships. The loudest thunder cannot shake the mountain, the stillest waters cannot be controlled, and it is this calm that terrifies them most. The chosen ones carry a calm that is unyielding, a quiet, formidable strength that radiates from the core of their being. This is no surface-level confidence or forced composure. It's a profound tranquility born from knowing exactly who they are and the divine purpose they serve. This calm is their armor, a shield that no amount of chaos or hostility can penetrate. And for those who seek to disrupt, manipulate, or destroy them, it is maddening. Enemies thrive on chaos. They live for cracks in the armor, moments of impulsive reaction, and flashes of vulnerability they can exploit. But the chosen ones don't crack. They don't flinch. Their calm is like a deep, unshakable ocean, still on the surface but holding immeasurable power in its depths. And when chaos meets that kind of stillness, it falters, it fails, it drowns. The calmest seas hold the deadliest undercurrents. This serenity isn't just a state of mind, it's a weapon. When adversaries hurl their negativity, hoping to unsettle or provoke, the chosen ones simply stand firm, unbothered. Their responses are measured, deliberate, and razor-sharp. They assess the storm, move with precision, and act with clarity. Their refusal to engage with pettiness sends a message that is louder than any shouted words. You cannot shake what is unshakable, and that realization terrifies the enemy. Those who thrive on chaos find themselves adrift, their carefully laid plans of discord crumbling in the face of an opponent who cannot be rattled. What frustrates them most is that the chosen ones don't even need to fight loudly. Their stillness alone does the work. Every attempt to provoke is met with an eerie silence, a piercing composure that reflects back the enemy's own desperation. This calm doesn't just frustrate, it reveals. It acts as a mirror, forcing those who live in turbulence to confront their own inner chaos. And here's the twist. They are not prepared for what they see. While the chosen ones stand as steady as the eye of a storm, their enemies are left battling their own insecurities, exposed by the very tranquility they sought to destroy. The shift in power is undeniable. Those who once controlled through manipulation now find themselves scrambling in the presence of those who cannot be swayed. The chosen ones are the quiet anchors in a raging sea, their serenity breaking the cycle of reaction and escalation. They don't need to shout. Their silence speaks volumes. This unshakable calm is more than a defense. It's a contagion. It inspires others to rise above the noise, to find strength in stillness, and to reject the chaos that once ruled their lives. It turns the chosen ones into symbols of resilience, grounding those around them and creating a ripple effect of peace that undermines every plan the enemy ever made. In the end, the lesson is clear. True strength doesn't roar, it remains unmoved. And in the presence of such calm, the enemy learns a harsh truth. Their storms are powerless against a mountain that refuses to bow. Number 12. Karma's clock strikes now. No hiding, no escape. The universe doesn't forget. What you send out always finds its way back. and now it's moving faster than ever. Karma used to be patient, a silent force that people assumed they could outrun. For years, it was dismissed as something that would come eventually, far enough down the line that the guilty felt safe from its reach. But now, the game has changed. The cosmic scale has tipped, and karma is no longer creeping in the shadows. It's striking like a thunderbolt. The math they thought they could manipulate is balancing itself in real time, and the reckoning is impossible to ignore. The chosen ones are witnessing a phenomenon like never before: instant consequences. Those who sowed negativity, who disrespected, doubted, or mistreated you, are being hit with the energy they put out almost the moment they release it. They throw their malice like a boomerang, thinking it will vanish into the void, but it's coming back with the force of a freight train. And when it hits, it's not subtle, it's fierce, immediate, and inescapable. This isn't karma as they thought they knew it. It's not a slow-moving, distant reckoning. It's direct, raw, and merciless, a mirror reflecting every action back to its source. Those who believed they could sidestep justice or manipulate the cosmic balance are now face to face with the truth. There's no place to run, no excuses to make, no shield strong enough to block the energy they unleashed. They thought karma was a bedtime story. Now it's a wake-up call, and the alarm is deafening. The beauty of this moment is in its clarity. For the chosen ones, there's no longer a need to wait and wonder if justice will come. It's unfolding in front of your eyes. The very people who tried to dim your light are stumbling in the darkness of their own making. The same traps they set for you have become their own undoing. The cosmic scales have no patience for manipulation anymore. They demand balance, and they demand it now. The intensity of this shift is impossible to miss. It's as if karma has been turbocharged, its pace quickened to match the awakening of the chosen ones. This isn't just a random turn of events. It's the universe rising to meet the energy shift head-on. The more awakened and aligned you become, the faster the balance is restored. The tables have turned so completely that even those who once felt untouchable are trembling under the weight of their own misdeeds. This is justice in its purest form. It's not about revenge, it's about balance. Every action has a consequence, and those who thought they could operate above the rules are learning that the rules apply to everyone. Karma doesn't play favorites, but it never forgets. So now, as the chosen ones rise, the scales are evening out faster than ever. For those who doubted, disrespected, or mistreated you, the lesson is clear. You cannot outrun the energy you create. The universe is watching, and it's paying its debts without delay. In the end, the math doesn't lie. It's clear who the universe is backing. The chosen ones are no longer bound by outdated systems or illusions of control. You're not just walking forward, you're soaring, carried by divine purpose and cosmic alignment. The opposition can only watch as their tricks fail and their influence crumbles. If you feel this truth resonating within you, it's time to claim your place. Smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop number 77 in the comments to show you're ready to embrace your power. Share this with someone who needs to wake up. Let's rise together. When a snake tries to bite the eagle, it forgets one thing: the eagle flies too high for poison to reach. Chosen one, listen closely. You weren't put here to beg for respect, to explain yourself, or to lower your light just because it blinds those living in the dark. You were chosen, hand-picked by the divine, not to fight battles, but to outlast them. You're not like the rest, and that's why you've become a target. They see your power, your purpose, and it terrifies them. They thought they could touch you? Foolish. What they don't understand is that when they come for you, they aren't fighting just you. They're fighting the entire universe behind you. Let's talk about them for a second, your so-called enemies. These are people who thrive in the shadows, whispering lies, throwing stones, and waiting for you to fall. But here's the truth. They've already lost. Their actions are nothing but a reflection of their own weakness. Like termites chewing at a steel beam, they're only destroying themselves. Every plot, every word, every move against you is like digging a hole in quicksand. They're sinking deeper and deeper while you're walking free. They think they're smart, don't they? Like wolves circling a lion, hoping to strike when you're not looking. But wolves don't realize they're just prey, waiting for the moment the lion roars. Let me remind you of this. Their attacks are proof of your strength. Weak people don't go after what's below them. They go after what they can't touch, what they fear. You are what they'll never be. Chosen, protected, unstoppable. To you, the chosen one, your presence here means everything. You're not just watching, you're standing with us, and your presence and super gifts are the fuel to this mission that keeps reaching higher. Ready to step fully into your light and show the world the unstoppable power of a divinely guided earth angel. Show your strength. Hit that like button under this video to help spread to more earth angels out there, and subscribe. And the last one, drop the number 77 in the comments to claim your transformation and let the universe know you're untouchable. Let's rise together and make it clear. Light always wins. And listen to me, chosen one. Let them lie. Let them plot. It doesn't matter. They're only setting themselves up for the storm that's already on its way. Messing with a divinely guided soul like you is like trying to fight the wind. Every punch they throw lands back on their own face. Every trap they set snaps shut on their own foot. Karma doesn't miss, and when it hits like a hurricane. They'll look around, confused, wondering why everything is falling apart in their lives, and it will all trace back to the moment they dared to mess with you. Chosen one, hear me now. You don't even need to lift a finger. The divine has already handled it. Those who speak against you are sharpening knives they'll cut themselves with. Those who wish for your failure are building walls that will cage them in. Their own bitterness is their poison, and it's eating them alive while you soar higher. Like eagles in the sky, you're untouchable. And them? They're grounded, crawling in the dirt, choking on their own envy. Trying to break a chosen one is like spitting at a storm. It only comes back to drench you. So, hold your head high. You are not here to explain yourself, fight petty battles, or even acknowledge their nonsense. Keep walking your path, because while you rise, they're crumbling. They can't stop what's divine, and they'll never understand what's beyond their reach. Let them burn themselves out while you shine brighter than ever. Their fall is inevitable, and your victory is already written. And now, let's break it down step by step. Trust me, if you truly are a chosen one, you'll feel it, a pull that keeps you hooked until the very end. This isn't just a message, it's a mirror, and by the time we're done, you'll see exactly why you're meant to hear this. Number 1. When you dig a pit for an earth angel, you're the one who falls in. They thought they could outsmart an earth angel, blind to the fact that they were picking a fight with the universe itself. An earth angel isn't just a kind-hearted soul floating through life. They're a force of light, divinely guided and backed by a power no human scheme can touch. Trying to harm one is like trying to wrestle with a storm. You don't stop it. You get swept away. Here's where they went wrong. They underestimated what they were dealing with. They saw someone quiet, kind, and unshaken by petty drama, and they mistook it for weakness. They didn't realize they weren't just stepping on toes, they were trespassing on sacred ground. An earth angel operates on a frequency most can't even comprehend. Their light isn't just theirs, it's connected to something far greater, something cosmic. Messing with one isn't like messing with anyone else. It's like trying to extinguish the sun with a handful of water. Futile, laughable, and ultimately self-destructive. What happens next is no coincidence, no stroke of bad luck. The moment they plot against an earth angel, the universe begins moving in ways they can't see. Invisible forces align like a cosmic warning system, sending ripples of chaos back to the one who dared to interfere. Plans that seemed airtight crumble to dust. Doors they thought were open slam shut. It's like their life suddenly turns into quicksand. The harder they fight, the deeper they sink. Why? Because when you go against an earth angel, you're not just facing them, you're challenging the divine forces that protect them. And don't mistake this for simple karma. This is cosmic law in action, a system so intricate and precise that no human can escape its grasp. An earth angel's mission is not just personal, it's sacred, woven into the fabric of the universe's plan. They don't need to lift a finger or retaliate. The universe itself rises to their defense, like a tidal wave crashing down on anyone foolish enough to stand in its way. The harder the enemy pushes, the more violently it rebounds. But here's the bitter irony for those who plot against an earth angel. They think they're in control. They believe their schemes, lies, and manipulations are clever moves on a chessboard. Little do they know, they're not the player. They're the pawn, and the divine is 5 steps ahead. Their downfall isn't a question of if, it's a matter of when. Trying to take down an earth angel is like pulling on a thread of destiny. You unravel yourself, not them. So, if they ever wondered why their plans keep backfiring, why their life feels cursed after crossing you, here's the truth. They're playing themselves. The earth angel they tried to harm doesn't fall, they ascend. And as they rise higher, the enemy's own darkness becomes the weight that pulls them under. The pit they dug wasn't for you, it was always for them. Number 2. They didn't break you, they built your wings. They thought they were breaking you. Every lie, every betrayal, every calculated move to bring you down. They believed it would shatter you into pieces. But here's what they didn't see coming. Their actions didn't break you. Instead, they built you. Every attack, every ounce of pain they inflicted became the raw material for your transformation. What they thought were chains to hold you back were the very pieces you used to craft your wings. You weren't just enduring their attempts to hurt you, you were evolving because of them. Like a sculptor chipping away at a block of marble, their efforts to harm you only revealed the masterpiece underneath. They thought their schemes would leave you in ruins, but all they did was refine you. The weight they tried to crush you with became the wings that carried you higher. Think about it. A bird doesn't develop its wings by staying comfortable. It's the resistance, the struggle, the fight against the wind that makes it strong enough to fly. You're the same. Every push, every obstacle they threw in your path was training you for something greater. While they wasted their energy plotting your downfall, you were silently gaining the strength to soar far beyond their reach. And here's the irony, they gave you the very tools for your transformation. Their cruelty taught you resilience. Their lies sharpened your clarity. Their attempts to isolate you only made you discover the depth of your own inner power. It's almost poetic. The harder they tried to destroy you, the more they contributed to your rise. What they intended as your downfall became the foundation for your elevation. They thought you were fragile, but what they didn't understand is that you were being fortified. Pain didn't break you, it carved out your strength. Betrayal didn't destroy you, it cleared the path for your truth. Every challenge they sent your way became a stepping stone, pushing you closer to your destiny. They may have tried to clip your wings, but instead, they helped you grow feathers, strong enough to carry you to heights they'll never see. Now, they're left in disbelief, watching as you rise above everything they threw at you. They're stuck, weighed down by the same darkness they tried to cast over you, while you're soaring freely. And the best part, you don't even have to look back. Your flight is the ultimate proof that they failed. Trying to break a chosen one doesn't destroy them, it transforms them. What was meant to bury them becomes the ground they launch from. So, to the ones who thought they could crush you, they didn't destroy you. They created their own worst nightmare, a version of you that's stronger, wiser, and more untouchable than ever. And to you, the one they underestimated, let their attempts serve as reminders of your strength. They didn't break you, they built your wings. Now, it's time to fly. Number 3. The more they attack, the stronger you become. They thought they could break you. Every insult, every betrayal, every attempt to drag your name through the mud. They believed it would weaken you, leave you shattered and questioning your worth. What they didn't realize is this. Every single attack only made you stronger. They weren't tearing you down, they were building you up. The negativity they threw your way, it wasn't your destruction, it was your fuel. You aren't like most people. Where others might let negativity seep into their spirit and weigh them down, you've got something different, a power that most can't even comprehend. You don't absorb darkness the way they hoped. Instead, you flip it. You turn it into strength, insight, and resilience. It's like a fire inside you that burns brighter with every challenge they hurl your way. The very pain they meant to harm you with becomes the foundation you stand on, taller than before. Here's the kicker. They believed they were hurting you. They thought their words, their schemes, their betrayals were weapons sharp enough to cut you down. But in reality, every insult was like a brick you used to build a wall they could never climb. They unknowingly handed you the tools to rise higher than they could ever reach. It's almost poetic, isn't it? The harder they hit, the higher you rise. You don't pretend it doesn't hurt. You feel it all. The sting of their betrayal, the weight of their lies, the sharpness of their cruelty. It's real. But here's where you're different. You don't let it break you. You take that pain and you transform it. You turn heartbreak into unshakable wisdom, betrayal into clarity, and adversity into strength. What they intended to use against you becomes the armor you wear. Every hit they take only refines you, like pressure shaping coal into a diamond. Think about it. Diamonds don't form in comfort. They're created under unimaginable heat and pressure, conditions that would destroy anything weaker. And just like that, every challenge you've faced, every attack you've endured, has been shaping you into something untouchable. They thought they were striking something fragile, but they were wrong. Every blow they delivered only sharpened you, refined you, and prepared you for what's next. And now, the irony is clear. They wanted to see you fall, but instead, they're watching you rise. They believed they were breaking you, but all they did was set the stage for your transformation. While they're stuck in the same cycles of bitterness and envy, you're moving forward, stronger and more unstoppable than ever. They played themselves, and they don't even realize it. So, to you, the one they underestimated, let this be your reminder. Their attacks aren't signs of your weakness, they're proof of your power. The universe isn't allowing these challenges to crush you. It's using them to elevate you, to make you into a force they'll never be able to touch. And the harder they try, the farther they'll push you toward your destiny. Their schemes? They're nothing but stepping stones for your greatness. Let them keep trying. Let them exhaust themselves. All they're doing is amplifying your strength and sealing their own downfall. Because you don't just survive what they throw at you, you thrive on it. Every move they make against you backfires, turning into the very thing that propels you forward. You don't just endure the storm, you become it. Number 4. They misjudged the power of your energy, and now they're paying the price. They thought they could drag you down. They didn't understand that your energy isn't just high, it's untouchable. They saw your peace, your focus, your ability to stay centered, and assumed it was weakness. What they failed to realize is that your energy operates on a level they can't reach, a frequency so powerful that anything dark or low vibrational simply bounces off. Their negativity doesn't stick to you, it boomerangs right back to them, multiplied. Imagine trying to throw dirt at the sun, thinking you can block its light. That's what they tried to do to you. But the sun doesn't dim because of a handful of mud. It burns brighter, and the dirt just falls away. Your energy works the same way. It's not just high vibrational, it's an energetic fortress, a shield so potent that it reflects everything thrown at it. When they sent resentment, envy, and hatred your way, they didn't realize they were signing their own suffering. Their negativity didn't harm you. It became their own burden. They underestimated the laws of energy. What you put out into the world comes back to you, and when someone directs darkness at a soul like yours, it's like striking a mirror. The harm reflects back, sharper and more intense, hitting them harder than they could have imagined. Their setbacks, their sudden misfortunes, their emotional chaos. It's not random, it's the direct result of their actions. You can't aim poison at someone whose light is too pure. It spills back into your own cup. What they'll never understand is how you maintain your strength. While they drown in bitterness, you thrive through grounding yourself, staying aligned with your purpose, and vibrating higher than their negativity could ever reach. You don't just ignore their attacks, you rise above them. It's like a bird soaring so high that the storms below can't even touch its wings. They can scream, throw stones, and spread lies. But none of it reaches you because your energy exists on a plane they'll never comprehend. And the beauty of it all, your energy is self-sustaining. While they burn themselves out with envy and resentment, you're constantly replenished by your alignment with something greater. Every time they try to harm you, they waste their own energy. It's like punching the ocean. It doesn't move, but they exhaust themselves in the process. Their attacks don't deplete you, they expose their own weakness. You don't even need to fight back. Your high vibration does the work for you. It acts like a mirror and a magnet, reflecting their harm back to them while repelling anything that doesn't align with your purpose. They thought they could disrupt your peace, but all they've done is sabotage their own. Throw negativity at someone operating on a divine frequency, and you'll find yourself drowning in the darkness you created. Now, as they stumble and fall, they're left wondering why nothing is going right for them. But you already know the answer. They played themselves. Their energy couldn't match yours, so it turned on them. They tried to pull you down, but you only soared higher. They wanted to dim your light, but all they've done is expose the shadows they've been living in. Let them keep underestimating you. It doesn't change the outcome. Your energy is untouchable, your purpose unshakable. While they spiral in their own negativity, you'll keep rising, untouched by their chaos. thriving in a light they'll never understand. You don't just survive their attacks, you reflect them, magnify them, and turn them into proof of your power. Number 5. You were untouchable from the start. They thought they could break you. They saw your kindness, your humility, and your quiet strength, and they mistook it for weakness. They thought they could manipulate, lie, and throw stones without consequence. What they didn't realize is that you were untouchable from the very beginning. Not because you're perfect, not because you're invincible, but because your purpose was divinely protected before they even entered the picture. Their attacks weren't just miscalculated, they were futile. You're not someone who bends under pressure or falls to the weight of others' envy. You're built differently. While they operate in the shallow waters of ego and pettiness, you move in the depths of purpose and alignment. Their schemes were like a child throwing pebbles at a mountain, hoping it would crumble. But mountains don't move for pebbles, and neither do you. What they failed to grasp is that your strength doesn't come from external validation or fleeting power. It comes from something eternal. From the very start, you were equipped with an inner light they couldn't dim. It's the kind of light that doesn't need to shout or prove itself, because its mere presence shakes the darkness. You didn't need to fight back, because the battle was never yours to begin with. When you're divinely guided, the universe fights for you. Every time they tried to harm you, they only exposed their own weaknesses. Their lies revealed their insecurity. Their jealousy reflected their lack of purpose. Their attempts to bring you down showed how threatened they were by your rise. While they were busy trying to block your path, you kept walking, untouched and unbothered. You didn't just survive their attempts, you thrived in spite of them. Imagine a bird flying high in the sky, untouchable by the chaos on the ground. That's you. They can shout, throw stones, or try to clip your wings, but you're too far above their reach. You were never on their level, and that's what eats at them the most. They see you shining, rising, and walking in your power, and it reminds them of everything they lack. Instead of working on themselves, they chose to focus on you, and in doing so, they sealed their own fate. Here's the truth they couldn't see. You were untouchable because your strength was never about them. It was about you. It was about the lessons you've learned, the battles you've already overcome, and the divine plan you're aligned with. Their negativity didn't weaken you. It revealed their own darkness. Their attacks didn't harm you. They strengthened your resolve. So let them regret their choices. Let them stumble over the mess they created. While they deal with the chaos they called upon themselves, you'll keep rising, shining brighter, and proving that you were untouchable from the very start. Their mistakes were inevitable, but your victory was always certain. They played themselves the moment they thought they could touch someone like you. Number 6. The trap they set for you became their own prison. They thought they were clever. Carefully they laid their trap, weaving lies, betrayal, and manipulation, thinking it would bring you down. But here's the thing about traps. They don't just catch prey. They catch the fool who sets them if they're not careful. And when they set out to harm you, they sealed their own fate. The very snare they designed for you became the cage they can't escape from. Their first mistake? Believing you were powerless. They thought they could outsmart you, outmaneuver you, or break you. But you're not like the rest. You move with purpose, guided by something higher, something they can't touch. They underestimated the shield of divine energy that surrounds you. The invisible protection that ensures everything meant to harm you turns back on its source. What they didn't realize is that the universe doesn't just watch, it balances. When someone tries to trap you, the weight of their own intentions boomerangs back with double the force. Imagine this. Someone digs a pit, smugly waiting for you to stumble in. But instead, you walk right past it, unharmed, as they trip and fall into their own hole. That's exactly what happened here. Their lies unraveled. Their betrayal exposed them. The strings they pulled became tangled around their own feet. The harder they tried to tighten their grip, the faster they became ensnared. Those who set traps for others always forget. They're the first ones to step into them. Their life starts to crumble, but they don't connect the dots. Misfortunes pile up. Failed plans, broken relationships, unexpected setbacks. They call it bad luck, but you know better. It's the universe returning their energy to its rightful owner. You didn't have to lift a finger. Their own actions were the architects of their downfall. They were so busy focusing on you that they couldn't see how the ground beneath them was shifting. The irony is almost poetic. They wanted to see you stuck, trapped, and broken. Instead, they're the ones shackled by their own bitterness, their own envy, their own hatred. It's a prison of their own making, with walls built from their deceit and bars forged from their malice. You, on the other hand, walk free, stronger, wiser, and untouched by their attempts to harm you. Here's the truth they never saw coming. You don't need revenge. You don't need to fight back. The universe does the work for you. Their downfall isn't just karma, it's justice. They thought they could steal your light, but all they did was deepen their own darkness. They thought they could stop you, but all they've done is stop themselves. So, let them stay in their prison, trapped by their own actions. Meanwhile, you'll keep rising, untouched and unstoppable, leaving them behind to face the consequences of their own choices. They set the trap, but the only one who got caught was them. Number 7. Their darkness could never touch your light. They thought their darkness could overwhelm you. They believed their lies, envy and hate could smother your light, but they couldn't even reach it. You're operating on a level so far above them that their efforts are nothing more than shadows trying to compete with the sun. Darkness doesn't stand a chance against light. It's not even a competition. The moment your light shines, their shadows are exposed for what they truly are: weak, fleeting, and powerless. When they aimed their negativity at you, they underestimated the strength of your energy. They assumed their low vibrations could penetrate your shield. But your light isn't just strong, it's divine. Their darkness is like smoke, thin and fragile, while your energy is a blazing fire that consumes everything in its path. They wanted to drag you into their chaos, but you don't belong in their world of fear and bitterness. You're on a higher frequency, where their shadows simply dissolve. The funny thing is, they thought their darkness could intimidate you. They didn't realize that all their plotting, scheming, and bad intentions only revealed their own insecurities. Darkness always tries to hide itself, but when faced with light, it has nowhere to go. Their actions exposed their true selves. The harder they tried to harm you, the more they showed their hand. Jealousy, resentment, and fear. Your light didn't just withstand their attacks, it reflected them, making their shadows impossible to ignore. It's like trying to extinguish a flame by blowing on it. They didn't weaken you, they fueled you. Their efforts became the wind that made your fire burn brighter. Every attempt they made to dim your light only highlighted their own darkness. The harder they tried to overshadow you, the more obvious their shadow became. You didn't have to do anything except stay true to yourself. You didn't need to fight back, argue, or sink to their level. Your light was enough. It's always been enough. While they were busy throwing stones from their glass houses, you stood firm, shining so brightly that their stones never even reached you. They shattered under the weight of their own actions, while you remained untouched. The truth is, darkness can only exist in the absence of light. The moment your energy showed up, their negativity started to crumble. They thought they could drag you down, but instead, they found themselves buried under the weight of their own darkness. They played themselves, trying to fight a battle they could never win. To you, the chosen one, this is your reminder. Your light is untouchable. Their darkness may try to creep in, but it will never last. It can't survive in your presence. So let them throw their shadows. Let them try to dim what they can't even reach. You are a force they can never overpower. Keep shining, because every time your light glows brighter, their darkness shrinks further into nothingness. Number 8. Their jealousy became the rope that choked them. Jealousy is a dangerous thing. It starts as a whisper in the back of someone's mind, a flicker of resentment they think they can control. But when it's directed at someone like you, someone chosen, divinely guided and untouchable, it becomes a noose they tie around their own neck. They didn't realize it, but every envious thought, every bitter action, every underhanded attempt to bring you down was tightening that rope. What they meant to destroy you only ended up suffocating them. You see, jealousy is like poison. When someone lets it consume them, it clouds their judgment and corrodes their soul. They can't think straight because they're too busy plotting, scheming, and obsessing over what you have. Instead of focusing on their own growth, they waste their energy trying to block your light. But here's the thing about trying to mess with someone like you. It doesn't work. Your energy is too high, too pure, too protected. The negativity they send your way doesn't land. It reflects. It bounces back to them, and they end up drowning in the darkness they created for you. Their jealousy is their downfall. It blinds them to reality. While they're busy watching you, envying your progress, and trying to sabotage your journey, they're neglecting their own path. It's like trying to dig a hole for someone else to fall into, while standing at the edge of it yourself. The deeper they dig, the closer they get to falling in. And when they do, there's no one to pull them out because they've alienated themselves with their own bitterness. Think about it. Every insult they threw at you, every lie they spread, every time they tried to block your blessings, they were really working against themselves. They might have thought they were clever, but the universe saw everything. Every action they took against you was recorded, and the energy they put out into the world came back to them tenfold. Jealousy is like holding on to a burning coal, thinking it will hurt someone else. But it's your own hand that gets burned. And you didn't have to lift a finger. You didn't have to fight back or stoop to their level. You let them exhaust themselves while you stayed focused, moving forward, rising higher. They thought they were choking you with their envy, but all they were doing was tightening the grip around their own neck. Their bitterness became their burden, and their obsession with you became their own undoing. So let them be jealous. Let them plot and scheme. None of it can touch you. You are protected, guided, and destined for greatness, while they are trapped in the very web of envy they spun for you. They thought their jealousy was a weapon, but it was really a mirror, reflecting their insecurities and fears right back at them. And now, they're left gasping for air, wondering why everything in their life is falling apart. The answer is simple. Their jealousy became the rope that choked them. Number 9. They tried to fight a battle they could never win. They thought they could take you on, blind to the fact that they weren't just fighting you. They were fighting a force far greater than themselves. They looked at you and saw someone they could manipulate, hurt, or tear down. What they didn't see, what their arrogance wouldn't let them comprehend, is that you're not standing alone. You are backed by something unshakable, something untouchable, a divine energy that ensures victory is always yours. From the moment they decided to cross you, their defeat was already written. They came into this fight unarmed. They might have had their lies, their schemes, and their poisonous words. But what is that compared to the power of divine purpose? It's like bringing a matchstick to a wildfire. No matter how hard they tried, they were never going to extinguish your light. In fact, every move they made only added fuel to your flame. They underestimated you because they couldn't see beyond their own smallness. They didn't realize they were stepping onto a battlefield they weren't prepared to navigate. Their biggest mistake was thinking this was a fair fight. It never was. The moment they directed their darkness toward you, they triggered forces they didn't even know existed. The universe has a way of balancing the scales, and when someone goes against a divinely guided soul, they're essentially fighting against the natural order. It's like trying to swim against the tide. It only drags you deeper until you're gasping for air. That's what's happening to them now. While you rise, untouched and unstoppable, they're drowning in the chaos they created for themselves. What they failed to understand is that battles like these aren't won with lies, envy, or manipulation. They require integrity, strength, and alignment, qualities they clearly lack. They thought they could harm you, but all they did was expose their own weaknesses. Their attacks revealed more about who they are than anything they ever said about you. And as they keep fighting a losing battle, they're stuck in a cycle of self-destruction, their efforts backfiring at every turn. The irony is almost poetic. The harder they fought, the more they lost. The louder they screamed, the more they exposed their desperation. They thought they were pulling you down, but instead, they were digging their own graves. You didn't even have to fight back. The divine handled it for you. It's not that you're invincible, it's that you're protected. They were never battling just you. They were going head to head with forces they couldn't see, forces that don't lose. And now, here you are, stronger, brighter, and more resilient than ever. Their weapons, envy, deceit, and negativity, couldn't touch you. They didn't just lose the battle, they lost themselves in the process. Let them stay stuck in their bitterness. Let them keep trying, if they dare. The outcome will always be the same. They're fighting a battle they were never meant to win, and you were always destined to rise. Number 10. They played themselves, trying to play you. They thought they were clever, didn't they? Thought they could outsmart you, manipulate you, twist your light into something it's not. But here's the truth they never saw coming. While they were busy plotting and scheming, they weren't playing you. They were playing themselves. Every move they made against you was a step toward their own undoing. You see, people like that operate on the belief that their tricks and lies will go unnoticed, that their manipulation is invisible. But they don't realize you're steps ahead, always. You don't have to play their games because you've mastered a higher one. Their petty moves, their desperate attempts to control or sabotage you, only reveal their weakness. The one who schemes against the light always ends up blinded by it. It's almost comical when you think about it. They tried to set traps, but they fell into their own. They lied, thinking they could control the narrative, but the truth always finds a way to shine through. They wanted to see you lose, but every time they acted against you, they were stacking the deck against themselves. Their envy, their greed, their thirst to bring you down became the very weight that pulled them under. What they didn't understand is that you're not like everyone else. You're built differently, guided differently, and protected on levels they can't even comprehend. When they tried to harm you, they weren't just fighting you. They were going up against a force far beyond their understanding. It's like trying to fight the wind. They swung with all their might, but the harder they tried, the harder they fell. When you wage war against someone destined for greatness, the battle only defeats you. They mistook your calm for weakness, your silence for submission, but you were never weak. You simply chose not to engage in their chaos because you knew the truth. They were destroying themselves from the inside out. Their actions were never about you. They were about their own insecurities, their own jealousy, their inability to stand in the presence of someone as divinely guided as you. They wanted to see you falter because your strength reminded them of their own lack of it. And now, look at them, lost in the mess they created, choking on the lies they told, struggling under the weight of the consequences they never saw coming. They played themselves, and the irony is that they still don't see it. They think they were the hunter, but they were always the prey. Every move they made was a step closer to their own downfall. Let them keep playing their games. You don't need to retaliate. The universe has already handled it. Your light is too strong, too pure, too untouchable. They thought they were in control, but all they did was hand the power back to you. They played themselves trying to play you and the game. It's already over. You won by simply being you. Number 11. Messing with you was their biggest mistake. They thought they could come for you, thinking you were just another easy target. What they didn't realize was that messing with you wasn't just foolish. It was a mistake so colossal that its consequences will haunt them for a long time. You're not just anyone. You're a force of light, divinely guided and protected, and crossing you means stepping into a battle they can't win. They thought they were clever, scheming in the shadows, spreading lies and plotting against you. But here's the thing about shadows. They disappear when the light shines too brightly. And your light? It's not just any light. It's a reflection of the divine, a beacon of truth that exposes everything hidden. Their darkness didn't consume you. It revealed them for what they are, small, envious and powerless in the face of someone like you. Their mistake wasn't just underestimating you. It was overestimating themselves. They thought their tricks, their words, their actions could harm you. But they forgot one universal truth. What you send out always comes back. Every ounce of negativity they threw your way is now circling back to them, stronger and more destructive than they could have imagined. You can't throw stones at a giant and expect the mountain to fall. What's even more ironic, every attack they launched only made you stronger. They thought they were tearing you down, but all they were doing was sharpening your resolve and adding to your armor. Their betrayal became your lesson. Their lies became your wisdom. Their envy became the very fuel that propelled you forward. While they were busy plotting your downfall, you were rising above them, untouchable and unshaken. And now, as they face the fallout of their actions, they're starting to realize the weight of their mistake. Their plans are crumbling. Their schemes are backfiring. Everything they tried to use against you is now working against them. It's as if the universe itself has turned its back on them, and in many ways, it has. When they messed with you, they weren't just fighting you, they were challenging the divine forces that protect and guide you, and no one wins that battle. You, on the other hand, didn't need to do a thing. You didn't retaliate. You didn't stoop to their level. You simply stayed aligned, trusting that the truth always prevails. That's your strength, the ability to stand tall and let the universe handle what it needs to, because it always does. Their downfall was written the moment they chose to go against you. Let this be a lesson to them and to anyone else who thinks they can come for someone like you. Messing with a soul guided by the divine is like trying to extinguish the sun with your breath. Futile, foolish, and destined to fail. They thought they could play you, but they played themselves. Their biggest mistake wasn't just underestimating your strength. It was not understanding who you are and the forces that stand behind you. Number 12. Earth angels don't fall, they rise, and their enemies burn. They thought they could make you fall. They assumed their lies, schemes, and toxic energy would pull you down into the same pit they're stuck in. But what they didn't realize is that you're not like them. You're not bound by the weight of their envy, resentment, or darkness. When they try to drag you down, you don't fall, you rise. And as you ascend, the fire of your light consumes everything false and destructive in its path, leaving your enemies to burn in the chaos they created for themselves. Earth angels like you don't just survive adversity, you thrive on it. Every attempt they make to harm you becomes fuel for your growth. Their insults are sparks, but instead of igniting pain, they ignite your power. Their betrayal is fire, but instead of burning you, it forges you into something unbreakable. You don't just endure the storm, they do. You rise above it, and the ones who tried to harm you are left to face the fury of the storm they summoned. Here's the thing your enemies will never understand. They're fighting a losing battle. They see your light, and it terrifies them because it exposes their own shadows. Instead of dealing with their darkness, they try to project it onto you. They think if they can dim your light, they won't have to face their own emptiness. But here's the truth. Your light doesn't fade. It grows. The harder they push, the brighter you shine, and the brighter you shine, the more their own darkness consumes them. It's like trying to hold a flame with bare hands. The more they clutch at you, the more they get burned. They plot against you, but their schemes backfire. They spread lies, but their deceit only reveals their true character. They throw stones, but every stone becomes another step in your ascent. Their attempts to harm you don't stop your rise, they accelerate it. And as you rise, you leave them behind. You soar above their petty games, their small-minded schemes, and their shallow attempts to hurt you. While they're stuck in a cycle of bitterness and failure, you're moving toward your divine purpose. Your enemies burn, not because you seek revenge, but because the universe handles what they refuse to understand. Light always wins. Trying to make an earth angel fall is like spitting at the stars. You can't reach them, but you're left in the dirt with your own mess. So let them try. Let them think they're winning. Their illusions won't last. They'll burn out, consumed by the very fire they thought they could use against you. Meanwhile, you keep rising. Their negativity becomes irrelevant, their attacks meaningless. You don't have to look down or even acknowledge them. Their defeat is written in their own actions. Remember, you're not here to fight their battles. You're here to rise, to shine, and to show that no darkness can ever extinguish a light as pure and powerful as yours. Earth angels don't fall, they rise. And when they rise, their enemies are left to deal with the flames of their own making. Keep rising. It's the ultimate victory. Chosen one, let this be your reminder. You are an earth angel, divinely guided and unshakably powerful. Everything they've done to try to break you has only strengthened your wings, fueled your purpose, and amplified your light. Their darkness, their envy, their schemes, they mean nothing in the face of the unstoppable force you've become. You were never meant to stay small or blend in. You're here to rise, to shine, and to remind the world that nothing can stand in the way of a soul on a divine mission. Keep walking in your truth. Let their negativity bounce off your high vibration. You're not just surviving, you're thriving, soaring higher than their minds can comprehend. The universe has your back, and their attempts to harm you only seal their own defeat. Remember, your journey is sacred, and every step forward is a testament to the power within you. If this resonates with your spirit and you're ready to fully step into your light, show your strength, hit that like button, subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments. Share this message with others who need to hear it. You are not alone. You are chosen. You are unstoppable. Keep shining, Earth Angel. The universe always favors the chosen one, no matter how much darkness tries to swallow their light. That's the reality they're choking on now. For years they dismissed your glow, ridiculed your spark, and ignored your rise. They hid behind their arrogance, finding comfort in the shadows where they thought they were safe. But the universe doesn't allow the light of the chosen one to remain unseen forever. Now, your brilliance has become their torment, a force so blinding, so undeniable, it's left them stumbling, exposed, and consumed by fear. They mocked your beginnings because they didn't understand your destiny. They saw you as a flicker, a faint star in a sea of darkness, unaware that the universe was aligning every moment in your favor, preparing you to eclipse them all. And now, that moment has come. Their arrogance was the night. Your light is the dawn. They can't look away, not because they want to see, but because they can't escape the truth that has illuminated their failure. They ran from it, denied it, laughed at it. But destiny doesn't knock. It breaks down the door. The universe always protects its chosen. It fuels your fire when others try to extinguish it, turns their mockery into your motivation, and transforms every stone they threw into a foundation for your greatness. They thought they could dim you, but all they did was feed the inferno that now burns too brightly for their weak hearts to handle. They laughed at your spark, but now they cower before your wildfire. That's the power of the chosen one. The harder the world tries to break you, the stronger the universe makes you. And thank you, yes, you, the chosen one. Your presence and super gifts are the very reasons that help us create more content like this. And don't think that you're here by chance. You're here because it's your time to rise. If you're ready to step into your power and claim what's yours, hit like, subscribe, and drop a number 77 in the comments to show you're ready to turn every obstacle into the foundation of your greatness. Let's make it happen, right here, right now. And oh, their fear is your validation. They laughed when they thought you were weak, but now their silence screams their regret. They replay every insult, every sneer, every time they underestimated you, knowing they were wrong. You've become the nightmare they can't wake up from, the truth they can't ignore. They thought they were untouchable, but the tide has turned, and now they're drowning in the regret of underestimating someone the universe was always bound to lift higher. Picture this, a lighthouse in the fiercest storm. While they wasted their time building castles in the sand, convinced they'd stand forever, you stood firm, weathering every wave, every insult, every doubt. Now, as the storm rages, their castles are gone, swallowed by the sea. But you remain. Your light guides the way, commanding respect they never wanted to give, but now can't withhold. They can't fight it, can't run from it. They can only watch as the truth they feared becomes the reality they must face. This is your time, your moment, your destiny. The universe has spoken, and it chose you. Let their fear fuel your fire, their regret remind you of how far you've come. You never needed their approval, and you certainly don't need it now. Your light isn't for them. It's for you, for those who believe, and for the world that finally sees what was inevitable all along. Let them watch. Let them tremble. Because one thing is certain, they will never doubt the chosen one again. And now, let's break it down step by step. Trust me, if you are truly one of the chosen, you'll feel it. The undeniable pull, the force that tells you this message was meant for you. Stay with me until the end, because every word will resonate deeper and reveal exactly why you were always destined for this moment. Number 1. Your time has come, and they can't stop watching. The time they wasted watching you fail is now spent marveling at your rise. That's the bitter pill they're choking on right now. For years they watched from the sidelines, ridiculing your journey, thinking you'd never amount to anything. They mocked every step you took, convinced that their laughter would break you. But here's the truth they never wanted to face. The universe doesn't abandon the chosen ones. It watches over you, aligns the stars in your favor, and ensures that every insult, every doubt, and every setback becomes fuel for your inevitable rise. Picture this, a phoenix rising from the ashes. They stood there, watching the flames, smug in their belief that you'd been consumed. What they didn't realize is that the fire wasn't destroying you, it was forging you. And now, as you soar higher than ever before, they're frozen in awe, unable to look away. Their silence is louder than their laughter ever was. It's the sound of regret, disbelief, and fear, because they finally understand. You were always destined for this moment. You might ask yourself, why now? Why not before? Because the universe waits for the perfect moment. It let them bask in their ignorance, grow comfortable in their delusions, and believe that they were untouchable. Meanwhile, it was preparing you in the shadows, sharpening your spirit, and turning every wound into a weapon. Timing is everything, and now that the moment has arrived, it's blindingly clear. Your light has become the reckoning they never saw coming. They underestimated you because they couldn't see the divine power guiding you. While they plotted against you, the universe was moving mountains in your favor. They thought they were in control, but control is an illusion the arrogant cling to. The truth? The chosen ones don't chase the world bends to their will. And now that you've stepped into your power, they can't stop watching because they know their time is up. The higher they built their thrones of arrogance, the harder the fall when the truth finally hit. Imagine standing in the middle of a storm, unshaken while chaos rages around you. That's what it means to be chosen. They saw the storm as your end, but the storm was your awakening. Their doubt was the wind, their insults were the rain, but you stood tall, a lighthouse cutting through the darkness. And now, as the skies clear, they're left stranded, staring at the strength they never thought you'd have. You might wonder, do they regret it? Do they finally see the truth? Oh, they see it. Regret is the shadow that follows them now, whispering your name in their sleepless nights. They replay every sneer, every dismissal, every time they tried to cut you down, knowing they were wrong. But regret doesn't change the past, and it doesn't undo the truth that's standing right in front of them. You've won. They thought they were breaking you, but all they were doing was building you. Here's what they fear the most. They can't stop watching. Your light is a mirror, reflecting every failure, every weakness, and every mistake they made. They want to look away, to bury their heads in the sand, but they can't. The pull of your brilliance is too strong. The divine doesn't allow the chosen to be ignored, and your success isn't just a story, it's a reckoning. Their disbelief is the price they pay for doubting you, and their silence is the confession they'll never speak aloud. So what now? You move forward. You don't wait for their acknowledgement, their apologies, or their validation. You never needed it. Your time has come, and the universe is on your side. Let their regret fuel your fire. Let their fear remind you of how far you've come. You're not just a flicker in the darkness. You're a force of nature, a light so powerful it commands the world's attention. They can't stop watching because they know the truth now. You were always destined for greatness, and this is only the beginning. They laughed while you built. Now they're silent as you reign. Number 2. Regret has no cure, and you're their reminder. Regret is a wound that never heals, and your rise is the salt they can't escape. That's where they are now, living in a prison of their own making, haunted by every moment they doubted you, mocked you, and underestimated what you could become. For them, there's no escape from the regret that clings to their every thought like a shadow. They laughed when they should have learned. They doubted when they should have believed. And now, you're the reminder they can't ignore, the proof of their failure staring back at them every single day. Picture a mirror they're too afraid to look into, yet can't bring themselves to turn away from. That's what your success has become to them. It reflects every insult they threw, every sneer they delivered, and every time they tried to bury you under the weight of their arrogance. But the thing about regret is that it doesn't let go. It festers, lingers, and whispers, reminding them of every misstep, every chance they had to change the narrative, and how they failed every time. You're not just a person to them anymore. You're a reckoning, the living embodiment of everything they tried to deny. You might wonder, do they feel it? Do they truly regret it? Oh, they feel it, and it's eating them alive. Regret is the heaviest chain of all, and the universe has locked it around their necks. Every time they see you rise, it tightens. Every time your name is spoken, it burns. They used to scoff at your light, but now it blinds them, leaving them stumbling in the wake of your greatness. They thought the fire would consume you, but all it did was make you stronger, brighter, and impossible to ignore. Imagine this: a storm they thought they could outrun. They laughed at the warnings, convinced it would pass them by, but now they're drowning in its aftermath. You were the storm, not because you wanted vengeance, but because destiny demands justice. The universe doesn't let the chosen ones be dismissed without consequence. It doesn't let those who doubted greatness escape the reminder of their folly. And now, every success of yours is thunder in their ears. Every step forward is a tidal wave that crashes against their comfort. Here's the cruel truth they can't escape: regret has no cure. They can't rewind the clock. They can't take back their words or undo their actions. The same people who once laughed behind your back now lie awake at night, replaying every moment they could have chosen differently. But they didn't, and the weight of that choice is theirs to bear. The road they paved with arrogance has led them straight to a dead end, and you're the signpost they can't avoid. While they're trapped in their regret, you're free. You've risen above their noise, above their doubts, and above their attempts to hold you back. Your growth wasn't for them, but your success has become their torment. That's the beauty of being chosen. The universe doesn't just lift you up. It ensures that those who doubted you see every moment of your triumph. They can't hide from it because it's everywhere now, in every headline, in every whispered conversation, and most painfully, in their own minds. You don't need their apologies. You don't need their validation. The regret they carry is enough. Every time they see you shine, it reminds them of who they could have supported but didn't. Every step you take forward is a reminder of how far behind they are now. They thought their laughter was the final word, but your success has rewritten the story. This is their burden to bear, not yours. Let them carry it. Let them wrestle with the reality of what they've lost and what they'll never undo. Because for you, the chosen one, regret isn't even a word in your story. It's theirs, written in bold, etched into the walls of the shadowed corners where they now sit. You're the light they can't escape, the truth they can't deny, and the reminder they can't forget. You are their greatest regret, and your rise is their endless reminder. Number 3. They counted you out, but you were counting steps. While they were busy counting you out, you were counting the steps to greatness. That's the reality hitting them now like a freight train. They stood on the sidelines, scoffing at your journey, assuming every stumble, every moment of silence was proof of your failure. But what they didn't realize was this: every step you took, every move you made was deliberate. You weren't lost, you were calculating, preparing, and building momentum. And now, as you surge ahead, they're left choking on their arrogance, watching you achieve what they believed was impossible. Imagine a marathon they thought they had already won. They sprinted early, laughed as they passed you, and assumed you'd never catch up. But you weren't playing their game. While they wasted their energy, you conserved yours. While they looked for quick victories, you stayed focused on the finish line. And now, you've not only caught up, you've lapped them. They're gasping for air, trying to figure out how you got so far ahead. But deep down, they already know. They measured success in moments. You built it step by step, brick by brick. You might wonder, why did they count me out? Why were they so quick to dismiss me? Because that's what the shallow do. They judge from the surface. They saw your patience as weakness, your quiet grind as stagnation. They laughed because they couldn't see the bigger picture, the one you were painting stroke by stroke. But here's the truth. The chosen ones don't rush. They don't waste energy on meaningless sprints. They walk with purpose, knowing that every step forward is a move closer to their destiny. Picture this: a sculptor chipping away at a block of stone. To the untrained eye, it looks like nothing but chaos, a mess of dust and broken pieces. But the sculptor knows the masterpiece is taking shape, one careful strike at a time. That was you. They saw the dust, the fragments, the seemingly slow progress, and assumed you were going nowhere. Now they see the masterpiece you've created, and it's too late to catch up. While they chased temporary applause, you built something timeless, and now they're scrambling. The same people who counted you out are the ones trying to figure out how to get ahead of you. They're panicked, desperate, and lost because they can't fathom the steps you've taken to get here. But here's the thing, they'll never understand it, because they were too busy watching for you to fail instead of watching for how you'd rise. They thought the race was over, but you were just getting started. Their disbelief is your proof. Every time they shake their heads, every time they stammer out excuses for why they didn't see it coming, they're confirming what you already knew. They never understood your journey. And now, their regret is their burden. The distance you've created is one they'll never close because they don't have the resilience, the patience, or the vision to take the steps you did. You don't need to look back at them. The finish line isn't for their approval, it's for your triumph. They counted you out because it was easier than admitting they feared your potential. But fear doesn't stop the chosen. It fuels them. While they wasted their energy doubting you, you were turning every doubt into determination, every setback into a stepping stone. Now, as you stride forward, let their regret be the lesson they'll never forget. Let their shock remind you of how far you've come. You didn't need their belief to succeed, and you certainly don't need their validation now. You were counting steps, not spectators. You were focused on the journey, not their opinions. And now that you've risen, one thing is clear: they'll never count you out again. They misjudged the climb, but you were always destined to reach the summit. Number 4. They called you nothing. Now you're their everything. They called you nothing because they couldn't see your worth. Now they can't take their eyes off you because you've become their everything. That's the brutal reality they live with now. They mocked your beginnings, dismissed your efforts, and laughed at your vision. To them, you were invisible, unimportant, a face in the crowd. But now, you've become the center of their universe, the one they can't ignore, the name they can't stop saying. The very person they belittled has become the force they can't escape. Imagine a seed buried deep in the earth. To those who don't understand growth, it looks like nothing, just a speck in the dirt. They stomp on it, assuming it will never amount to anything. But that seed doesn't stay hidden forever. Slowly, quietly, it grows roots, drawing strength from the darkness, until one day it breaks through the surface and rises into a towering tree. That's you. They mocked the seed, but now they stand in the shadow of the tree, awestruck by its strength. They ignored the roots, and now they're humbled by the branches. You might ask yourself, why did they call me nothing? Why couldn't they see my potential? The answer is simple: they didn't want to. People mock what they don't understand and belittle what they fear. Your vision threatened their comfort. Your quiet persistence exposed their loud mediocrity. It was easier for them to pretend you didn't matter than to face the possibility that you were destined for something greater. But the truth doesn't stay buried. It always rises, and when it does, it leaves no room for doubt. Now, every time they see you rise, it's a reminder of their failure to see what was always in front of them. They called you nothing, but now their regret whispers your name in every quiet moment. They see your success everywhere, a constant echo of what they dismissed. You've gone from being invisible to being inescapable, and that's what haunts them most. Their ignorance made them blind, but your rise has forced them to see. They didn't just misjudge you, they underestimated the universe that stands behind the chosen ones. They thought their words could break you, but all they did was sharpen your resolve. They thought their dismissal would bury you, but the divine had other plans. The universe doesn't let the chosen ones stay hidden. It uses every insult, every doubt, every rejection to prepare you for a rise so undeniable that even your enemies are forced to applaud. And now, as they scramble to make sense of your greatness, you stand tall. You don't need their validation, and you never did. Their laughter was just noise. Your success is the symphony. Let their regret fuel your fire, but don't let it slow you down. You were never nothing. You were always everything. Now they see it. Now they feel it. And now they'll never forget it. You were never invisible. They were just too blind to see. Number 5. Their laughter was the hammer. Your success is the anvil. Every strike they aimed to break you only forged you into something stronger. That's the truth they're choking on now. Their laughter, sharp and cruel, was the hammer they used, thinking it would shatter you. Every insult, every sneer, every dismissive comment, those were the blows they dealt. They thought their mockery would break you, but what they didn't realize was that you were the anvil. And an anvil doesn't break. It hardens, it strengthens, it endures. Picture this: a blacksmith in a forge. They strike the metal again and again, their hammer clanging with every hit. To the untrained eye, it might look like destruction, but the blacksmith knows that each strike is shaping something remarkable. That's what their laughter was, the clang of their arrogance, thinking they were breaking you. But every time they hit, they were only shaping your resilience, sharpening your edge, and tempering your spirit. What they meant as destruction became your transformation. You might wonder, why did they try so hard to tear me down? Why couldn't they just let me be? The answer is simple: fear. They feared your potential even before you realized it yourself. Laughter was their shield, their way of hiding their insecurity, their way of masking the truth they didn't want to face, that you were destined to outgrow them. They laughed because it was easier than admitting they were wrong about you. It was easier than acknowledging your strength. Now, the tables have turned, and they can't laugh anymore. The very hammer they used to strike you is now useless against the strength you've built. You're unbreakable, immovable, and undeniable. Their laughter, once loud and mocking, has turned into silence. And that silence, it's deafening. It's the sound of regret, the sound of disbelief, the sound of realizing they were wrong. Their laughter forged you. Now their silence fuels you. Imagine the sound of a hammer hitting an anvil. At first it's loud, sharp, even overwhelming. But as the blows continue, the anvil only grows stronger. It absorbs the strikes, becomes tougher, more unyielding. That's you. You didn't crumble under their mockery. You thrived because of it. And now, as they stand there with their broken hammer, staring at the masterpiece you've become, they finally understand. You weren't the one who needed fixing. They were. Let this be your reminder, chosen one. Their laughter was never about you. It was about their inability to see what you were becoming. They thought they could define you, diminish you, destroy you. But instead, they played a part in building the very strength they now fear. You are the anvil, unyielding and resolute, and your success is the undeniable proof that no hammer can break what destiny has chosen to forge. This is your moment. Let them watch in silence, burdened by their own regret. Every strike they dealt, every word they used to cut you down. It's all part of the story of how you rose. And now, as they stand in awe, unable to comprehend your strength, one thing is clear. The hammer was always theirs, but the victory was always yours. What was meant to destroy you has only made you unstoppable. Number 6. They laughed at the roots. Now they're humbled by the tree. They mocked the roots because they couldn't imagine the forest that would grow. That's the truth they're grappling with now, as they stand in the shadow of everything you've become. They laughed at your beginnings, sneered at your small victories, and dismissed your foundation as weakness. To them, the roots were invisible, hidden, quiet, and beneath their notice. But roots don't need attention to thrive. They need time, patience, and resilience. While they wasted their energy mocking what they couldn't see, you were digging deeper, grounding yourself, and preparing for the unstoppable rise they now can't ignore. Picture this, a sapling weathering storms. They laughed at its fragility, convinced it would snap under the weight of the world. They didn't know the roots were growing beneath the surface, intertwining with the earth, becoming immovable. And now, that sapling has grown into a towering tree, unshaken by their doubt, unbroken by their mockery. They can't laugh anymore because they're too busy looking up, humbled by the enormity of what you've become. The roots they ridiculed have given rise to something they can't control, can't break, and can't match. You might ask yourself, why did they laugh? Why couldn't they see it? Because shallow minds mock what they don't understand. They only saw the surface, the stillness, the quiet grind, the work that didn't demand applause. They thought success was supposed to be loud, flashy, and instant. But you knew better. You knew that true greatness takes time. Roots grow in silence, in darkness, away from prying eyes. They anchor you through the storms, giving you the strength to rise when the time is right. They laughed because they didn't understand the process, and now they're humbled because they can't argue with the result. Imagine their disbelief as they look around and realize how far you've come. They stood there, waiting for you to fail, and now they're surrounded by the forest you've created. Every branch is a reminder of their arrogance, every leaf a testament to the patience they mocked. They wanted you to stay small because it made them feel big. But the universe doesn't work that way. It rewards those who endure, those who dig deep, and those who grow despite the odds. And now, your growth has left them in awe, stunned into silence. Here's the beauty of it. They can't cut you down. The roots are too deep, the tree too strong. They can try to mimic your success, but they don't have the patience or resilience to match it. The very thing they ridiculed, your foundation, is the reason they'll never stand as tall as you do now. They laughed at your roots, but now they're humbled by the height they'll never reach. So stand tall, chosen one. Let their regret be the wind that rustles your leaves, the whispers that remind you of how far you've come. You don't need their acknowledgement, and you never did. Your growth wasn't for them. It was for you. And now, as they look up in awe, one thing is certain. They'll never laugh at roots again. They underestimated the seed. Now they're dwarfed by the forest. Number 7. They ran for the applause. You walked toward greatness. The noise of applause fades, but the echoes of greatness last forever. That's the truth they're grappling with now. They spent their time chasing fleeting validation, running in circles for the cheap thrill of being noticed. Their moves were loud, their steps frantic, but they were aimless, shallow, and hollow. Meanwhile, you, steady, deliberate, and unshaken, walked the path less traveled. You weren't interested in their claps or approval. You weren't trying to impress the moment. You were building something they could never comprehend: legacy. Picture them as sprinters on a track, desperate to finish first, gasping for air with every step. They were running for the crowd, for the cheers, for the empty noise that dies as soon as the race ends. But you weren't in their race. You were walking your own path, one that didn't have an audience but had meaning. While they burned themselves out, you conserved your energy, focusing not on the speed of the moment, but on the power of endurance. And now, they're stumbling, exhausted, while you've arrived at a place they'll never reach. They didn't understand your silence. They mistook your pace for hesitation, your patience for weakness. They laughed when you didn't join their scramble for attention. But what they failed to realize is this: greatness isn't found in chaos. It's built in calm. You weren't running because you didn't need to. Every step you took was intentional, deliberate, and unshakable. They chased noise. You walked toward destiny. You might wonder, why did they choose the applause? Why did they care so much about being seen? Because they didn't believe in their own substance. The applause gave them a false sense of importance, a temporary high that numbed them to the reality of their insignificance. But applause is just that, temporary. It's here, then gone, leaving nothing behind but echoes of what could have been. You didn't fall for that trap. You knew the difference between being loud and being great. While they performed for the crowd, you were building a legacy no one could ignore. Imagine this: a seed planted deep in the soil. While the world above is noisy with storms and footsteps, that seed is growing quietly, its roots sinking deeper into the earth. That was you. They were the noise above, oblivious to the strength you were building below. And now that you've broken through, standing tall and unshakable, their noise has turned to silence. They can't compete with greatness, because greatness doesn't compete. It stands on its own. Now they're scrambling, trying to understand how you've achieved what they couldn't. They're clapping at the wrong moments, desperate for applause that no longer matters. But here's the truth. They wasted their energy chasing the crowd, and now the crowd is gone. Meanwhile, you kept walking, and your steps carved a path they'll never be able to follow. Let them chase their claps. Let them sprint in circles. You don't need their noise. The greatness you've walked toward is yours to claim, and the silence of your triumph is louder than any applause could ever be. They'll forget the noise, but they'll never forget the one who walked alone and arrived unstoppable. Number 8. They tried to dim you. Now you're a blazing inferno. They tried to snuff out your light, but all they did was ignite your fire. That's the truth they're choking on now. For years they schemed, mocked, and did everything they could to dim your glow. They thought they could silence you, overshadow you, or bury your potential under their doubt. But the universe has a way of protecting the chosen ones, turning every insult, every obstacle, and every betrayal into fuel for the fire burning within you. And now, that fire is an inferno, and they're the ones feeling its heat. Imagine this, a single candle in a dark room. They laughed at its small flame, thinking it would never grow, never illuminate more than a tiny space. They tried to blow it out, snuff it with their hands, but the spark wouldn't die. What they didn't realize was that your light was never ordinary. It was divine. It wasn't meant to stay small. And now, what they once dismissed as a flicker has become an unstoppable blaze, engulfing everything they thought they could control. They're scrambling for shade, but your brilliance leaves no place for their shadows to hide. You might wonder, why did they try to dim me? Why did they fight so hard to keep me down? The answer is simple. Your light exposed their insecurities. It forced them to confront their own lack of purpose, their fear, their mediocrity. They wanted to keep you small because your potential made them feel insignificant. But the chosen ones aren't meant to stay in the dark. You're destined to shine, no matter how much they resist. Their attempts to dim you were never about your weaknesses. They were about their own. Small minds can't handle big visions, so they try to destroy what they don't understand. But the thing about fire is that it feeds on resistance. Every attempt to extinguish you only made you burn brighter, hotter, and stronger. While they wasted their energy plotting against you, you turned their doubt into determination, their laughter into motivation. Now that inferno they tried to prevent is unstoppable, and they can't ignore it. Picture this, a wildfire spreading across a forest. It starts as a spark, quiet and unnoticed. But soon it grows, consuming everything in its path, unstoppable, undeniable. That's you now. They tried to contain you, but they couldn't. They tried to control your narrative, but the truth was always bigger than their lies. Now they stand in the aftermath, blinded by the light they thought they could dim. Let their regret fuel your fire. Let their disbelief remind you of your power. You don't need their apologies or their validation. You never did. Your inferno isn't for them. It's for you, for the ones who believe, and for the world that finally sees your brilliance. The chosen ones don't just shine, they transform, and you've transformed their doubt into a blaze they can't escape. They tried to dim you, but now you're the fire that lights the way and burns through every illusion they built. Number 9. They danced in circles. You took the straight path to glory. While they spun in chaos, you moved with purpose. And now, the difference is undeniable. They danced in circles, chasing attention, quick wins, and hollow victories. They laughed, celebrated, and mocked you, convinced their noise meant progress. But deep down, they knew their steps had no direction, no destination. They were caught in an endless loop of distractions, while you took the straight path, the one they were too afraid, too impatient, or too blind to see. And now, your destination is glory, and they're still spinning in the same tired cycle. Imagine a dog chasing its tail, frantic, noisy, desperate, but going absolutely nowhere. That was them. They mistook motion for momentum, thinking their chaos made them untouchable. But chaos burns itself out, and when the dust settles, it's the ones who moved with purpose who remain standing. You didn't waste energy trying to impress the crowd or make noise for the sake of being seen. You walked quietly, focused on your vision, your mission, and now you've left them dizzy in your wake. You might wonder, why did they mock me for staying steady? Why did they laugh at my silence? Because your straight path exposed their lack of direction. Your purpose reminded them of their own aimlessness, and instead of facing that truth, they tried to drag you down into their chaos. But here's the thing about the chosen ones. They don't get lost in the noise. They move through it, unaffected, because they know where they're going. While they were chasing their tails, you were building something real. Picture this, a river cutting through the land. It doesn't shout or scream, but it carves mountains over time. That's you. While they splashed around in puddles, celebrating their shallow accomplishments, you kept moving forward, relentless, unstoppable. And now that your path has led to greatness, they're stuck, staring at the empire you've built, wondering how they missed it. They danced for applause, but you walked for purpose. That's the difference they can't deny. They were so busy performing, showing off and seeking validation that they never realized the futility of their steps. But you didn't need their applause. Your purpose was your compass, and your determination was your fuel. And now, as they scrambled to figure out where it all went wrong, you're standing at the finish line, unbothered by the noise they made along the way. Let their regret be your motivation. Let their chaos remind you why you stayed on your path. The chosen ones don't need shortcuts or distractions. They thrive in the clarity of their purpose. You took the straight path while they spun themselves out, and now they can't deny the truth. You were always ahead, and they'll never catch up. Your glory isn't just your destination, it's your proof. Proof that purpose beats chaos, that steady beats loud, and that focus beats frenzy. Let them watch as you rise, knowing their endless circles only led them to one place, nowhere. While they danced in confusion, you marched to your destiny. Number 10. Comfort made them weak. The struggle made you unbreakable. Comfort is the poison that dulls ambition, but struggle is the forge that creates legends. That's the truth you've lived, and it's the truth they can't face. While they basked in their comfort zones, convinced that ease was a sign of success, you were in the trenches, facing challenges they couldn't even imagine. They chose the soft path, the one without resistance, the one where they felt safe. But comfort is a trap. It weakens the spirit, dulls the edge, and leaves people unprepared when the storm comes. And now that the storm is here, they're crumbling under its weight, while you stand tall, unbreakable, because struggle built what comfort never could. Imagine this: two swords, one left untouched, gathering dust, and another hammered, folded and tempered in fire. Which one survives the battle? They were the dull blade, untested, unready, mistaking their ease for strength. You were forged in the flames. Every blow you endured, every hardship you faced, every setback you overcame made you sharper, stronger, and impossible to break. They looked at you struggling and thought you were losing. But struggle isn't a sign of weakness. It's a sign of becoming. You might ask yourself, why was my path so hard? Why did I have to endure so much? Because the universe knows the chosen ones aren't meant for ordinary things. You weren't built for mediocrity. You were built for greatness. And greatness isn't born from comfort. It's born from adversity. They avoided the struggle because it scared them. You embraced it because you knew it was the only way forward. They ran from the fire while you walked through it, and now you're the only one standing in its aftermath. While they rested, you raced. While they sought applause, you sought growth. They laughed at your struggles, mistaking them for failure. But the truth is, every obstacle you faced was a stepping stone to the summit they'll never reach. Comfort made them complacent, blind to the fact that ease never lasts. And now, as their world cracks under pressure, they're looking to you, the one they doubted, the one they mocked, because they know you're the only one strong enough to endure what's coming next. Their weakness is a product of their choices, just as your strength is a result of yours. You chose to keep going when it hurt, to rise when it was easier to stay down. That's why you're unbreakable, and that's why they're crumbling. They built castles in the sand. You built a fortress in the rock. They chased the easy way out. You chose the hard road, and it made all the difference. So now, as they watch you rise, let their fear remind you of your strength. You didn't just survive the struggle, you thrived because of it. Let them regret their comfort while you embrace the resilience you've earned. You were forged in fire, tempered by storms, and sharpened by every battle you faced. They can't match that, and they know it. Comfort breaks, but the unbreakable rise. You are unbreakable, and this is your time. Number 11. They dug holes for you. Now they're trapped in them. The traps they set for you have become the graves of their own arrogance. That's the truth they can't escape now. For years they schemed, plotted, and dug holes in your path, hoping to see you fall. They laughed at the thought of your downfall, confident that their traps would stop you. But what they didn't count on is this: the universe always watches over the chosen ones. Every hole they dug, every obstacle they placed, has backfired. And now, they're the ones caught in the pit of their own making, looking up at your rise. They underestimated the power of destiny, the force that guides those who are meant for greatness. While they wasted their energy trying to block your path, the universe was clearing the way for you. Every trap they set became a lesson. Every setback became a stepping stone. They thought they were stopping you, but all they did was push you closer to your purpose. And now, they're left scrambling in the very holes they dug, unable to climb out, watching as you stride past them, unbothered and unstoppable. Imagine this: a builder and a destroyer. They spent their time digging, clawing, and tearing down, hoping to see you crumble. But you were building, laying a foundation they couldn't see. While they dug deeper into their own bitterness, you were rising higher, brick by brick, step by step. And now, as you stand tall, they're trapped, staring up at the success they tried so hard to prevent. The walls they built to cage you have become their own prison. You might wonder, why did they work so hard to bring me down? Because they saw your potential long before you did. They knew you were different, that your light threatened their comfort. They feared the power you held, so they tried to bury it. But here's what they didn't understand. Chosen ones can't be buried. The dirt they threw on you only helped you grow, and now your roots are too deep, your rise too strong for them to stop. Their regret is their only companion now. They're stuck in the holes they dug, replaying every move they made, every attempt to sabotage you, knowing they failed. They can't climb out because their own bitterness keeps them chained. They thought they were clever, but the universe saw their actions and turned them into their downfall. Every shovel they lifted against you was one more tool in the construction of your success. Let this be your reminder. You don't need revenge. You don't need to look back. Their fate is sealed by their own actions, and your success is all the vindication you'll ever need. Keep rising, keep building, and let their struggles serve as proof that the chosen ones are always protected. They thought they could bury you, but now they're buried in their own regret, while you soar higher than they ever dreamed possible. They dug for your end, but they uncovered your beginning. Number 12. They lived for the moment. You built for the future. What they built on fleeting applause crumbled, while your foundation stands eternal. That's the truth they're facing now, and it's tearing them apart. They chased quick victories, moments of fleeting recognition, and the hollow comfort of being seen. But moments fade. Applause dies. And now, as their castles of sand collapse under the weight of reality, your legacy stands tall, unshakable. While they danced for attention, you worked in silence, constructing something that no storm could destroy. Imagine this, a race where they sprinted ahead, waving to the crowd, reveling in their temporary lead. They ran fast and reckless, burning through their energy, thinking the finish line was just another moment to grab. But while they were caught in the thrill of the now, you were pacing yourself, focused not on the cheers, but on the destination. And now, they're gasping, struggling to keep up, watching helplessly as you stride forward with the strength they could never muster. You weren't building for a moment, you were building for a lifetime. You might ask, why did they live for the moment? Why didn't they think long-term? Because it's easier to grasp at what's within reach than to climb for what truly matters. They sought shortcuts, convinced that loud moves would secure them lasting greatness. But they didn't understand that real greatness is patient. It's deliberate. It grows in silence and reveals itself only when it's ready. And now, as your work speaks louder than their noise ever could, they're left questioning every choice they made. Picture a tree planted in fertile soil. It doesn't rush to grow. It takes its time, stretching its roots deep, ensuring it can weather any storm. They laughed at the quiet, assuming nothing was happening. But now, as the tree towers above them, its branches stretching farther than they could imagine, they understand what they missed. They built their futures like paper boats, fragile and fleeting, while you constructed a ship that will sail through generations. And here's the truth that hits them hardest. They can't rewind time. They can't go back and trade their shallow victories for the foundation you built. Regret is their shadow now, and every step you take reminds them of the gap they'll never close. They wanted the moment, and they got it. But you have something far greater. You have the future. They lived for the applause, but your silence created the echo that will last forever. Let their regret fuel your fire. Let their disbelief remind you of your power. You didn't need their cheers to keep building, and you certainly don't need them now. The chosen ones aren't here for moments. They're here to create legacies. You didn't chase the spotlight. You became it. And now, as your brilliance illuminates the path forward, they're left watching, unable to turn away, knowing that what you've built will outlast everything they ever lived for. This is your time. your future, and your undeniable triumph. They lived for today, but you've claimed forever. In the end, this isn't just a story of your rise. It's proof that the chosen ones are destined to outlast the noise. While they lived for the fleeting moments, you built a legacy that will echo forever. Their regret is their lesson, but your future is your triumph. You didn't just survive their doubt, you thrived in spite of it. And now, the world watches as you claim what was always yours. If this resonates with you, hit like, subscribe, and share this message. Drop 77 in the comments if you're ready to rise as the chosen one and own your destiny. Let's begin. The weight of a chosen one is not in the gift, but in the wisdom to protect it. What if I told you that your calling, the very reason you were chosen, is far more delicate and powerful than you realize? Imagine being handed a rare gem, a treasure so precious that its value could shatter the world, yet it must remain hidden until the right moment. This is the reality for those chosen for a divine purpose. The gift is yours, but the responsibility to protect it? That's the real challenge. The world is filled with distractions, clamoring for attention, validation, and applause. Everyone wants their 15 seconds of fame. But for the chosen ones, this path is different. You are entrusted with something far greater than fleeting recognition or worldly success. The power to create change, to shift destinies, and to bring light into darkness is in your hands. But this gift, this calling, is fragile, and like any precious thing, it must be guarded carefully. Today, I'm going to reveal 5 key things that God's chosen ones must keep hidden, because the world isn't ready for what you're carrying. Some secrets aren't meant for the ears of everyone. Some truths are too sacred to expose. The wrong words, shared at the wrong time, can unravel everything you've been entrusted with. And once lost, there are no guarantees you can reclaim what you've given away. And thank you, yes, you, the chosen one. Whether you're here for the first time or have been a steady force behind this mission, your presence and super gifts are the driving power behind this journey. Your support is what keeps this message alive, pushing us forward toward the purpose you are destined to fulfill. If you're ready to embrace your role as one of God's chosen, to step into your full power and rise above the distractions that try to pull you down, hit that like button, subscribe, and drop a comment with the number 77 below if you're ready to protect your divine calling and let your silence transform your life. Let's dive deeper into what's next. So, chosen one, your gift isn't just for you. It's a responsibility, a charge to safeguard what's been placed in your care. Your calling isn't something to boast about or flaunt. It's something to nurture, protect, and unfold in silence until it's time. Too often we rush to share, seeking validation or approval from others. But as God's chosen ones, we must understand that not everything is for public consumption. Some things are meant to grow in the quiet spaces, protected from the judgment and interference of those who don't understand. This isn't about fear or paranoia. It's about wisdom. The world is full of those who are waiting for the opportunity to tear down what you're building. They may not even understand the significance of what you're carrying, but they can still damage it. The enemy doesn't need to destroy everything. Sometimes a whisper of doubt or a misplaced word is enough to derail a life of purpose. That's why silence is your shield. Your gift isn't fragile because it's weak. It's fragile because it's divine, and the enemy will do whatever it takes to destroy what God has entrusted to you. Consider this: when you're chosen, you're set apart. The responsibility that comes with this gift is immense, but so is the protection it demands. You don't need to explain yourself to anyone. Your calling doesn't need to be validated by the applause of the world. What matters is what's between you and the divine, the unseen, the secret, the sacred. The wisdom to remain silent at the right times is a mark of maturity, of someone who understands that not every gift is meant to be displayed too soon. Like a seed that grows quietly underground before it ever sprouts, your calling must be nurtured in the dark, ready to burst into the light when the time is right. So, if you are truly ready to embrace your destiny, if you understand the weight of the responsibility that comes with being chosen, let's dive into the 5 things you must guard with your silence. These are the things that, if revealed prematurely, could jeopardize your purpose. Protect them wisely, because the chosen ones don't just carry gifts, they carry the weight of the future. And now, let's dive into it one by one. And trust me, if you are truly one of the chosen, you will feel a deep pull to stay until the very end. The revelations coming next are designed just for you. Don't miss out on what could change everything. Stay with me. Number 1. Not every battle needs an audience. You were created with a unique purpose, but that doesn't mean every detail of your journey should be laid bare for everyone to see. In today's world, where oversharing has become the norm, people often mistake transparency for wisdom. But not every struggle, not every weakness needs to be exposed. Some battles are meant to be fought quietly in the privacy of your own heart, where they can shape you into the person you're meant to become. You might ask, but if I don't share my struggles, how will anyone understand me? The reality is, the right people will see your strength without needing to witness every vulnerability. Your true power comes from how you rise above your challenges, not from broadcasting them. When you share too much too soon, you risk letting your struggles become distractions, or worse, tools for others to use against you. Think about it. What good would it do to show everyone your rawest, most unrefined self? Wouldn't that hold you back from fully evolving into the strong, capable person you're becoming? Sometimes it's better to keep some things to yourself while you work through them. Take the story of someone like Samson, who revealed the source of his strength to someone he trusted. He thought sharing his deepest secret would bring him closer to the person he confided in, but instead, it led to his downfall. By revealing what should have stayed hidden, he opened himself up to manipulation. The lesson here isn't just about who you trust. It's about the wisdom to know what to keep to yourself, protecting what is precious to you. You might wonder, isn't it healthy to share my struggles? Of course, there are moments when opening up is important, but that doesn't mean you should disclose everything to everyone, especially when you're still in the process of figuring things out. Knowing when to share, and more importantly, knowing who to share with, is the key. Some things are meant to stay between you and the few people who have the wisdom to support you without judgment. Even the most self-aware and accomplished people understand the value of privacy. Many successful individuals practice discretion, recognizing that not every aspect of their personal life needs to be shared with the world. Discretion is not about hiding your struggles. It's about stewarding them wisely. It's about guarding your inner journey until you are strong enough to reveal it when the time is right. The enemy, the distractions, and the naysayers are always lurking, hoping to exploit your vulnerabilities. The moment you let your guard down and expose your weaknesses to the wrong people, they'll use that information to undermine you. Don't be fooled. There are those who would love nothing more than to see you fail, to see you stumble. They thrive on your transparency, using your openness as ammunition to derail your progress. The moment you give them access to your deepest struggles, they'll take advantage of it to twist your truth and use it against you. Keep your secrets close, guard your heart, and protect your purpose. The enemy wants you to open up so they can tear you down, but your strength comes from knowing when to stay silent, when to keep your inner battles between you and the few who truly have your best interests at heart. You may fear that keeping things to yourself means you're isolating yourself, but that's not the case. It's not about closing off from the world, but about protecting what's fragile inside until it has been forged into strength. When you protect your inner process, you allow the time and space for growth to happen without outside interference. And when you're ready, the strength you've developed will speak for itself. The world doesn't need to see every battle. It needs to see you emerge victorious. So, remember, not every battle needs an audience. Protect what is precious to you, whether that's your dreams, your weaknesses, or your personal growth. Allow yourself the space to grow in silence and strength. And when the time comes, let your success and resilience be the proof of what you've overcome. In silence, you're being prepared for something far greater than anyone can see right now. Trust the process and guard your journey with wisdom. Number 2. God's plans for your life, guard them like treasure. As a chosen one, you have a divine purpose that is unique to you, and your plans are integral to fulfilling that calling. However, your purpose is not meant to be shared with the world until it's ready to be revealed. There is a divine blueprint for your life, crafted with intention and wisdom, but the world doesn't always have the patience to wait for it to unfold. We live in a time where everyone feels the need to announce their goals and share their dreams before they are fully realized. But as a chosen one, exposing your plans prematurely can be like showing a fragile seed to the world before it has had time to grow strong roots. Your vision is sacred, and it requires space and time to develop. By revealing it too soon, you open yourself up to potential distractions, misunderstandings, and even sabotage. Exposing your plans before they are fully formed risks inviting forces, both seen and unseen, that may derail or delay everything you're working towards. This isn't about keeping secrets for the sake of secrecy. It's about protecting what's fragile until it's strong enough to stand on its own. You are chosen for a purpose that requires you to nurture your vision privately, safeguarding it until the right moment to share it with the world. You may wonder, but if I don't share my vision, how will I receive support? The answer lies in understanding the difference between sharing with the right people at the right time and prematurely exposing your dreams to the wrong influences. When you begin sharing your dreams, you invite others to offer their opinions, both helpful and harmful. Some may not be able to see the full picture as you do, or worse, they may feel threatened by the magnitude of your vision, leading them to project their own limitations or doubts onto you. As a chosen one, it's crucial that you protect the sacred nature of your plans until you find the right support, those who can understand your purpose and amplify it rather than diminish it. Take the example of someone like Leonardo da Vinci, one of history's most brilliant minds. Da Vinci worked in silence for much of his life, developing complex ideas and inventions that were ahead of their time. His vision wasn't shared with the public until he had fully refined his concepts. Had he revealed his ideas too early, he would have faced skepticism and judgment from those who didn't have the capacity to understand his genius. His success came from knowing when to protect his plans and when to reveal them to the world. Like Da Vinci, you must guard your vision as you build it, knowing that the right moment will come when it's fully formed and ready for the world to witness. Your plans are like a seed, small, fragile, and full of potential. The world cannot yet see the power of what you carry, and it might even dismiss it as insignificant at first. But when you protect it, give it time, and allow it to grow in the silence of your efforts, it will mature into something undeniable. Exposing your plans too early is like pulling the seed out of the ground to show it to others. It's not ready, and it's at risk of being destroyed before it has the chance to develop. It's easy to feel pressured to share your dreams, especially when others around you are flaunting their visions. But as a chosen one, remember that the most powerful plans are often the ones developed in silence. It's not about hiding your purpose, it's about nurturing it carefully and allowing it to grow strong before you reveal it to the world. Protecting your vision ensures that you don't expose yourself to unnecessary battles or judgments that could derail your progress. You may fear that by not sharing your dreams, you're isolating yourself from support. In reality, you are protecting your potential. By keeping your plans close, you create a safe space for them to grow, away from the distractions and negativity that can emerge when you expose them too soon. When the time is right, you'll know it. You'll feel that your vision has taken root and is ready to blossom. And when that moment comes, your vision will be undeniable. The strength of your plans will be clear to everyone around you, and it will stand on its own. Until then, as a chosen one, protect what's sacred. Don't rush to share your journey with those who aren't ready to understand it. Trust the process, trust your timing, and guard your divine purpose as it unfolds. Remember, timing is everything. As a chosen one, your plans are precise, and they will come to fruition exactly when they're meant to. Just as a seed must grow in silence, your vision requires time to develop. You don't need the world's approval to know you're on the right path. You need divine timing. When that moment arrives, you'll know it. Hold on to your plans, trust in the process, and protect them until they are ready to change the world. And when they do, nothing will be able to stop them. Number 3, private conversations with God. Guard them like sacred secrets. As one of the chosen ones, your connection with the divine is sacred and unique. It is a bond that not everyone can understand, nor should they. In a world that thrives on oversharing and seeking constant validation, the moments when you connect with something greater than yourself are not meant for public display. These are not casual exchanges. They are pivotal conversations that shape the very essence of your destiny. Some of the wisdom and insight you receive in these sacred moments is far too powerful and fragile to be exposed to the world's scrutiny. Consider this. As a chosen one, you are entrusted with a divine purpose that requires space to grow. Not every whisper from the divine is meant to be shared with the world. People may not grasp the weight of what you are carrying, and if exposed too soon, your mission can be misinterpreted, doubted, or undermined. Revealing too much too early is like taking a young plant and exposing it to a harsh storm. It hasn't yet developed the strength to withstand the external forces that could jeopardize its growth. Take someone like Albert Einstein, whose groundbreaking theories were kept close to him during his early years of research. His vision was so revolutionary that had he shared it prematurely, the world might have ridiculed him rather than recognizing his brilliance. Einstein understood the importance of waiting for the right time to unveil his ideas. He worked in silence, allowing his vision to mature until it was undeniable. Like Einstein, your divine purpose, your vision and your path must be nurtured in private until it is strong enough to face the world without fear of being torn down. Just as your spiritual journey is not a spectacle, your conversations with the divine are not for public consumption. Some revelations are too sacred and delicate to be exposed to the world before they are ready. This isn't about secrecy, it's about protecting what's precious. As a chosen one, the divine wisdom you receive in moments of quiet connection must be safeguarded. At the beginning, these revelations are like fragile seeds that need care and nurturing before they can stand on their own. The wrong influence or judgment at the wrong time can derail their growth or cause self-doubt to creep in. It's natural to feel the urge to share your experiences and insights, but you must always ask yourself, who am I sharing this with? Are they ready to understand the magnitude of what I carry? Not everyone who asks for your wisdom is prepared to receive it with the respect and reverence it deserves. Many may not understand your journey, and some may criticize or question you without fully appreciating the depth of what you're experiencing. By keeping certain conversations private, you give your divine connection the space it needs to unfold without the pressure of outside judgment. Every vision, every mission entrusted to you as a chosen one needs time to mature. If you rush to reveal it too soon, it risks being misunderstood, dismissed, or even ridiculed. Even the most significant and world-changing ideas started as quiet whispers that were protected until the time was right. Keeping your personal revelations private is not about hiding them. It's about ensuring they have the time and space they need to develop into something strong and undeniable. You might fear that keeping your experiences private means you're isolating yourself. But in truth, you are simply safeguarding what's most precious to you. You are allowing your connection to the divine to evolve and take shape in its own time. When the moment comes, when the vision is fully formed and ready to be shared, you'll know it. It will be undeniable, and you will have the clarity and strength to reveal it to the world. Remember, chosen one, not every revelation needs to be broadcast. The most profound and transformative conversations you have with the divine are often the ones that remain hidden, quietly nurturing your soul until the time is right. Like a seed planted in the earth, your connection to something greater must be guarded until it grows strong enough to stand on its own. Protect these private moments with reverence and trust in the process. In the silence, you are being prepared for something far greater. Let the quiet wisdom guide you, and when the time comes, the world will be ready to witness the power you've been working towards. Number 4, the depth of your spiritual strength or weakness. Protect it like a sacred fortress. As one of God's chosen, your spiritual journey is one of the most sacred and personal aspects of your life. Revealing too much of it too soon to the wrong people can make you vulnerable to attacks, doubt, and unnecessary distractions. The forces that seek to weaken your purpose are always lurking, ready to pounce on any vulnerability you expose. As God's chosen, it's essential that you protect the depth of your spiritual life, as it's a direct reflection of your higher calling. There is immense power in guarding your spiritual strength, and sharing it with the wrong people can lead to unwanted challenges that can hinder your progress. You may ask, but how can I grow if I don't share my struggles or victories? The key for those chosen by God is understanding that not every aspect of your spiritual journey needs to be shared. Some moments, some breakthroughs, are too sacred to expose before they've had time to mature. Think of your spiritual strength as a fortress. The stronger it becomes, the more you must protect it. The more you reveal, the more opportunities you give for others to attack or undermine the divine purpose you are carrying. Consider the example of an influential leader like Winston Churchill. Churchill, during World War II, worked tirelessly to rally support. but he didn't expose every aspect of his strategy and vision for victory until it was time. If he had revealed his plans too early, the world might have doubted his resolve, leading to increased resistance that could have delayed his efforts. Like Churchill, you must guard your inner strength, keeping it quiet and protected until you're ready to reveal it to the world. For God's chosen, there's immense power in keeping certain aspects of your spiritual life concealed until the proper moment to unleash them. The more you expose about your spiritual life, the more vulnerable you become to attacks, both seen and unseen. These attacks are not always blatant. They can come in the form of subtle criticism, doubts, or well-meaning people who do not understand the divine purpose you carry. Negative energy can creep in, draining your strength if you expose too much of your spiritual life to people who are not ready to understand or protect what you hold. Just like a fortress must keep its gates secure, your spiritual journey needs to remain protected from external forces that may seek to weaken your resolve. Think of an inventor working on a breakthrough idea. Before revealing it to the world, they spend years developing, refining, and nurturing their invention in silence. They don't boast about their plans prematurely, understanding that true strength lies in quiet dedication and perseverance. Your spiritual life requires the same careful approach. As a chosen one, you must focus on your inner growth, nurture your spiritual strength, and protect it from the world until it's ready to stand on its own. Only when the time is right should you share your journey, ensuring that it has the strength to withstand the scrutiny and opposition that could arise. You may feel tempted to share your struggles or breakthroughs, but not every person is capable of understanding or handling the depth of your spiritual journey. Those who are not aligned with your purpose can unintentionally project their own doubts onto your path, which can cause you to question your faith or lose focus. As God's chosen, you must seek guidance from those who are spiritually mature and understand the sacredness of your purpose. Not everyone deserves to hear the deepest parts of your spiritual life. Until you find the right individuals who can uplift and protect you, keep your journey close. Let it grow and evolve in a protected space, away from distractions or judgment. The forces that oppose your purpose will always seek to find cracks in your spiritual armor. The enemy's goal is to get you to expose too much of your journey, causing you to doubt or weaken your resolve. But when you guard your spiritual life, when you protect the depth of your connection to God, you create a shield that no external force can penetrate. As God's chosen, your faith will be tested, but the more you protect it, the stronger it will become. The strength of your spiritual journey lies in your ability to keep certain things hidden until the time is right to reveal them. Remember, not everything in your spiritual journey needs to be shared with the world. There is immense power in silence, strength in solitude, and resilience in keeping your inner strength concealed until it is ready to be wielded. Guard your spiritual life like the precious treasure it is, for it is the foundation upon which your purpose is built. As you protect your journey, you will build an unshakable strength that will withstand whatever challenges come your way. When the time is right, the world will see the power that lies within you. Until then, keep what is sacred to you protected, and trust that your spiritual growth will continue to strengthen as you guard it closely. Number 5. Guard your future plans and visions. Protect what's sacred. As one of God's chosen, your future plans and visions are among the most valuable treasures you hold. Yet, the temptation to share these divine revelations with the world too soon can cloud your judgment and make you vulnerable. Remember, your vision is a sacred trust between you and your higher purpose. It's not meant to be publicly announced until it's fully prepared. Exposing your plans too early invites unnecessary distractions, doubts, and even sabotage. Think of your vision as a seed. It needs time, careful nurturing and protection before it can stand strong on its own. When you reveal your vision, you open yourself up to opinions, advice, and doubts. It's natural to want to share your excitement, but not everyone will understand the magnitude of what you carry. Some may unintentionally project their own limitations or fears onto your dreams, making you question your path. For this reason, before you broadcast your vision, be selective about who you share it with and know the right time to open up. Take the example of someone like J.K. Rowling, who carried the vision for Harry Potter through countless rejections and years of struggle. Rowling didn't share her ideas too widely before she had a finished product. Had she done so, the doubts and criticism she faced during the early stages might have derailed her vision entirely. Instead, she worked in silence, nurturing her idea until it was strong enough to stand up to the world's skepticism. Her ability to keep her vision close to her heart allowed it to grow into something that would eventually change the world. Like Rowling, your vision needs protection in its early stages. It needs time to develop before it can be fully revealed. Much like a young plant, your vision requires protection and patience before it's ready to bloom. Silence doesn't equate to inaction. Rather, it is the space your vision needs to take root and grow. Exposing it prematurely risks damaging the work you've done so far and can invite forces that aren't aligned with your purpose. The counsel you seek is just as important as how you protect your vision. Plans fail for lack of counsel, but with many advisors they succeed, highlights the importance of wise guidance. However, not all advice is helpful. Choose your advisors carefully. Seek those who are spiritually mature and aligned with your higher purpose. The wrong counsel can derail your plans before they even have a chance to take root. Be cautious who you allow to influence your journey. Stewardship of your vision is a test of trust. It's not something to be carelessly shared or exposed prematurely. When you protect your vision, you're showing your faith in the process. Your commitment to guarding it against distractions and outside judgment is an act of trust that in time it will grow strong enough to face the world. The urge to share your plans before they're ready can be overwhelming. But remember, your vision is sacred. It needs time to develop and mature fully before it can be revealed. Rushing to expose it too early risks revealing it to those who won't appreciate or understand it. Instead, focus on nurturing your vision in privacy, knowing that when it's time to share it, it will be strong enough to stand on its own. Guard your future plans and visions like the precious gifts they are. Protect them from distractions, doubts, and the opinions of others who may cloud your judgment. Work in silence, nurturing your dreams privately until they're strong enough to face the world. When you do share them, do so with confidence, knowing you've respected the sacred process that brought them to life. As one of God's chosen, your vision is yours to cultivate, and with patience, care, and discretion, it will become something powerful enough to impact the world. In conclusion, protecting your future plans and visions is essential for your success. Just like the greatest innovators and leaders throughout history, your dreams need time, patience, and careful nurturing to reach their full potential. Guard them closely, and don't rush to expose them to the world before they're ready. Trust the process, protect your vision, and in time, you'll see it blossom into something extraordinary. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like, subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments if you're committed to guarding your vision. Share this with others who need to hear it. They'll ignore you until they can't. Your time has come. Every legend begins as a shadow, unseen by those too blind to look deeper. Today, the unseen steps into the light. Welcome, chosen ones. They've called you ordinary, average, a face in the crowd. But the truth? You were the wild card in their perfectly scripted deck, the one they never saw coming. People love to put others in neat little boxes, but you've always been the outlier, the plot twist the universe saved for the third act. History is littered with the names of people who were underestimated, dismissed, and ignored until they weren't. Think about Albert Einstein, once labeled a failure in school, a nobody, or J.K. Rowling, who penned her masterpiece in a coffee shop, rejected over and over again by publishers. They were just regular people to the world, until they weren't. Until they shattered every label, defied every expectation, and stood tall where others had doubted. And that's the truth they don't want you to see. The underestimated are the most dangerous people of all, because while the world is busy doubting, you're busy sharpening. Sharpening your skills, your mind, your instincts. Like a volcano lying dormant, you're waiting, quiet, steady, and inevitable. And to you, yes, you, the chosen one, thank you. Whether this is your first time here or you've been a steadfast supporter of this mission, your presence and super gifts are what keep this fire burning. You're not just watching, you're part of the transformation, the revolution, the moment the underestimated rise and claim their rightful place. If you're ready to shatter the illusion, step out of the shadows and unleash the force you've always carried inside, here's your call to action. Smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments below. That number marks your decision to embrace the isolation, the doubts, and the underestimation as the very foundation of your power. Let's show them that the regular person they overlooked was the one the whole damn time. Ready? Let's dive in. Now, imagine this. A lion in the wild, walking through the tall grass. Other animals pass it by, thinking it's just part of the scenery. But then, when the lion pounces, it's already too late. That's you. For years, they've mistaken your patience for passivity, your silence for insignificance. They thought your shadow was the whole of your being, not realizing the storm gathering behind it. The truth is, you've been hiding in plain sight, because the world wasn't ready to face the power you hold. Not yet. You weren't ignored. You were being forged, like steel in fire. Let them think they've won. Let them believe they've figured you out. Because when the moment comes, they won't just be surprised. They'll be blindsided. And don't let anyone tell you this is luck. Luck is just another word for preparation meeting opportunity, and you've been preparing longer than anyone realizes. The so-called regular people who change the world are never really regular. They're just camouflaged, like wolves among sheep, until the day they decide the hunt begins. This isn't just an underdog story. It's a reckoning. It's the day the overlooked take the stage and flip the script. When the world realizes you were never just part of the audience, you were the main act all along. So here's the deal. Stay hidden if you must, but stay ready. Because when you rise, the same people who ignored you will have no choice but to bow before you. This is your origin story, but it's also their wake-up call. A storm doesn't announce its arrival. It simply tears through everything in its path. And now, let's break it down step by step. Trust me on this. If you're truly one of the chosen ones, you won't be able to turn away. Something deep inside will pull you to stay until the very end, because this is the moment you've been waiting for. Number 1. Hidden thunder, the greatest advantage of the unseen. The sharpest blade is the one no one sees until it cuts. Your greatest power has never been what you possessed. It's been their blindness to it. The world saw you, labeled you, dismissed you as just another ordinary face in a sea of mediocrity. But here's the truth. Being underestimated was never your weakness. It was your superpower. They didn't ignore you out of wisdom. They ignored you out of ignorance. They mistook your silence for emptiness, your restraint for irrelevance. And that's the exact mistake that will cost them everything. History is full of underestimated giants who thrived in the shadows until the moment they chose to strike. Think of Nikola Tesla, the quiet inventor whose mind birthed technologies decades ahead of his time, while others basked in fame. Or Vincent van Gogh, whose genius was dismissed while he lived, only to shake the world after his death. Their power was not in flashy declarations, but in the quiet, relentless brilliance that no one saw coming. Like a storm gathering over the horizon, you've been building your strength, unnoticed, until now. Here's a question you might be asking yourself. Why didn't they see it? Why couldn't they recognize me for who I was? The answer is simple. Most people only recognize greatness when it's loud, obvious, and impossible to miss. They flock to what shines brightly, forgetting that the brightest flames burn out the fastest. True power doesn't need to shout. It doesn't need an audience. It grows in silence, sharpens in solitude, and waits, calm, calculated, inevitable. While others scrambled for attention, you stood firm in your invisibility, biding your time. Think of yourself as a seed buried in the dirt. To the casual eye, you were invisible, lifeless, irrelevant. But beneath the surface, you were alive, growing roots, gathering strength, preparing to break through the earth with unstoppable force. They saw nothing, so they assumed there was nothing. But oh, how wrong they were. When you rise, it won't just be unexpected, it will be undeniable. Every time they brushed you off, every time they overlooked your potential, they weren't holding you back. They were giving you the gift of freedom. Freedom to fail without their judgment, to experiment without their interference, to grow without their constraints. They left you alone in the shadows, and you used that solitude to build a fortress of skill, resilience, and unshakable purpose. They thought they had written you out of the story, but you were quietly rewriting the ending all along. You might wonder, what if I'm not ready? What if I fail now that the spotlight's turning my way? Here's the thing, you've already done the hard part. You've survived the doubts, the rejections, and the isolation. You've thrived in an environment designed to break people, and yet, here you are, stronger, sharper, and more dangerous than ever. Failure is no longer something to fear, it's a tool you've mastered. While they've been avoiding risks, you've been living through them, learning from them, and turning them into your secret weapon. Their blindness was never about you, it was about them. People lack the vision to see what doesn't scream for their attention. Like a wolf moving silently in the shadows, you've been there all along, waiting, watching, preparing. The power of being unseen is that it lets you dictate the moment when the world finally sees you. And when they do, it won't be a gradual realization. It will be like a lightning strike, blinding, sudden, and unforgettable. So let them think you were just a regular person. Let them believe they had you all figured out. What they don't realize is that the very thing they dismissed as ordinary was always extraordinary in disguise. They've been underestimating you for so long that they've become blind to the storm brewing in front of them. And that's the beauty of it. The lion doesn't need to announce it's a lion. Its roar will speak for itself. You've been the quiet force they never prepared for, the hidden thunder that will shake their foundations. By the time they realize who you are, it won't just be a revelation, it'll be a reckoning. They thought you were just another face in the crowd, but you were the one the whole damn time. And now, the world is about to find out. Number 2, their rejection was a mirror to their fear. They didn't doubt you because of who you were. They doubted you because of who they couldn't be. Rejection hurts, doesn't it? It stings, gnaws at your confidence, and whispers lies about your worth. But here's the real truth. Their rejection was never about you. It was always about them. People are prisoners of their own limitations, and when they look at you, they see a reflection of their fears. They can't imagine greatness in you because they've never dared to imagine it in themselves. Think about it. How often do people cling to their narrow definitions of success? If you don't fit their checklist, you're dismissed. Too quiet, not assertive enough, you're out. Too bold, too unconventional, still out. They can only accept what feels safe, what fits their tiny, comfortable mold. But true greatness, it never fits in their tidy little boxes. Imagine a world where someone like Elon Musk asked for validation before every bold move. Would Tesla exist? Would SpaceX have dared to challenge the impossible? People like him weren't accepted. They were doubted, ridiculed, called crazy. The same ones who laughed at their ambitions later hailed them as geniuses. That's the cycle. First, they reject you. Then, they watch you. And finally, they wish they had believed in you. Rejection isn't about your value, it's about their fear. People project their insecurities onto others because it's easier than facing their own inadequacies. When they say, "You can't do it," what they really mean is, "I can't see myself doing it, so I can't believe you can either." They turn their blind spots into barriers, not realizing that their dismissal of you is just a reflection of the limits they've placed on themselves. Think of Sarah. In school, she wasn't the star everyone admired. She wasn't the loudest voice in the room or the one the teachers praised. She was the quiet observer, the one blending into the background. One day, she mentioned her dream of building her own business, and the room erupted in laughter. "You start a business?" they mocked, as if success depended on popularity or charisma. But what they didn't understand was that Sarah's strength was in her silence. While they chased trends and short-lived applause, she was studying, planning, and building. They thought her quietness was plainness, but it was precision. She wasn't flashy, but she was focused. Fast forward 10 years, and the same people who laughed at her were lining up for jobs at her company. Their rejection wasn't about her. It was about their inability to see beyond their limited perspective. The beauty of rejection is this. It forces you to prove yourself to the only person who truly matters, you. When they rejected you, they handed you the ultimate gift, the freedom to grow without needing their approval. You didn't need their applause or their permission. What you needed was time to believe in your own potential, to realize that their doubts were just static noise in the background of your symphony. And here's the irony. The same people who once doubted you will eventually claim they always believed in you. They'll rewrite history, positioning themselves as supporters from the beginning. But by then, their opinions will have become irrelevant, because you will have already proven to yourself what you're capable of. Their laughter will have faded into silence, replaced by the sound of your success. Rejection is the universe's way of redirecting you to where you truly belong. It's hard to see it in the moment, but every no you've heard was a chance to sharpen your resilience. Every door that slammed in your face was a challenge to build your own. You don't need their approval to thrive. In fact, you're thriving precisely because you didn't rely on it. They rejected what they couldn't see. But greatness isn't always visible at first. It's planted deep, like a seed that grows unseen until the moment it breaks through the soil. They will come to realize that their rejection of you was their rejection of possibility, of innovation, of something they couldn't comprehend. But by the time they realize it, you'll be far beyond their reach. Their doubts will be nothing more than whispers in your wake, and their rejection will be the foundation of your rise. The chosen ones don't need validation, they create it. And when you rise, they'll have no choice but to look up. They didn't reject you, they rejected themselves. And now, it's your turn to show them what they missed. Number 3, the universe never shouts. It whispers to those ready to listen. The loudest truth is often spoken in silence, meant only for the ears that can hear it. The universe doesn't need to make a spectacle of greatness. It doesn't roll out red carpets or announce its plans with thunderclaps. No, when it chose you, it did so quietly, deliberately, and without needing anyone else's permission. There were no fireworks, no parade, just a whisper, a subtle, almost imperceptible nudge that only you could feel. Because the truth of who you are wasn't meant for everyone. It was meant for you. You've probably wondered why your path felt so different, why the world seemed louder for everyone else, while your own journey played out in near silence. That's not a mistake. It's design. The universe has always known that true greatness doesn't need applause to bloom. If it had revealed your destiny too soon, you might have been crushed by the weight of others' opinions, lost in their noise, or distracted by their expectations. Silence was your sanctuary. It was the space you needed to grow, to sharpen, to evolve. Think about it. Does a predator announce its arrival to the prey? Does the seed ask for applause before breaking through the soil? No. The most transformative things in life happen quietly, without spectacle. Greatness doesn't demand attention. It creates its own when the time is right. That's how the universe works. It doesn't scream, it whispers. And if you've heard that whisper, even faintly, then you already know. You were chosen. Perhaps you've doubted yourself, wondering why you were so often overlooked, while others seemed to rise with ease. But that's the illusion. They climbed ladders while you built mountains. They followed paths while you created your own. The silence around you wasn't emptiness, it was protection. The universe hid you in plain sight, guarding your potential from the noise, allowing you to become what you were always meant to be. The whisper you heard, that faint, persistent pull to keep going, even when the world offered no validation, was the universe's way of reminding you that you were never lost. Every time you chose to rise again, even when no one was watching, you were answering that call. Greatness isn't measured by how many see it. It's defined by the few who recognize it early and nurture it despite the odds. And you recognized it. That's why you're still here, standing, ready to rise. People expect greatness to come with a roar, to be obvious and unavoidable. But real power doesn't need to announce itself. It's like the roots of a tree, growing deep and unseen, so that when the storm comes, it stands unshaken. That's you. The silence you've grown in was your preparation, your foundation. And when the time comes to step into the light, they won't just see you, they'll feel the magnitude of who you've become. The universe speaks quietly to those it trusts, knowing they'll hear it even through the noise of the world. This journey was never about proving yourself to anyone else. It's about answering the whisper only you could hear, the one that's been with you all along. If you felt it, if you've stayed the course, even when it felt impossible, then you already know. The world might still be catching up, but you've always known. The universe didn't shout because the message wasn't for them. It was for you. Number 4. Right on time. The art of strategic delay. A diamond doesn't sparkle in the earth. It takes time, pressure, and patience to shine. You were never late. You were never falling behind. What felt like delay was your greatest advantage, a plan unfolding with the precision of a master strategist. While the world rushed ahead, sprinting toward quick wins and shallow victories, you were moving with purpose, building something they could never match: durability, depth, and unshakable strength. Society loves speed. It glorifies fast success and celebrates overnight triumphs. But what they don't tell you is that rushing often leads to ruin. Think of a house built in haste. It looks fine until the first storm hits. But the foundation you've been crafting, slow and steady, has been tested by storms they've never even faced. You've been building something that doesn't just withstand the wind, but bends with it, grows stronger from it. The truth is, chosen ones don't follow the same timelines as everyone else. You weren't meant to be a quick success or an overnight sensation. Your path required precision, not haste. Every setback, every so-called failure, every moment of frustration when you felt like the world was passing you by was part of the plan. The universe wasn't punishing you, it was preparing you. Ask yourself this: if you had succeeded earlier, would you have been ready? Would you have had the strength to carry the weight of greatness? Chances are the answer is no. Early success is a fragile thing. It breaks easily under pressure. But you've been through fire, shaped by challenges and tempered by time. The delay wasn't a punishment. It was protection, a gift disguised as struggle. Think of the bamboo tree. For years it seems like nothing is happening, just a small sprout barely growing. But beneath the surface, its roots are spreading, digging deep into the earth. Then, when the time is right, it shoots up, growing 90 feet in just weeks. That's you. You've been growing roots, unseen but unshakable, while others were busy showing off their shallow, surface-level growth. And when you rise, it won't be incremental. It will be exponential. The world may have made you feel like you were lagging, like everyone else was sprinting while you were still tying your shoes. But remember this: those who rush often miss the point. They skip the lessons, overlook the details, and crumble under the pressure of what they didn't prepare for. You didn't skip steps. You didn't cut corners. While they sprinted, you were mastering the marathon. And now, when the time is right, you'll move with the kind of power that doesn't just impress, it lasts. You won't just arrive, you'll dominate. Your timing wasn't late. It was precise, intentional, and unstoppable. While others burned bright and faded fast, you were becoming something they can't even begin to compete with: enduring, unshakable greatness. The flower that blooms last is often the one that blooms brightest. You weren't late. You were perfectly on time. And now the world will see what patience, preparation, and perseverance can truly create. Number 5. Flaws are your fire, the invincible power of authenticity. The strongest steel is forged in the hottest fire, and every scar tells the story of a battle survived. Let's make one thing crystal clear: perfection is a lie. It's a glittering illusion designed to distract you from your real power. You weren't chosen because you're flawless. You were chosen because you're real, raw, imperfect, human. Your strength lies not in some unattainable ideal, but in the truth you carry, the truth that you've lived, struggled, and risen despite it all. Think about it. Who inspires you the most? Is it the person who appears to have a perfect, polished life, free of mistakes? Or is it the one who's stumbled, fallen, and gotten back up again with fire in their eyes and resilience in their soul? Perfection is untouchable. It keeps people at a distance. Authenticity, on the other hand, pulls people closer. It says, "I've been where you are. I've felt the pain, faced the doubts, and fought through the storms." Your imperfections aren't weaknesses, they're your superpower. Each scar, each failure, each moment you thought you'd lost was a crucible, burning away the unnecessary and revealing your core. Those flaws you've been told to hide, they're proof that you've lived boldly and survived fiercely. And more importantly, they're the very things that make you relatable. Because let's face it, no one connects with perfection. Perfection is sterile, cold, and unattainable. Authenticity, that's magnetic. It's messy, it's honest, and it's alive. You've probably asked yourself, what if I'm not enough? What if my flaws make me unworthy? But let me tell you something. Perfection doesn't inspire trust. Realness does. People can spot a facade from a mile away, but when you stand there, unfiltered and unashamed, they can't look away. Your vulnerability doesn't make you weaker. It makes you unstoppable. It tells the world, this is me. Every mistake, every scar, every victory. Take it or leave it. And that kind of confidence, that's untouchable. Think of some of the greatest forces in history. Artists, innovators, leaders. Steve Jobs wasn't perfect. He was relentless, often flawed, but always authentic. Frida Kahlo didn't paint perfection. She painted pain, resilience, and raw humanity. Their power didn't come from fitting into a mold. It came from shattering it and owning their truth. That's what makes you extraordinary too. Your flaws don't disqualify you, they qualify you. They're not marks of failure, they're proof of your journey. You were never meant to be flawless, and you don't need to be. The world doesn't need a shiny, filtered version of you. It needs you. It needs the person who has faced darkness and turned it into light, who has fallen and risen stronger every time. Your imperfections are your story, your scars are your map, and your authenticity is your unshakable foundation. A diamond isn't perfect. It's cut, carved, and shaped through pressure. Its brilliance comes from its flaws. So stop chasing the illusion of perfection. It's a trap, a prison built to keep you from stepping into your true power. Instead, own every inch of your journey. Show up as you are, flaws, scars, and all. Because when you do, you won't just stand out. You'll be unstoppable. Authenticity isn't just your strength, it's your invincibility. And the world will never be ready for the real, raw, untamed force of you. Number 6. Hidden treasure. You were sheltered, not forgotten. A diamond unformed is just another rock, hidden not to be ignored, but to be perfected. You weren't left behind, you weren't forgotten, and you sure as hell weren't overlooked. You were being shielded, protected, held back, not as punishment, but as preparation. The universe had its reasons, and while it felt like others were racing ahead, achieving their dreams and soaking in the spotlight, you were being quietly honed into something far more enduring. Think of the most precious treasures in the world: gold, pearls, diamonds. They're never found lying in the open for anyone to take. They're hidden deep, buried beneath earth, sea, or stone. Why? Because what's valuable takes time to refine. A diamond isn't created overnight, nor can it shine if it's brought to the surface too soon. Before it becomes the symbol of beauty and strength we admire, it endures unimaginable pressure and darkness. That's what you were doing, enduring, transforming, becoming. You may have questioned it all. Why me? Why am I stuck in this endless waiting game while others are thriving? You weren't stuck. You were being prepared. Rising too soon would have exposed you to a world eager to tear you down before you even knew how to stand. The universe didn't want to rush your unveiling because it knew your value. You weren't overlooked because you lacked importance. You were hidden because you were too important to be seen before your time. Every quiet moment, every season where it felt like nothing was happening, was a part of your preparation. Those times weren't wasted. They were your foundation. You were growing roots, digging deep into the soil of resilience and wisdom. While others focused on the surface, you built depth. And depth, unlike flash, lasts. Roots grow in darkness, but they are what keep the tallest trees standing through any storm. It's tempting to look at those who shine early and envy their moment in the sun. But early light can blind, and early growth can falter. You weren't meant to burn out quickly or be shaken by the world's doubts and distractions. You were meant to endure, to stand tall, not just for a fleeting moment, but for a legacy. The world wasn't ignoring you, it simply wasn't ready for you. Imagine unleashing your potential before you'd built the armor to carry it. Imagine stepping onto the stage unprepared, only to crumble under the weight of expectations and criticism. The universe protected you from that fate. It kept you hidden until you could rise, not as a fragile flame, but as an unquenchable fire. So here you are, no longer buried, but ready to emerge. And when you do, the world will see not just brilliance, but resilience, the kind that can't be shaken. You'll rise not as someone who simply survived the shadows, but as someone who used them to thrive. You weren't forgotten, you were safeguarded. And now, not only are you ready, but the world is finally ready for you. The wait wasn't punishment, it was proof of your worth. And the chosen one isn't just here to shine, they're here to endure, to outlast, and to leave their mark. Your moment isn't coming, it's here. Number 7. Loneliness was your forge, not your prison. A diamond is just a piece of coal that withstood the pressure alone. Loneliness, oh how it stings. It whispers that you've been cast out, forgotten, and abandoned. But let me tell you a truth they don't teach in schools. The chosen one's loneliness isn't punishment. It's the crucible, the fire in which unshakable strength is forged. While others were surrounded by noise, distractions, and fleeting comfort, you were thrown into the silence. And it was there, in that stillness, that you were truly shaped. You might have asked yourself during those quiet, heavy nights, why me? Why does it feel like I'm the only one out here? But the truth is, solitude was never about breaking you. It was about burning away the unnecessary, stripping you down to the core of who you are. While others sought constant validation, you were given the gift of facing yourself. That's not rejection, that's preparation. In the silence of your isolation, you learned to trust your instincts. You stopped needing someone else to tell you who you are or what you're capable of. The loneliness became your teacher, whispering lessons most people will never have the courage to learn. It forced you to listen to your own voice, sharpen your own tools, and uncover strength you didn't even know was there. Think about it. The most powerful figures in history often walked alone before the world recognized their brilliance. Steve Jobs faced rejection before reshaping technology. Rosa Parks sat alone in defiance before she ignited a movement. Greatness isn't nurtured in the crowd. It's born in solitude, where the mind becomes sharp and the spirit grows resilient. While others ran from their loneliness, drowning it in distractions, you stood still and embraced it. That takes courage. Most people can't face themselves in the mirror for more than a few minutes before they reach for their phones or turn on the TV. But you endured the silence. You stared into the depths of your soul and came out stronger, clearer, and more determined. That's not weakness. That's power most people will never know. The isolation wasn't there to break you. It was there to test you, to shape you, to ready you for a role that requires more strength and self-awareness than the crowd could ever understand. Because when the moment comes, and believe me, it will, you'll be asked to stand tall, and you'll stand alone. Not because you have to, but because you can. A tree that grows in the forest shares the sunlight. A tree that grows alone reaches higher than any of the rest. That was you. While others leaned on the crowd, you stood solitary, learning to grow without the constant support of others. That's why, now, you don't just survive, you thrive. You've learned to find clarity in chaos, strength in solitude, and purpose in your pain. So don't look back on your loneliness with bitterness. It wasn't a prison, it was your forge. The silence that once felt unbearable was shaping you into someone unstoppable. While others clung to the safety of numbers, you learned to stand firm, unshakable, even when the ground beneath you quaked. And now, when you finally take your place, you won't just shine. You'll blind them with the brilliance forged in the dark. Loneliness didn't end your journey. It prepared you for it. It wasn't the punishment. It was the gift no one else was strong enough to endure. And now, you're ready for anything. Number 8. They tried to redefine you, but you weren't built to be contained. You can't cage the wind or rewrite the storm. It moves on its own terms, just like you. From the moment you entered the world, people have tried to hand you a script that wasn't yours. They assigned you roles that made sense to them, ones that kept you manageable, predictable, and easy to classify. They told you what to dream, what to fear, and what to accept. They pointed to the lines they'd written for you and said, "Stick to this, and you'll be fine." But what they really meant was, stay small so we can stay comfortable. The chosen one doesn't live by someone else's script. Your role wasn't written by the hands of doubters or the pens of critics. It wasn't up for discussion, negotiation, or compromise. Your role is yours alone, unalterable, undeniable, and carved into the very core of who you are. And deep down, they knew it. That's why they tried so hard to shrink you, to box you in, to twist your story until it no longer reflected your truth. Because when people sense greatness they can't control, their first instinct is to contain it. They didn't rewrite your script because they understood you. They rewrote it because they feared you. They knew the potential inside you could outshine their small expectations, and that terrified them. If they could convince you to follow their version of your life, they could feel safe in their own mediocrity. Their attempts to steer you off your path weren't a reflection of your limits. They were a testament to your power. For a while, maybe you played along. You tried to fit the mold, wore the labels they handed you, and said the lines they wrote. Maybe you even doubted yourself. What if they're right? What if this is all I'm meant to be? But no matter how hard you tried, the truth refused to stay quiet. The pull inside you, the one that whispered, "This isn't it, there's more for you," never left. No matter how much they tried to bury your light, it kept breaking through the cracks. And here's the truth they don't want to admit: no one else can play your role. No matter how many times they try to rewrite your story, your purpose remains non-negotiable. You aren't a stand-in, a placeholder, or a supporting character in someone else's narrative. You are the protagonist of a story only you can tell, and the plot isn't up for debate. They thought they could erase your power by redefining you. But every time they doubted, dismissed, or redirected you, they only sharpened your clarity. Every no you heard became a reminder of what was truly yours to claim. Their rejection wasn't the end of your story. It was proof that your path was never meant to fit their map. The beauty of your journey is that no one else can walk it. You're not interchangeable, and your role isn't optional. The chosen one isn't chosen by committee or consensus. You weren't designed to meet their expectations. You were designed to shatter them. The fire doesn't wait for permission to burn. It consumes everything in its path. You are that fire. So let them try to rewrite, redirect, or restrain you. It doesn't matter how many pens they break in the attempt. Your story is yours alone, and their interference is nothing but fuel for the blaze you're about to ignite. They tried to define you, but definitions only work on things that stand still. And you? You were never meant to stop moving. Number 9. The invisible edge. How your ordinary mask became your greatest weapon. A blade hidden in plain sight is the deadliest of all. Your most dangerous weapon was never what you showed. It was what you hid. On the surface you seemed ordinary, unremarkable, a face blending into the crowd. They saw nothing special, nothing extraordinary, and that was their fatal mistake. Because beneath the mask of normalcy, you were quietly becoming unstoppable. What they dismissed as just another person was actually a storm gathering strength, silently preparing to change everything. There's an art to being underestimated, and you've mastered it. Think about it. How many people have ignored greatness because it didn't demand their attention? They chase what's loud, flashy, and obvious, forgetting that the most dangerous forces are the ones they never see coming. You didn't need to roar to prove your power. Like a lion in the grass, your strength was never in being seen. It was in being felt when the time was right. Your so-called ordinary mask wasn't a weakness. It was a calculated advantage. While others were busy fighting for the spotlight, you were quietly refining your craft, sharpening your instincts, and becoming everything they couldn't see. It's like a master chess player who appears to be losing, only to deliver checkmate with a move no one saw coming. You let them underestimate you, and that gave you room to grow without their interference. You might wonder, why did they overlook me? What made me invisible to them? The truth is, people are drawn to what's easy to label, easy to understand. They couldn't put you in a box, so they ignored you. They didn't see the depth beneath your surface because they weren't looking for it. But that was never your problem. It was their blind spot. And now, that blind spot will become their undoing. Imagine this: a diamond buried in the dirt. To someone passing by, it's just another rock, unworthy of attention. But to the one who knows its value, it's priceless. You've been that diamond all along, hidden in plain sight, waiting for the right moment to shine. They didn't see you because they didn't know how to look, and that's exactly why your power will take them by surprise. Every quiet moment of preparation, every setback, every time you let them think they had you figured out, was part of the plan. They thought they were looking at the whole picture, but they were only seeing a fragment. And now, when you step into your greatness, it won't just be a revelation, it will be a reckoning. The strongest storms are the ones that arrive without warning. Your ordinary mask made you the ultimate force to be reckoned with. They thought you were harmless because you didn't scream for attention. But what they failed to realize is that true power doesn't need to shout. It moves silently, strikes decisively, and changes everything. They've been walking past a lion in disguise all this time, and now the mask comes off. Let the world see what they've been blind to all along. Number 10. The weight of greatness. It's not about you. True power isn't in how high you rise, it's in how many you lift with you. Being chosen isn't about standing on a pedestal, basking in the light of your own glory. It's not about parading your title like a badge of honor or expecting the world to bow at your feet. No, being chosen is a call to action, a duty that comes with purpose and responsibility. You weren't picked by chance. You were chosen because the universe saw something in you. The ability to do more, to be more, not for yourself, but for the world around you. Think of the greatest change makers in history. People like Rosa Parks, who quietly sparked a movement, or Nikola Tesla, who worked tirelessly to gift the world ideas far beyond his own time. They didn't step into their roles for fame or fortune. They weren't chosen to elevate themselves. They were chosen to elevate others, to leave behind legacies that continue to ripple across generations. And now, the same truth applies to you. When you hear the term chosen one, you might feel pride or even intimidation. But here's the reality. This isn't about feeding your ego or stroking your sense of importance. It's about stepping into a mission that's bigger than you, a role that requires you to use what you've been given to create something far greater than yourself. The power isn't in wearing the title, it's in living up to it. The universe didn't tap you on the shoulder for selfish pursuits. If all you do is carry the title of chosen without action, then that title is meaningless. It's like a blade dulled by disuse. What makes you powerful isn't the label. It's the lives you impact, the change you spark, and the legacy you leave. Real greatness isn't found in hoarding power. It's in sharing it, in showing others the path and guiding them toward their own strength. You might wonder, why me? Why was I chosen when others weren't? The answer is simple. Not everyone has the heart to carry this weight. Being chosen isn't about being special. It's about being willing. Willing to shoulder responsibility, to step into uncomfortable spaces, and to dedicate yourself to something larger than your own existence. The world doesn't need another self-centered figure chasing glory for themselves. It needs leaders, visionaries, and builders, people who understand that fulfillment comes from giving, not taking. The responsibility of being chosen is heavy, but it's also an honor. It means you've been trusted to make a difference, to use your unique gifts to guide, inspire, and uplift others. When you embrace this role, you're not just fulfilling a personal destiny, you're creating a ripple effect, a legacy that will outlive you and continue to touch lives long after you're gone. A legacy isn't built on what you gain, it's built on what you give. So when you step into this role, remember, the spotlight isn't for you alone. It's meant to shine a path for others. Your power isn't a trophy to be admired, but a torch to be passed. The world chose you not for your sake, but because it needs what only you can offer. And when you understand that, when you embrace it fully, that's when you'll truly become unstoppable. Number 11. Chosen isn't enough. It's what you build that counts. A title is just a key. Only you can decide what doors it will unlock. Being chosen isn't the finish line. It's the starting pistol. It doesn't hand you greatness on a silver platter or carve your name into the stars. It's not a guarantee, and it's certainly not a shortcut. What it does give you is a choice, a moment to decide if you'll rise to the challenge or let the opportunity slip through your fingers. Being chosen doesn't make you special. What you do after you've been chosen, that's where greatness begins. Think of it this way. The world doesn't owe you anything because you've been given a title. It's like being handed a block of marble. The block alone isn't art. It's raw potential. Michelangelo didn't just stumble into greatness because he had a slab of stone. He carved it, sculpted it, and sweated through countless hours to create something timeless. That's what being chosen is. It's raw, unshaped opportunity. The question is, will you carve out something extraordinary, or will you leave it untouched? This is where most people falter. They confuse being chosen with already being great. They expect applause just for showing up. But the truth is harsh. The world doesn't care that you've been chosen. It cares about what you build, the battles you fight, and the legacy you leave behind. Being chosen isn't a crown to wear, it's a sword to wield. And swords, as you know, aren't for decoration. They're for action, for battle, for cutting through doubt, fear, and every excuse in your way. Now you might wonder, why me? Why was I chosen? The answer doesn't matter. What matters is that you've been called. The universe saw something in you that others overlooked. But that doesn't mean you get to sit back and wait for greatness to fall into your lap. Greatness is earned, not handed out. It's about stepping into the fire, even when it's easier to walk away. It's about doing what others won't, pushing forward when it hurts, when it's terrifying, when it feels impossible. The chosen ones who succeed are not the ones who wait for the perfect moment. They're the ones who create their own moments. They take the doubts thrown at them and use them as fuel. They stumble, fall, and fail, but they don't stop. They know that being chosen isn't about perfection. It's about resilience. It's about the relentless pursuit of a purpose bigger than yourself, no matter the odds. Consider this. The title of chosen one is a lot like a seed. If you leave it in the bag, it'll never grow. You have to plant it, water it, and nurture it, even when the soil is rocky or the rain doesn't come. That's how you turn potential into something real. And just like that seed, your chosen status is meaningless without action, without effort, without sacrifice. The truth is, you weren't chosen to follow someone else's script. You weren't picked to sit on the sidelines or blend into the background. You were chosen because there's something inside you that no one else can bring to the world. It's not about applause, recognition, or admiration. It's about the responsibility to create something that outlasts you, something that changes the game for those who come next. The weight of being chosen isn't a burden. It's a chance to build your legacy. So here's the bottom line. Don't get comfortable because you've been chosen. Get to work. The title alone doesn't make you great. It's the fire you ignite, the battles you fight, and the impact you leave behind. Greatness doesn't come to the chosen. It comes to those who choose to rise. The question is, will you rise? The world is waiting for your answer. And now we arrive at the crossroads. If you've made it this far, it's no accident. Something within you has been stirred, a pull, a fire, a realization that you were never just another face in the crowd. This is the moment where the choice is yours. Stay in the shadows or step into the light. The world has doubted you, overlooked you, but deep down, you've always known there was more waiting for you. That moment, it's now. Your time is now. If this message hit home, if you feel that undeniable pull of purpose calling you, it's time to act. This is bigger than a video or a speech. It's a movement, a collective of chosen ones, all rising, all stepping into their power, all rewriting the stories they were handed. Don't let this be the moment you walk away from your greatness. Stay connected, because the next step on this journey is waiting for you. So here's what to do next. Smash that like button, hit subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments to declare that you're ready to rise. And don't stop there. Share this with someone else who needs to hear this message. Let's light a fire in every chosen one still waiting to claim their power. Your journey starts here, with us. Together, we're not just watching, we're growing, building and proving the world wrong. Welcome to the movement. Your time isn't just coming, it's already here. Let's make it count.